If they were people of the ancient martial realm, the trio could disregard them, as they were more than capable of suppressing them given their level of cultivation. However, true breath cultivation emerged in those hundreds of ancient martial realm practitioners after the gigantic tree assimilated them. The trio was stunned, and strong waves of emotions crashed in their hearts. This is equivalent to dividing the cultivation of the gigantic tree on these hundreds of people, allowing them to unleash the force of the true breath realm. Based on this, the gigantic tree itself, what level of cultivation does it have? Shui Yifan was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wang Baol was breathing rapidly, and a chill flashed across his eyes as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. They have this level of cultivation but are making use of puppets to gang up on us. The giant tree is obviously using most of its cultivation was to enhance the cloud fog seal. This could be our only chance. Wang Baol's words prompted thoughts in the minds of Zhao Yaming and Zhui Yifan. However, before they could think about it more deeply, they had to retreat quickly as the puppets charged towards them. They could only depend on the cruiser to move, but it was not the case for the puppets. Therefore, an aerial battle was obviously disadvantageous to the trio. As a result, when the trio retreated, they all charged towards the forest in a coordinated move. In the blink of an eye, when they descended, the hundreds of expressionless puppets had already neared them. They were extremely fast, creating a loud sound that broke the sound barrier and caught up with the trio in an instant. As the loud boom reverberated, the puppets began fighting Wang Baol and company immediately. Zhui Yifan, who was from the combat pavilion, executed an impressive move. Activating his hand seals, he resisted the enemies with his spells. However, the spells weren't the main form of counterattack he had in mind. As a combat pavilion cultivator, he preferred to battle others in close combat. As the spells spread, a desire for combat flashed across his eyes. He leaped into the air, retrieving a large purple sword. With an unusual look in his eyes, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, as if he had managed to invite the previous incarnation to integrate with him. He appeared to have transformed into a combat deity, and he dashed directly towards them while roaring. As his sword landed, the three puppets before him trembled violently and broke into pieces. However, Zhui Yifan didn't stop at that. Activating his hand seals, wind blades rushed out quickly, sweeping in all directions. He then dashed out with his sword raised. What was impressive was that all those true breath puppet cultivators were completely unable to resist the attack. They either retreated or broke down. In the blink of an eye, Zhui Yifan seemed to be transformed into a combat vehicle, showcasing an astonishing level of combat capabilities that far exceeded those of his peers. On the other hand, even though Zhao Yaming was still pale with shock, she was considered the genius of array formations. As she flailed her arms, array formations instantly appeared in thin air, covering the entire area immediately. Wang Baol and Zhui Yifan supported her, while she weakened the force of all the enemies charging towards her. That alone would be insufficient to show how capable she was. As she waved her hands quickly, array formations appeared one after another continuously in thin air. In the blink of an eye, over 100 different array formations of different sizes landed everywhere. They seemed isolated but were actually all connected. They were like an assembly that formed a large array formation. In that brief period of time, she had already laid out a large array formation. Capable individuals like Zhao Yaming were a rarity amongst the true breath cultivators in the 4 major Dao colleges. After all, she was a natural spirit body. Array turn. As Zhao Yaming commanded, the array formations all began turning instantly. Every time 2 array formations overlapped, the puppet cultivators standing in the overlapped areas would tremble vigorously. Looking from a distance, the array formations were glowing. It was as if numerous light rays were shining in all directions. If 2 of those lines crossed, they could be transformed into a force that could kill, a force that was extremely powerful. Even though there were a few puppets that could not be instantly eliminated by Zhao Yaming's array formations, she could still make them pause in their tracks, allowing her to control the pace of events happening on the battleground. That made it possible for her to coordinate with Zhui Yifan's big sword and spells, causing the hundreds of puppets that were charging towards them to freeze in motion. It was unlikely that the duo had tried and practiced their moves with each other, as that was the first time they had worked together. However, even so, their teamwork was very well coordinated. Zhao Yaming's array formations had an effect of trapping the enemy, with the power to kill and negatively affect the enemy. It seemed to be facilitating Zhuo Yifan, whose moves were sharp, precise, and backed by an astonishing level of killing power. At the same time, a look of determination appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. He stepped out and waved his right hand vigorously as he growled. Flash! Instantly, a flash of lightning appeared in his palm. The moment the flash appeared, a blinding glow emerged, instantly wriggling into the glabella of a cultivator. After piercing a hole through the cultivator's glabella, it leaped and charged towards the next cultivator at a speed that far exceeded that of Zhuo Yifan's. Instantly, it had spread in all directions. Wang Bao's participation immediately helped to boost the resistance put up by both Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming. What was more spectacular was that there was no end to the flash. As it shone continuously, it began to branch out. Initially, there was only a single flash, but soon over 10 flashes had emerged. Blinding flashes spread in all directions on the battleground. Deafening booms reverberated on the entire battleground. Wang Bao wasn't done with his attacks. He adjusted his breathing and raised his sealed hands again at that crucial juncture. Heated burst. As his voice reverberated, a sea of fire immediately erupted before him. It was transformed into a wall of fire everywhere it passed, crashing forward like a wave that caused all the puppet cultivators to tremble and as they scrambled to retreat. If the flash was considered a form of attack that targeted a particular point, then the heated burst was a form of attack that targeted an entire area. Despite Wang Bao and company's counterattacks, the hundreds of puppet cultivators were still not defeated after the long battle. A green glow flashed across their eyes. The glow transformed into pieces of tree leaves that were formed from spells and charged towards the trio like a flying sword. Dermic treasure? Looking at those tree leaf-like flying sword, Wang Bao widened his eyes. As an armament soldier of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, Wang Bao had no shortage of Dermic treasures. Numinous treasures, he shouted. Immediately, tens of numinous treasures filled the space. There were items like big seals, ropes, mirrors, and flying swords. They all formed a hurricane around him, blocking the tree leaf flying swords while creating a loud boom. Instantly, an impressive force was produced as the trio worked seamlessly with each other. A spectator would think that their cooperation was perfect. Zhao Yaming played a role in trapping the cultivators while Zhuo Yifan killed them. On the other hand, Wang Bao was like a mage as his spells were far more powerful than that of Zhuo Yifan's. To a certain degree, it could be said that the trio had divided the battleground into an inner and outer zone. In the outer zone, Wang Bao's spells were so powerful that it made it difficult for the enemies to come near. In the inner zone, Zhuo Yifan, who was precise in his attacks, was killing every vulnerable being who had neared. As for Zhao Yaming, her array formations covered both the inner and outer zones, continuously coordinating with and facilitating the other two. The trio was extremely successful, as their coordination was impressively well-timed. The trio was surprised, though not too much, by what was happening. In reality, that was what made Ethereal Dao College superior, and was also an exemplification of the principle of Ethereal Dao College. They didn't mind that a soul hero emerged amongst them, for they placed greater emphasis on cooperation. Be it the Lower Academy Island or the Upper Academy Island, students were encouraged to work with each other. That way, when they made their attacks, their combined powers would be significantly boosted. Wang Bao continued his attacks as he took out several Dermic treasures, tossing them towards Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming. The Dermic treasures formed hurricanes beside the duo, and the scabbard inside Wang Bao also vibrated. The 9 mosquitoes flew out one after another, creating a killing force on the battleground, and also providing Wang Bao with an all-round view of the entire situation. It was also at that moment that Wang Bao took out his very own Bao cannon. Carrying it on his shoulder, he immediately fired the cannon. As the deafening boom reverberated in the air, the trio continued to attack as they retreated. Even though they hadn't had an opportunity to escape, no one planned to flee unless they reached the very end. They deserve death for attacking students and cultivators from Ethereal Dao College. What we want is to destroy their physical body, Wang Bail shouted as he retreated. Zhui Yifan remained silent. He understood that it was the only way to save themselves. It was clear that the mastermind behind it didn't wish for the incident to spread to the outside world. Therefore, the mastermind's motive was definitely to assimilate the three of them. The mastermind would definitely have made plans to make assimilation like that as undetectable to others as possible. That way, after everything ended, the three of them would no longer be their past selves. Wang Bail's suggestion to destroy the bodies of Ethereal Dao College's students and cultivators was aimed at preventing them from returning on time. That would catch the attention of the Dao College. Zhui Yifan understood the reasoning behind it, but still hesitated in his attacks. On the other hand, a flash appeared in Zhao Yaming's eyes as she attacked with great decisiveness. Her target was the students of the Lower Academy Island, as well as the two cultivators from the combat pavilion. However, very quickly, the trio was quickly thrown into surprise. Even though their moves were still vicious, they placed more of their effort on retreating. The three students and cultivators from Ethereal Dao College and the other puppet cultivators had each sustained different levels of injuries, and their bodies were beginning to break down. Despite that, almost instantly, branches began to grow out of their bodies, reconnecting their flesh and blood together. Very quickly, the injuries healed. They were no longer injured, and they continued to charge forward. Since the entire area was sealed, it was useless no matter how far the trio retreated. As they grew anxious, they looked at each other, and a look of determination appeared in their eyes. Split up and run. If anyone manages to escape, seek help from the Dao College. Zhao Yaming spoke decisively as she leapt and charged towards the forest. Zhui Yifan also gritted his teeth as he ran into the distance. Wang Bail's heart palpitated furiously. It was a life and death situation. Hearing Zhao Yaming's words, he unleashed his speed, and his entire body was like a flying flesh ball that immediately charged towards the forest. The instant they separated, the gigantic tree branch vibrated violently. The puppet cultivators trembled as if they had received the orders from the gigantic tree. A chilly look appeared in their eyes as they split into three groups and went after the trio. The trio charged in three different directions. Of them, Zhui Yifan unleashed all his efforts in a ferocious manner, as if concentrated blood qi was circulating all around his body. The figure of his previous incarnation that was behind him also supported him significantly, allowing him to move astoundingly fast. At the same time, there vaguely appeared to be a cloud shrouding his legs. That was the level 3 spell of the Cloud Ethereal skill, known as Cloud Fog Step. The Cloud Fog Step could significantly boost the cultivator's speed in a short period of time. Even though he was not as fast as lightning, the combination of the Cloud Fog Step with the spells that had been passed down in Zhui Yifan's family made Zhui Yifan so fast that he disappeared within the forest. On the other hand, on Zhao Yaming's side, several illusory stars, each approximately the size of a fist, appeared everywhere, and rays of starlight emerged from her body. As a result, one wouldn't be able to see her clearly, and she could disregard whatever was in front of her and pass between the trees into the distance. Wang Bail was also moving at breathtaking speed. He didn't activate the Cloud Fog Step like Zhui Yifan and was not as familiar with array formations like Zhao Yaming, but he had the strongest physique out of the three. Such a strong physical body removed the need for him to further boost his speed with his cultivation, for he was already as fast as lightning. As he dashed into the forest, he was like a duck to water. He moved agilely within the forest. Behind them, hundreds of puppet cultivators had spread out to pursue them. The tree branches that had destroyed Wang Bail's droplet cruiser reached out to the skies and stabilized the seals that were being placed all around. That made everything in the region appear completely normal from the outside. At the top of the big tree, a pair of eyes gradually appeared as Wang Bail and company went further into the distance. The pupils of the eyes were like a cross, its brown color revealing a chilling and eerie vibe. A demonic glow reflected off the pupil, and every time it shone, Light rays glowed from its body. If one neared it, they would hear noise emerging from the tree. Everything is normal. It's fine now. Rest assured, senior brother. Everything's good. I could probably return in 3 or 4 days. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. All the different voices appeared to be impersonating those who had been assimilated by the tree, conveying the news that they are well and safe to their respective units and to the Tao College. That was so no one would grow suspicious that they had already died. As the gigantic tree glowed eerily, Wang Baol and company were traveling at an extremely high speed, trying to find an escape route in the forest outside Kulom Basin. Compared to Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, Wang Baol was familiar with finding an escape route within the forest. The familiar scent of the trees that surrounding Wang Baol gradually made him feel like he had returned to the pond cloud rainforest. The people chasing after him, as well as the threat from the gigantic tree, made him vigilant, as well as caused his thoughts to become active. What on earth is that giant tree? Wang Baol took a deep breath. He jumped and leaped from the crown of a tree to increase the distance. Upon landing, he immediately dug a trench in the ground and buried himself in it. He masked his scent and hid within the trench, while feelings of anxiousness, urgency, and danger arose in his heart. Before this, I have never heard that trees would evolve in such a manner. Only animals were listed in the beast records from the Federation. Instead, plants appeared here. That was a major issue. Even if Wang Baol was a true breath realm cultivator, he still felt an unusual sense of threat. He even had a premonition that the meaning behind all of it could result in a catastrophic change in the Federation, which had just entered a period of stabilization. That was especially so when he thought about how the giant tree could assimilate cultivators, causing people of ancient martial realm cultivation to be granted a true breath realm's level of cultivation. That was simply too frightening to him. Initially, it hadn't planned to attack. It only began blocking us after finding out that we were sending messages back to the Tao College. That means that huge secrets are hidden here, not to be discovered by others. With that thought, Wang Baol's pupils suddenly constricted, and he jumped up immediately from the trench. Almost simultaneously, a large tree in front of him suddenly warped. A puppet cultivator eerily stepped out from within it, throwing a strong punch towards the direction of the trench where Wang Baol had hidden previously. Had he not sensed it quickly, the punch would definitely have landed directly on Wang Baol. This trick is useless. Wang Baol's eyes opened wide. As he retreated, he noticed that puppet cultivators were emerging from the surrounding trees. He didn't have time to consider too much, as he immediately raised his hand to unleash flash. As thunderous sounds erupted, the flash charged towards the surrounding puppet cultivators. After the flash passed through them, Wang Baol changed his direction and continued forward. Before he left, he flailed his raised right hand and tossed out a handful of self-exploding beads. The self-exploding beads were directed at high speed towards the puppet cultivators. The moment contact was made, they exploded. As a loud boom reverberated within the forest, Wang Baol had already gone far away. He was about to go berserk. Previously, his tactic of hiding in the pond cloud rainforest was made useless as the enemy had a detection dermic artifact, and it was still useless. That inevitably made him frustrated, as he continued charging at high speed. Very quickly, 5 minutes passed as he charged without a destination in mind. In his escape, even though Wang Baol supplemented himself with pills, it was still insufficient to replenish the spirit chi he exhausted. It was at that crucial moment that his numinous treasures seemed to have a surprising effect. As the puppet cultivators continued their pursuit and tried to block Wang Baol, the loud boom produced from Wang Baol's self-exploding beads reverberated loudly, and a sword rain was also formed by several flying swords that were controlled by the magnetic force. That resulted in the puppets chasing after Wang Baol being constantly blocked and destroyed. That not only happened in the area of the battleground where Wang Baol was. In the other 2 directions, a similar scenario was playing out. Loud booms emerged continuously from each of the 3 directions within the forest. One of them was from where Wang Baol was, while the other 2 areas where the sound emerged were from Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming's location. However, gradually the sound vanished from one of the areas, Of the two of them, who is the one who has met with trouble? Wang Baol, who was charging forward in the forest, looked disheveled with his unkempt hair. Fresh blood also flowed from the corner of his lips. It was impossible to kill the puppet cultivators while escaping. Even though they had initially been destroyed, they quickly reassembled. In the face of the endless pursuit, the stress that Wang Baol felt made him immensely frustrated. He raised his right hand and swung, and a sea of fire formed from heated burst instantly emerged, setting the surrounding trees on fire. The trees could be set on fire as it wasn't the rainforest, so Wang Baol burned the trees along the way as he made his escape. That was the only method that he thought of that he could allow him to save himself. Burn and die. A look of viciousness appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. As he growled, he leaped into the air and burned the trees before he continued his escape plan. However, with his level of cultivation limited to that of the true breath realm, the fire couldn't spread even though he was burning the trees. Furthermore, the entire place was so bizarre that trees that had been burned quickly recovered. All that made Wang Baol anxious and helpless, especially when he noticed that sound was no longer being produced from one of the directions. In the area of the forest before him, puppet cultivators quickly emerged, surrounding him. Wang Baol's breathing suddenly stopped. The moment the crowd closed in on him, he swung his right hand suddenly. Puppet numinous treasures immediately appeared, and as they charged towards the puppet cultivators, Wang Baol growled, "Trap them!" As Wang Baol growled, his puppets immediately dashed out, hugging a cultivator each. Regardless of how the cultivators attacked, Wang Baol's puppets didn't release their grip. At the same time, a mirror appeared in Wang Baol's hands. The mirror shone brightly, transmogrifying an exact figure of Wang Baol beside his physical body. The mirror was the compensation gift given to Wang Baol by Lin Tianhao's family. Could transmogrify an illusory avatar. At that moment, the avatar and the actual physical being of Wang Baol switched positions rapidly. Even if someone were paying close attention, they would find it difficult to differentiate between them. The two Wang Baoles then ran in different directions. Regrettably, the tactic was useless in that forest. The cultivators who weren't being hugged by Wang Baol's puppet numinous treasures were only momentarily stunned. They were about to instinctively spread out to pursue Wang Baol when a voice inaudible to Wang Baol reverberated in their minds. The cultivators stopped moving and turned to look in the direction where the real Wang Baol was heading towards, before continuing their pursuit in that direction. This isn't playing fair. Wang Baol was incredulous and frustrated. On the brink of going berserk, he was panting hard. Regardless of how many dermic treasures he had, they would eventually be exhausted. Soon, as the sound of battle also vanished from the second direction, without being heard again, Wang Baol was shocked. Both of them are in trouble? The instant the thought arose in Wang Baol's mind, expressionless cultivators emerged from the trees and ground surrounding him one after another. The eerie glare and vibes they gave off caused Wang Baol's breathing to quicken, and he began to attack without hesitation. That time, he not only took out the self-exploding beads, but also the dermic artifact that had been previously transformed by the armament sand. It was something he hadn't planned to use at first. The first dermic artifact Wang Baol took out was the weird fly whisk. The impressiveness of the fly whisk was apparent the moment it was taken out. It charged directly towards a puppet cultivator in front of it, its whisk fibers straightening and stiffening as it pierced forward. It produced a loud boom, and it was futile regardless of how hard the cultivator tried to activate his spells, which were in the form of the tree leaf, for the fly whisk directly disregarded them. The fly whisk pierced right through the cultivator's chest and nailed the cultivator onto the tree. After that, its whisk fibers spread open and extended, charging towards the other puppets. In the blink of an eye, tens of puppets were nailed to the tree by the fly whisk. Seeing that it was effective, Wang Baol was pleasantly surprised. However, just as the feelings of surprise arose, Wang Baol was instantly driven crazy again. The fly whisk that was extremely sturdy just before had collapsed limply in a short time. Even its power was significantly decreased. That gave all the cultivators who were nailed onto the tree a chance to break free. However, not all of them could successfully do so, as there were about 8 female cultivators who weren't able to escape no matter how they struggled. The whisk fibers that were nailed onto them didn't soften but became tougher instead. This fly whisk is perverted. With that thought arising in his head, the whisk fibers that softened immediately retracted from the male cultivators, before spreading open once again towards all the female cultivators standing around. Instantly, at least 30 female cultivators were nailed by it. The fly whisk seemed to want to extend its fibers further, but it was unable to, no matter how much it desired to do so. Noticing what was happening, Wang Baol felt disgusted towards the fly whisk, despite being in a state of crisis. However, the effect of the fly whisk was greatly beneficial to him. As the surrounding puppets neared with a roar and prepared to attack Wang Baol, he turned and resisted the puppets by activating his spells, retreating as he fought on. As the loud boom reverberated, Wang Baol's flash, heated burst, and cloud finger continuously struck out. With the complementation of speed, the noise continuously echoed around, and the puppets were unable to get a hold of Wang Baol at that moment. On the one hand, Wang Baol was physically tough, and on the other, he had a repository of spells at his disposal. Most importantly, he seemed to have an unlimited number of dermic treasures which he tossed out continuously. Of them, there was an ordinary-looking umbrella that was not only fast but extremely wretched, piercing anyone in its path the moment it was taken out. What's more, there was also a flying sword that was behaving like a lunatic the moment it flew out. No matter who it saw, it would try to hack him. If not for Wang Baol's quick reflexes, he would have also been attacked the moment he took the flying sword out. On the other hand, the continuous struggling by the female puppet cultivators had allowed them to break free from the fly whisk. The fly whisk swiftly returned to Wang Baol, who caught hold of it and used it to sweep the surroundings. It was completely powerless in the face of the male cultivators. Its soft, gentle whisk fibers simply unwillingly swept past them. However, when it came to the female cultivators, all the whisk fibers became astonishingly stiff, and also carried a force that far exceeded that of an ordinary dermic artifact. The force with which it landed on their bodies made Wang Baol frightened just by looking at it. However, that was not what made Wang Baol feel most bizarre. The large seal brought him even more surprise. The large seal looked impressive after it had been enhanced by Wang Baol using the armament sand. However, it behaved like a spring after being thrown out, deflecting off others once contact was made. It behaved the same way after Wang Baol had tossed it out. It flew off right away when others punched it, disappearing out of sight. However, as Wang Baol was battling another puppet cultivator, with his forceful punch causing his opponent to be pushed backward, the large seal suddenly landed from the skies. It crashed loudly and strongly on the cultivator, directly crushing the cultivator to pieces, before rebounding towards the sky again. It behaved that way continuously as if it had some kind of consciousness. Every time it sensed that Wang Baol was about to defeat his opponent, it would arrive in a hurry, crushing the enemy. This seal works by bullying the weak, fearing the powerful, and also targeting its enemies specifically. Wang Baol was bewildered at what he saw. He laughed bitterly, at the same time sighed in his heart that his opponents were all puppet cultivators. Otherwise, if they had some level of consciousness, they would definitely be threatened by his dermic treasures. However, just as Wang Baol was leveraging on the advantage of his dermic treasures, and nearing the borders of the forest, a deafening boom suddenly erupted. As the loud noise spread, the entire ground shook violently. The skies also trembled, with its dark clouds spreading and shrinking. The scene took Wang Baol by surprise. The ground beneath his feet caved in, and a large tree hand emerged from below. Wang Baol screamed as he leaped into the air. His sense of danger was heightened to the maximum at that moment. The large tree hand was small compared to the one that destroyed his cruiser. However, to Wang Baol it still seemed gigantic as it was over 100 feet tall. It emerged from the ground, charging towards Wang Baol as it tried to grab him. It was extremely fast, and a frightening level of suppressive force was also given off it at the same time. The suppressive force was like an invisible hurricane, directly landing in Wang Baol's mind. As a loud roar erupted, a tide was also formed, causing Wang Bao's head to buzz with activity as he screamed in pain. It was as if his body had to withstand an unbearably loud volume within a short period of time. The bones in his ears were on the brink of breaking into pieces, and his eardrums were about to burst. He bled from his orifices, his consciousness was being forcefully suppressed at that moment, and he instantly fell into a coma. His physical body that had been thrown into the air was also out of control, being tightly grasped by the large hand that had emerged from the ground. The large hand grabbed hold of Wang Bao's body but didn't squash it. It immediately encased him, swiftly circling Wang Bao's body such that, in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a tree cocoon connected to the hand before burrowing into the ground. The emotionless puppet cultivators surrounding him stood motionless while watching the events unfold before them. They only turned their heads after the tree cocoon had been brought away. It was as if they were listening to orders, as they quickly turned around and charged towards Cultivation Basin. As the cultivators left and the entire place returned to a state of peace, the tree hand that was supporting the sky was also lowered gradually, burrowing into the ground once again. As it disappeared, the surrounding black cloud fog began to grow thinner, dissipating completely in the time of a few breaths. The force of the seal no longer existed over a large area. Sun rays from the outside shone in, and everything returned to normal. Only a small area of black fog remained in the depths of Cultivation Basin. It seemed like that was the epicenter, where the seal was present every single moment. Within the fog seal, a small tree with branches of varying thickness was surrounded by hundreds of thick, frightening giant trees. The small tree looked as if it was on the brink of death, severely damaged after having suffered severe injuries. Cracks were obvious on its surface, and not a single green leaf grew on it. It appeared as though its life was about to end. However, if a mighty figure appeared and gazed upon the land, it could see that the underground roots of the small tree were extremely extensive, spanning over 10,000 feet like a maze. The 10,000 feet long roots also contained thousands of smaller branching roots. Following their trajectory, one could see that they had already emerged from the ground, forming numerous towering giant trees. Looking from a bird's eye view of the entire area, one would be able to see that all the trees in the core region of Cultivation Basin were formed from the small trees' roots. The astoundingly large giant trees had not been documented in the Federation's records since the Federation was established. In the heart of the maze formed by the underground roots, hundreds of fruit-like cocoons were being grown in a space formed by the roots. Each of the cocoons was over tens of feet wide, densely covering the walls of the tree. One could even see that 3 fruits were wriggling slowly, while the rest were motionless. Within the 3 wriggling fruits were Wang Bao, Zhao Yaming, and Zhuo Yifan. In each of their respective fruits, they appeared just like they did at the exact moment they were captured. Their possessions were even intact. It seemed like they had lost their consciousness, as they stayed motionless with their eyes shut. They were surrounded and soaked in a type of sticky fluid. There was also concentrated spirit chi emanating towards them and entering their bodies continuously from within the giant tree. It was as if it was trying to assimilate them in that manner. Numerous branches that were like sharp spears grew in each of the fruits, integrating into their heads to connect them together. It seemed like there was a bizarre existence trying to assimilate their physical bodies and erase their consciousness. As an unknown period of time passed slowly, the trio was continuously having their consciousness erased while being assimilated. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep from the start and didn't react at all. However, for Wang Bao, his body vibrated several times. Even though he was not roused, a strange object seemed to have awakened within his body. Gradually, the spirit chi that had rushed into his body began to show signs of greed. On the other hand, the giant tree still seemed ignorant of the kind of freak it was trying to assimilate. The devouring seed located at Wang Bao's diaphragm was the first to show signs of greed towards the spirit chi rushing into Wang Bao's body. It seemed to have been paying attention to the spirit chi that was entering for a while. When the spirit chi completely entered Wang Bao's body, the devouring seed seemed to lose all control of itself and began to rotate slowly in a greedy manner. However, it didn't dare rotate too fast for fear that the spirit chi, which had entered on its own accord, would escape out of fear. It wouldn't have been much of an issue if it were just the rotating devouring seed being greedy, but as the devouring seed rotated, it seemed to have become integrated with Wang Bao's physical body. Mysterious substances which weren't apparent under normal circumstances began to leak out from every part of his body. Eventually, they all gathered together, transforming into a black flow of current that traveled slowly within his body. If it had eyes, it would definitely carry a look of interest and curiosity towards the ignorant giant tree. At the same time, beneath the shut eyelids of unconscious Wang Bao, a purple glow gradually surfaced in his listless pupils. It was as if the spirit chi that had entered Wang Bao's body was so alluring that it couldn't help but want to spread out. However, it hesitated out of fear of the black lightning and the devouring seed. It appeared as though it was testing the waters as it spread slowly and cautiously. The black lightning and the devouring seed paid no notice to the spreading of the purple runes. All their attention was placed on the ignorant giant tree, as well as the spirit chi. Therefore, after testing the waters, the purple runes began to spread out over a large area. However, like the black lightning and devouring seed, it chose to lay low in hibernation while observing the spirit chi and paying attention to the giant tree's consciousness. The giant tree's consciousness was completely unaware that the three forces were present in Wang Bao at that moment. Without noticing anything, it continued to allow spirit chi to enter Wang Bao's body, to assimilate him, and attempt to erase Wang Bao's consciousness in the process. If Wang Bao was conscious, he would definitely go berserk over the ridiculous inhabitants in his body that had shown up without notice at some point. Just like that, time passed as the three forces laid their full attention on the spirit chi. It was only when the consciousness of the giant tree and the spirit chi had completely entered Wang Bao's body, almost wiping out Wang Bao's entire consciousness and leaving him just moments before showing signs of being assimilated, that, suddenly, the purple runes seemed unable to control itself anymore and dashed out. Its sudden emergence immediately resulted in the formation of a purple sea that was shockingly forceful. Immediately, the purple runes approached the large tree's consciousness that had just entered Wang Bao's body. The purple runes seemed to have the ability to cripple the giant tree's consciousness, and the purple sea swallowed the spirit chi before the giant tree's consciousness realized it. That mouthful took away almost 10% of the spirit chi. The purple sea wanted to continue, but as the black lightning arrived, the purple sea retreated immediately and didn't dare to go near again. The black lightning was extremely fast and overbearing. It approached the spirit chi in a jiffy and sucked it strongly, directly removing over 50% of it before dissipating with satisfaction. The swallowing of the spirit chi by the purple sea and the black lightning all happened in an instant. The giant tree's consciousness, which was still numb under the effect of the purple sea, didn't realize that its spirit chi had been sucked away at all. Right then, as a large proportion of the spirit chi that had entered Wang Bao's body was being sucked away, the devouring seed within Wang Bao finally moved. It was turning slowly initially but began rotating violently, causing a frightening suction force to be produced. In the blink of an eye, the suction force spread out of Wang Bao's body, not only sucking the remainder of the spirit chi, but also transforming Wang Bao's body into a gigantic black hole, sucking in everything, from the sticky fluid in the external world to the entire large tree, in a crazy manner. Loud booms instantly erupted, and the fruit that Wang Bao was encased in was visibly withered. The sticky fluid within it seemed to have vaporized as well, changing its composition and transforming into nutrients that were immediately absorbed by Wang Bao's body. The absorption, despite being carried out by the devouring seed, caused Wang Bao's body to be strengthened in the process. Changes occurred to his flesh and blood. His bones were strengthened, and his physical strength was significantly boosted. At the same time, under the force of the suction, a sharp prick seemed to have pierced directly into his glabella, that caused his body to vibrate violently, forcing him to open his eyes. With his eyes open, Wang Bao was momentarily shocked. His memories from before immediately surfaced in his mind. He recalled that he was grasped by the giant tree hand while resisting it, and then he lost consciousness. Where am I? Wang Bao's heart palpitated violently. He immediately became conscious of the surrounding spirit chi and the quickly depleting sticky fluid beneath his feet, and it threw him into a blur. However, it was also at that moment that he realized the devouring seed in his body was going berserk with its suction force. What's going on? In his bewilderment, the tree branch that had pierced through his forehead into his brain began to wither and break apart. Looking at the pieces of broken tree branches falling off his head, Wang Baol was confused. His confusion increased as he sensed that his entire body was filled with energy, and his level of cultivation had been significantly increased. He scratched his head, incredulous at everything that had happened. Could it be that the giant tree was trying to assimilate me, but ended up being absorbed by my devouring seed? With that thought in mind, Wang Baol immediately grew cautious. However, after waiting for a moment until all the sticky fluid and spirit chi had completely disappeared, he noticed that cracks had appeared around him, just like in the process of withering. Despite that, not a single figure appeared. It was as if the giant tree hadn't realized any of the changes that had happened, even up to that stage. That made Wang Baol surprised, and a bright glow flashed across his eyes at the same time. Could it be that there's a problem with the large tree itself? Wang Baol suspiciously clawed at the dried fruit wall surrounding him, breaking off an opening. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, the mosquito from the scabbard inside his body flew out to take a look at the outside world. After seeing what was outside, Wang Baol's body trembled violently. From the mosquito's view, he saw that there was a gigantic tree hole in the external world. Surrounding the tree hole were innumerable fruits packed densely together, and he was located in one of the many fruits. Indeed, this large tree was trying to assimilate me. With fear in his heart, Wang Baol began to claw off more of the fruit walls. After wriggling out from it, he scanned the surroundings. Even though he had seen what was outside from the eyes of the mosquito, he was still shocked frozen when he saw it himself. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming should be here as well. Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he sped up his search. Very quickly, he found Zhao Yaming and realized that inside her fruit, a green hue had already appeared on her face. Tree rings could also be vaguely seen, and that made Wang Baol extremely anxious. He didn't have time to search for Zhuo Yifan. He growled, activating his cultivation and unleashing power from his hands in an attempt to tear open the fruit. However, the spirit chi was extremely concentrated within Zhao Yaming's fruit, making its fruit wall immensely tough. Before the spirit chi had been exhausted, it was difficult to tear the fruit open. Seeing that that was the case, Wang Baol gritted his teeth tightly. Damn it! I'm giving my all. It's just absorbing, right? I'm not afraid of you as I have the devouring seed. With that thought, Wang Baol hugged the fruit tight, and the devouring seed within his body instantly erupted. As it erupted, a strong suction force immediately flowed from Wang Baol's body into the fruit. Seeing that his devouring seed was so supportive, Wang Baol quickly grew agitated as large amounts of spirit chi entered his body, significantly boosting his cultivation. His agitation and nervousness combined, forming an indescribable sense of thrill that made Wang Baol extremely alert. He wanted to increase his force, but just at that moment, the purple sea that was hiding in his pupils couldn't control itself any longer. It emerged, charging towards the spirit chi in the fruit and swallowing it. What's that? The emergence of the purple sea surprised Wang Baol. He immediately realized that something was amiss, but even before he could check things out, the black lightning in his body also emerged, not wanting to lose out. And what on earth was that? Wang Baol was about to jump out of his skin. He was completely shocked, confusion filling his mind. Wang Baol was nothing but confused towards the ridiculous existences in his own body. Wang Baol was aware of the origins of the devouring seed. It was formed as he trained in the cultivation technique given by Little Missy in the Black Mask. Could be said that he had created it from scratch. As for the black lightning, even though it was the first time that Wang Baol had seen it, he found it familiar. He immediately thought of the times Little Missy of the Black Mask had electrocuted him using lightning when he was cultivating for the so-called golden body. The lightning back then was similar to the black lightning. Darn it! Thinking about all that, Wang Baol could not help but curse. No matter how he analyzed the situation, everything seemed to be related to little Missy from the Black Mask. That made him helpless and immensely irritated. On the other hand, after Wang Baol analyzed and recalled all the experiences in his life thus far, he finally came to realize the origins of the Purple Sea. Isn't that the purple glow that was trying to swallow me when I was in Spirit Breath Village? As he felt the presence of the existences in his body, Wang Baol didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was angry, but he had nowhere to release his anger. All he could do was focus his attention on the fruit in front of him. As he began to relax, the suction force increased exponentially as the effects of the numerous forces in his body built upon each other. The fruit which Zhao Yaming was in was withering at a fast speed, and the entire process only took a short while before all the spirit qi and signs of life within the fruit were depleted. Wang Baol's body trembled. He could clearly feel that his level of cultivation had been raised significantly within that short period of time, such that he wasn't far from achieving a breakthrough in the 4th level of the True Breath realm. Furthermore, the Devouring Seed, the Black Lightning, and the Purple Sea all released a portion of the spirit qi that they had absorbed back into Wang Baol's body. Experiencing all that, Wang Baol felt less angered, and he spoke with a lot of emotion. At least all of you have some conscience. Even though he still felt slightly troubled and irritated, Wang Baol didn't have much time to think about the origins of the 3 existences at that moment. He quickly pried open the fruit which Zhao Yaming was in. As cracking sounds were produced and the fruit was being pried open, Wang Baol grabbed hold of Zhao Yaming's arm, pulling her wet body out of the fruit. The sheer long dress stuck snugly on Zhao Yaming's body, becoming similar bodycon dress which presented Zhao Yaming's curvy figure beautifully in front of Wang Baol. He took a quick glance and was somewhat surprised. It's usually not so obvious, but Zhao Yaming's figure is not bad. At the same time, as she was not assimilated by the giant tree's consciousness, Zhao Yaming trembled after being rescued by Wang Baol and was about to wake up. Wang Baol immediately grew alert, as he thought about how he would have saved an enemy if the tree had successfully assimilated Zhao Yaming. Therefore, he raised his right hand to retrieve a flying sword. As Zhao Yaming awakened, he slashed her arm once. The pain accelerated the process of Zhao Yaming's awakening, and her eyes opened wide instantly. The moment she woke and saw Wang Baol, she took a deep breath, her face pale, but her emotions stable. After taking a quick look at the surroundings, she lowered her head to look at the wound on her arm before looking at Wang Baol. That's confirmation that I hadn't been assimilated. As she spoke, Zhao Yaming took out her voice transmission jade slip in an attempt to contact the Dao College. Wang Baol, who noticed that Zhao Yaming's injury didn't heal, heaved a sigh of relief. He became slightly awkward hearing what Zhao Yaming said. I'm going to save Zhuo Yifan. Wang Baol spoke quickly, turning around to search for Zhuo Yifan. Zhao Yaming also realized that sending the voice transmission was ineffective, and gathered all her effort to stand up and join in the search. Very quickly, the duo found the fruit that Zhuo Yifan was encapsulated in. Seeing through the translucent fruit wall, they could see that Zhuo Yifan had a frightened expression, with green veins bulging up all over his face as if numerous tiny tree branches were wriggling within. The scene caused the duo to be shocked. Wang Baol grew anxious, and as Zhao Yaming stood frozen in shock, Wang Baol stepped forward to hug the fruit enveloping Zhuo Yifan tightly and roared loudly. Instantly, an unbelievably strong suction force erupted from Wang Baol's body. Very quickly, the fruit encapsulating Zhuo Yifan withered. Seeing what had happened, Zhao Yaming stared wide with her beautiful eyes, feeling incredulous as she looked towards Wang Baol. If they were in another situation, Wang Baol would definitely boast arrogantly. However, he wasn't in the mood to do so then. As the fruit encapsulating Zhuo Yifan withered, he immediately pried the fruit wall open, before pulling Zhuo Yifan out of it forcefully. As Zhuo Yifan fell to the ground, Zhao Yaming had already taken out her flying sword to slash Zhuo Yifan in the thigh, even before Wang Baol made his attempt. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, which didn't heal as swiftly as that of the cultivators who had been assimilated. The duo heaved a sigh of relief, and Zhuo Yifan also awakened from the pain. He opened his eyes, first in a blur before quickly gaining awareness. He saw Wang Bail and Zhao Yaming, as well as his surroundings, and gasped. "Both of you, this place is... We should be within the giant tree that captured us alive. The force of the seal still remains, and voice transmissions still cannot be sent. If not for Wang Bail, the three of us would definitely have died and been assimilated by the giant tree to become puppets." Zhao Yaming took in a deep breath and calmed herself down as she spoke. "Now is not the time to talk about all this. We have to find the exit quickly." Wang Bail took quick glances in all directions, trying to find an escape route. When he spoke, Zhuo Yifan, who had planned to question further, instinctively chose to obey. Zhao Yaming followed suit as well. The two of them hadn't realized it, but after being saved by Wang Bail and being placed into the weird and dangerous environment, an unusual sense of determination seemed to have emerged from Wang Bail. It was that determination and steadfastness that caused both of them to choose to agree with Wang Bail. Even though they were weak and tired, they gritted their teeth and cooperated. The trio thus began their search in the tree hole that was filled with fruits. However, no matter how hard they searched, the entire place was sealed shut. They couldn't find any escape routes, and even if they tried to destroy the tree wall, they were unable to break through it. After half an hour, Zhuo Yifan looked bitterly towards Wang Bail. "Bail, there's no way out of here." Zhao Yaming fell silent. Even though she didn't speak, she looked at Wang Bail in a similar manner. Wang Bail hadn't realized that he had somehow become the leader of the trio. With Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan looking at him, he walked about in frustration, piercing his sword into the tree wall. A loud bang was produced, and the flying sword recoiled from impact. Looking at the tree wall that wasn't damaged at all, Wang Bail grew frustrated and troubled. However, his gaze shimmered as torrents of thoughts appeared in his mind. Since the beginning, he had a question about the reason why the tree seemed not to have realized that the three of them had emerged out of the fruit and that he had absorbed large amounts of spirit qi. Wang Bail didn't have an answer to that. He thought that it was either there was something wrong with the tree that caused it to fall into a slumber, or that the messy existences inside his body had disrupted the giant tree's consciousness. It could also be that everything was a result of both possibilities. As he thought, Wang Bail recognized that waiting there could perhaps be safer. However, it was also very possible that a crisis would happen. After all, the giant tree had the ability to send fake voice transmissions. Pinning all their hopes on waiting for the Dao College to realize that something was amiss and send help would take too long. At the same time, a crisis could strike at any time. Passively waiting and not looking for help didn't fit Wang Bail's personality. With a vicious look in his eyes, Wang Bail spoke, "Yifan, Yaming, be my guardians." As Wang Bail spoke, he immediately stepped out and dashed towards the tree root-looking tree wall, hugging it tightly, and shouted, "Absorb!" When he spoke, the devouring seed, black lightning, and purple sea inside his body erupted immediately. An incredible suction force emerged from Wang Bail's body, which flowed along the tree wall and spread within the entire tree hole, sucking and swallowing everything in its path in a crazy manner. Since there are no exits, then I will treat this place like a gigantic fruit. Absorbing everything here would naturally cause the surrounding tree walls to dry up and crack. I don't believe that I won't be able to escape then. Wang Bail gave it his all. The instant the existences within Wang Bail's body were released, the tree he was hugging vibrated violently. Waves of immensely strong spirit qi were directed swiftly towards Wang Bail's body. There was so much spirit qi, especially with them containing vitality, that after it entered Wang Bail's body, the devouring seed, black lightning, and purple sea began to grow excited. It was as if they were finally rehydrated after a period of dehydration. They each swallowed the spirit qi without holding back. As the forces within his body exploded into action, it was as if Wang Bail was suddenly transformed into a larva. Within the span of a dozen breaths, the huge tree that Wang Bail was hugging showed signs of shriveling. The shriveling spread across a large area with Wang Bail as the focal point and throughout the entire fruit-laden tree hollow. The fruits without any cultivators inside shriveled up as Wang Bail continued his devouring. It was as if inexhaustible spirit chi was flowing madly into Wang Bao's body, sucking everything dry. His cultivation level shot up in an instant, from nearing the 5th level of True Breath Realm to breaking through suddenly from the 4th level to the 5th level of the True Breath Realm. At the moment of his breakthrough, Wang Bao's body shook fiercely. The deep wells of spirit chi within his meridians expanded in a rush. It felt akin to an upheaval. As he endured the rapid changes and his meridians were forcibly widened, more spirit chi surged in. It rushed through every meridian in Wang Bao's body and finally gathered at the devouring seed sitting within his dantian, becoming a great ocean. The sea of spirit chi morphed into a huge whirlpool as the devouring seed churned. As it swept through Wang Bao's entire body, he could feel the spirit chi forming waves inside him. In an instant, his body unleashed an overwhelming aura that sent tremors through Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming. The intensity of the aura didn't equal that of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, but amongst the True Breath Realm cultivators, it was impressive beyond measure. After all, the rest only had at most 80% of their meridians transformed into spirit meridians, whereas Wang Bao's was 100% transformed. Under the baptism of the spirit chi, and as his cultivation level climbed up, his physical body was affected as well. His muscles were more tightly knit, and his bones sturdier. His physical strength increased drastically. Such improvement was clearly shown in his speed and strength, and the huge tree started showing signs of cracking under his powerful hold. With a breakthrough in his cultivation and as the suction force of the devouring seed intensified, Wang Bao became a black hole. The huge tree started quaking under the devouring and suction forces. It howled madly and seemed as if it was trying to escape. However, Wang Bao had it in a stranglehold and showed no signs of letting go. There was a vicious look in his eyes, and as his cultivation underwent a series of breakthroughs, an inexplicable excitement rose within him. Zhui Yifan witnessed the scene before him and was momentarily stunned speechless. His eyes widened, and waves of emotions rumbled within him. He had known Wang Bao was strong, but as he advanced to become a true breath realm cultivator and went on to carry out numerous missions, Zhui Yifan had grown equally confident of himself. Yet, as he stared at Wang Bao, he had a sudden intense feeling that the other was not human, but that he was a monster in the form of a human. If that wasn't the case, how could he possibly absorb the vitality and spirit chi of the giant tree? Zhao Yaming was equally dumbstruck. Despite her generally composed demeanor, she was flabbergasted, especially when the fruits started drying up one after another and the shriveling spread across the entire tree hollow. The tree hollow had even started quaking as if it was struggling, but the more it struggled, the stronger the force that burst forth from Wang Bao during the moment of crisis became. Thundered, "There's no use in you fighting. I'm gonna suck you dry." Wang Bao gave it his all. He growled and activated his cultivation, rousing the various forces within him and intensifying the suction force. Thunderous roars resounded all around them. As Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming looked on, stupefied, the tree hollows trembling grew fiercer. It was as if a raging roar was being unleashed from within the tree trunk. Zhui Yifan's and Zhao Yaming's hearts started pumping rapidly. When they looked at Wang Bao, they saw not only a monster in human skin, but they felt an aura of violence and brutality exuding from his person. As the two of them stood, shaken to the depths of their souls, a roaring sound thundered from within Wang Bao once again. His cultivation level increased from the 5th level of the True Breath Realm, then to its completion, reaching the peak of the True Breath Realm. Everything happened too quickly. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming hadn't yet come to terms with his breakthrough in cultivation. Even Wang Bao himself had not come to terms with it. The moment his cultivation reached the peak of the True Breath Realm, the entire tree hollow, seemingly unable to withstand it anymore, collapsed and exploded. As the tree hollow collapsed into multiple parts, Wang Bao and the rest prepared to dash out, only to find that beyond the tree hollow was an even bigger tree hollow. "I'll just keep sucking." Wang Bao gritted his teeth, undaunted. He raised both hands, pressed them on the walls of the tree, and started sucking again. The entire Coulomb basin began to quake fiercely in that instant. The earth rose and fell, and trees swayed and bent. Even the seal spreading across the core of the Kulom Basin started loosening. The loosening of the seal sent Wang Baol and the others swaying. The feeling was akin to emerging from water and rising above. It caused their breathing to quicken. Given the opportunity, Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming didn't hesitate. They pulled out their voice transmission rings immediately and sent out a call for help to the college. Kulom Basin, a giant tree has gained sentience. Send help quickly. Wang Baol had one hand on the giant tree, sucking, and the other hand holding the voice transmission ring as he yelled. Next to him, Zhao Yaming hurriedly sent out a voice transmission as well. Their calls for help seemed to be transmitted almost simultaneously. They couldn't tell if the transmissions had successfully reached the college, nor did they have time to receive a reply. All around them, a loud roar filled with pain and rage rang out. If the giant tree could be compared to a human being, then at that moment Wang Baol, who was inside it, would be a giant parasite. The tree hollow that was being drained dry would be an organ inside the giant tree. At that moment, the organ had shattered, and the resulting pain was driving the giant tree mad. The strange powers of the purple ocean had numbed its senses earlier, but under such extreme agony, the paralysis had lost its effect. As the giant tree struggled to wakefulness, it howled in pain. Its agonized cries resounded underground, rose into the heavens, and rang throughout the air. Roar! The sound was deafening beyond measure. It was louder than thunder and exploded in their ears. Zhui Yifan, who had already been weakened, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood under the shockwave. Even Zhao Yaming was shaking. Blood seeped out between her lips, and her face was pale. Even Wang Baol, who had just had a breakthrough in his cultivation and was brimming with spirit qi, could hear a buzzing in his head after hearing the deafening roar. A streak of viciousness unfurled within him. He had always been one who was brutal to himself, and even more merciless towards the enemy. Think I'm afraid of you? Wang Baol glared and shouted angrily as he hugged the walls of the tree. As Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming approached him nervously, he prepared to start sucking fiercely again. He was instantly struck dumb. A short length of black lightning bolt had grown inside him. It lay lazily, ignoring Wang Baol's wishes, and dove straight within his meridians. It fused with his spirit qi and disappeared as if falling into a deep slumber. Get to sucking, don't sleep. Wang Baol panicked and tried activating the devouring seed. The devouring seed was the same, with Wang Baol's cultivation reaching the peak of true breath realm. Until he could break through to the foundation establishment realm, it had absorbed to its fullest and could no longer continue. The devouring seed stopped churning and, like the black lightning bolt, fell into a deep sleep. It was the same with the purple ocean. It retreated slowly into the depths of Wang Baol's eyes, settled down, and fell into silence. What the hell? Start sucking. Wang Baol's face turned red. As if sensing Wang Baol's panic, his 9 mosquitoes flew out from his scabbard and flew in circles around him, buzzing. My dear ancestors, you can't do this to me. How can you go limp at such a critical moment? See that sumptuous spread before you? Come on, dig in. Wang Baol, on the verge of tears, started begging inwardly. It was then that the howling from the giant tree intensified. As the entire tree hollow started quaking fiercely as it had never done before, the assimilated cultivators started emerging from the walls of the tree one after another, charging towards Wang Baol and the others. Under the veil of death and violence, despite not knowing why Wang Baol was unable to continue his absorption, Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming could sense that something had gone wrong. They eyed the cultivators who had appeared around them. Their faces were pale again. Despite that, they didn't give up. There was no need for words. Their eyes met, and they retreated almost at the same time, clustering together at a corner where they had set their battleground. Wang Baol's cultivation burst forth. 9 mosquitoes flew out, giving him an all-encompassing field of vision. His peak-level true breath realm cultivation and his physical strength augmented each other and gave his battle prowess an exponential boost. He stepped forward and, with a thundering kick, sent the first cultivator who had charged forward flying. Yaming, support me with array formations. Yifan, you get the ones that I miss. Let's give it all we've got. Wang Bao's eyes were alight with ferociousness. The instant he spoke, a baneful aura that had first appeared in the pond cloud rainforest appeared once again, as the hundreds of assimilated cultivators appeared on the land above the tree hollow. On a dry and cracked surface of a small tree in the center of hundreds of surrounding giant trees, the face of a middle-aged man emerged. Its features were distorted as if suffering unbearable pain. Upon closer examination, one could see an almost indiscernible liquid light slowly flowing and spreading throughout the cracks on its skin. It was clear that the spread of the liquid light had some relation to Wang Bao's devouring, but the latter wasn't the sole cause of it. At that moment, it seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Compared to its look of pain, its gaze remained calm. It looked in the direction of the ethereal Tao College, and soft murmuring echoed in the air. The message still went through in the end. This isn't what I wanted, but since it's come to this, there is a need for a little strategizing. After all, the other two have succeeded one after the after. I have to succeed as well. As for the 3 puny insects inside me, they're such weaklings. It's just a matter of squashing them. As the small tree's murmurings resounded, within the tree hollow, as Wang Bao intensified his attack and a murderous aura exploded from his person, mist started rising from beneath his feet. The mist was the 3rd tier of Ethereal Tao College's unique mystic technique. Once applied, it would augment his speed. Wang Bao shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In addition, mist surrounded his body. That was the 4th tier of the Ethereal Tao College's unique mystic technique that went by the name Cloud Body. As for the 5th tier of the series of unique mystic techniques, Wang Bao had just advanced to the peak True Breath realm and had not yet fully grasped it. His form was like a cloud, dashing towards the assimilated cultivators in the span of a breath. As he approached rapidly, Wang Bao raised his right hand, and an arc of lightning shot forward. Following his cultivation's advancement to the peak of the True Breath realm, the power contained within the lightning arc had grown even stronger. It shone with a blinding light and dashed towards the assimilated cultivators. As it wove its way through the air, it sparked a series of electric bolts. Looking from afar, it seemed as if a small ocean of lightning had appeared in the tree hollow. It was a stunning sight. Thunder roared and resounded across all 4 corners of the tree hollow. Everywhere the lightning arc passed, the assimilated cultivators started trembling, and more than a few self-combusted immediately. As that was happening, Wang Bao summoned the heated burst within his palm. The heated burst transformed into a sea of fire that was vaster than what he had summoned before, and with a thunderous roar, it spread out in all directions. The heat of the flames was unbearably scorching. To a certain extent, it should have turned the assimilated cultivators into ashes. However, they were imbued with the power of the giant tree and were able to resist the flames. Despite that, the sea of fire and the lightning arc caused them considerable damage. There were a few assimilated cultivators who, under the assault of the flash arc and heated burst, were either torn apart and turned to dust or burned to ashes. It was an attack that they could hardly recover from. A complete annihilation. Such intensity exceeded Wang Bao's previous battle capabilities. A peaked True Breath realm cultivation had increased the prowess of his spells significantly, while the number of spells he could cast increased tremendously as well. As he concurrently unleashed Flash Arc and Heated Burst, he also set off Cloud Finger in a blast. Zhao Yaming's augmenting array formations descended at that instant, and the threads of array formations appeared all around Wang Bao and shadowed his every movement. As it glimmered, it provided Wang Bao with a defensive barrier and, at the same time, inflicted damage on the enemies as well. Shui Yifan, despite being weakened, grit his teeth and manipulated his numinous treasures into aiding Zhao Yaming and killing the assimilated cultivators rushing from the sides. Under their coordinated efforts, the loud clashes of battle sounds rang out within the tree hollow. The air was heavy with murderous intent, the battling fearsome. Die! Wang Bao growled. He flung his fist out, stirring a wave of energy. The strength within his entire body exploded outward, and he smashed the head of an assimilated cultivator straight open. His left hand drew seals, and a flame appeared and flew forward, burning. Wang Bail stepped forward and dropped his head suddenly, dodging the flying sword leaves from 3 assimilated cultivators. He then leaped and flung out 3 self-exploding beads. A series of explosions sent the 3 assimilated cultivators who had tried to ambush him flying and collapsing into a heap. Wang Bail was about to rush forward and burn them into ashes when he suddenly tilted his body sideways, raised his right hand, and grabbed behind him. An assimilated cultivator who had snuck up behind him was caught by the neck instantly. He tightened his clutch. With another wave of his arm, several flying swords dashed towards Zhuo Yifan. They approached and suddenly exploded, sending the few assimilated cultivators who had been about to lunge onto Zhuo Yifan quaking from the shockwave and flying back. Wang Bail didn't pause after resolving the threat that Zhuo Yifan had faced. Instead, he struck again. He was like a fearsome tiger charging into a pack of wolves. Wang Bail's cultivation level might have increased, but there were still limits to it. The assimilated cultivators, on the other hand, despite having been torn into pieces, would quickly recover as the numerous tree branches wove them back together. As the fight went on, it was obvious they weren't fighting on the same level. Even if some were destroyed under his powerful attacks, wiped out and decimated in both flesh and spirit, those were in the minority. They occupied less than 2/10 of the hundreds of assimilated cultivators. Even though he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his spirit chi was finite. Flash arc and heated burst also consumed a great deal of his cultivation. As a result, Wang Bail soon started panting heavily and could only retreat. Zhuo Yifan, in his weakened state, was also slowly exhausting himself. Eventually, he didn't manage to avoid an attack in time and was pierced through the chest by 3 leaves that had been transformed by a spell. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body draining of life as he fell backward. In his bitterness, he lost all fight in him. Falling to one side, he stared at Wang Bail, who was still engaged in a fierce battle. His mind was a complete blank. He seemed to be thinking back on memories of his childhood, of his family clan and his cruel and cold-hearted father and his cold-blooded elder brother, of Spirit Breath Village and the happenings inside, and of Wang Bail standing before him. Gradually, his vision grew blurry. The sounds of battle grew more and more distant. Zhao Yaming, on the other hand, was still persevering, but her body was shaking ceaselessly. It was clear that she was about to exhaust her spirit chi. Her array formation threads were an immeasurable aid to Wang Bail, however. That was why she continued to grit her teeth and stand firm despite reaching her limits. However, without Zhuo Yifan's support, regardless of how strong Wang Bail was, he couldn't attend to everything that was happening on the battlefield. There would always be someone weaving their way through the battlefield from all directions, charging towards Zhao Yaming. As Wang Bail observed the scene, he started panicking. He had expended all his numinous treasures and no longer had any means of defense at his disposal. He could only retreat while blocking the attacks. At that point, his panting grew heavier, and cuts from the blades of flying sword leaves appeared on his body. Some were surface wounds, others deep injuries. The worst was one that had pierced through his right leg, creating a tear-like wound. Bail Yaming, do you think the college received our message that they will be coming? Zhuo Yifan seemed to have forgotten that they were in the midst of battle. The light in his eyes grew fainter, and he muttered to himself. As his eyes darkened, there seemed to be a dash of red light intensifying within. Zhao Yaming remained silent. She used the last dregs of her spirit chi to sustain the array formations, but she couldn't hold on for long. Soon, under the attack of multiple bespelled leaves, Zhao Yaming spat out a mouthful of blood. She had completely expended the cultivation inside her body, and the array formations around them vanished. Her body seemed drained of all strength as she leaned against one of the walls of the tree with great difficulty. She had bitten her lips, and her face was drained of all blood. There seemed to be a struggle taking place deep within her, one that no one could witness. She appeared to be torn about a choice she was about to make. Yifan, hold on. Help will definitely arrive from the college. Wang Bail saw how Zhuo Yifan had reached the end of his rope and said hurriedly. He retreated abruptly, before Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yeming. With the glove on his right hand, he sent forth an explosive shockwave that drove the assimilated cultivators lunging at Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yeming back. Wang Bail watched as Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yeming lost all fight in them. As the multitudes of tireless assimilated cultivators continued rushing forward from all directions, bitterness and despair rose in his heart. He himself didn't know whether the college had received their voice transmission. It was then, as he spiraled further into the depths of despair, that suddenly, inside his head, from within the black mask, the familiar, distant voice of little Missy rang out for the first time. "Don't be afraid, Wang Baol. I'll teach you a scripture. Its power is unfathomable. Uttering it will shift the heavens and earth and exterminate all living things." There was a hint of pride in her voice as it echoed within Wang Baol's head. He was slightly wary when he heard what she said. Her statement was so powerful that he secretly felt doubtful about it. However, he thought back to everything the little Missy had told him and, except for the slight exaggeration regarding the scabbard, whatever she had told him had never turned out to be a bluff. Especially the golden body, he had followed her instructions and attained it. The many encounters strengthened his faith in her, so he hurriedly asked, "What scripture?" "Listen carefully. Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of Heaven, all sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. Await the path of cultivation one. Go. In accordance with this scripture, execute this puny sapling," little Missy said with a casual arrogance. Upon hearing the scripture, Wang Baol's body, heart, and soul were shaken to the core. He seemed to feel some sort of calling. It was as if the scripture could actually move the heavens and earth and, upon utterance, it would transform one's life completely. Wang Baol didn't know how reciting the scripture would, in little Missy's words, move the heavens and earth and exterminate all living creatures. It was all too strange, and something he felt was completely unimaginable. But he could feel something indescribable surface within him when he heard the scripture. It was as if it hid a certain meaning that could not be described in words. The last line, especially, was imbued with immense power. If it had been another time and place, Wang Baol would have cast his suspicions aside and found a way to verify the truth behind the scripture. After confirming that it was of use, he would then try it out. However, at that moment, trapped within the dangerous tree hollow and facing the onslaught of hundreds of assimilated cultivators, Wang Baol, who continued casting spells while deliberating on the scriptures, was running out of time. "Let's just give it a shot." Wang Baol threw out a punch. With a wave of his hand, a sea of lightning and an ocean of fire exploded into being simultaneously, wiping out a dozen assimilated cultivators charging towards him. His eyes flashed, he sucked in a deep breath, and he was about to recite the scripture. It was at that moment. Wang Baol had not yet started uttering the scripture when an indescribable blood chi rose and expanded behind him. It was followed by a thunderous roar. The blood chi was so intense it formed a blood chi hurricane that swept across the entire area. The hurricane exuded an oppressive aura of violence and bloodlust, and the surrounding assimilated cultivators started quaking in their boots and froze in their tracks. It was as if an invincible, fearsome soldier had just awoken. Even the tree hollow started shaking at that instant, and signs of decay appeared on its four walls. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. Wang Baol's heart pumped rapidly, and his breathing quickened as he turned around. Behind him, next to Zhao Yeming, Zhui Yifan, who had been gravely wounded and on the verge of death, was floating off the ground, not standing but floating in midair. There was a red light flashing in his eyes, and his entire person exuded an aura of violence and bloodlust so intense it conjured the images of a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. The intensity of the blood chi was indescribable and was coming off him in waves. "What's going on?" Wang Baol was stunned. He had almost shouted out the scripture then, but who could have known that Zhui Yifan still had such an ace in the hole left in him? It was clear that there was something amiss with Zhui Yifan. As Wang Baol stood, stunned, Zhui Yifan moved. His body swayed forward abruptly, and he leaped forward in midair. As he dashed forward, his right hand raised and pressed against his own neck, yanking abruptly. Wang Baol gasped in shock as he saw with his own eyes Shui Yifan pulling out, from his own neck, a crimson blood sword. The edges of the blade were formed from blood while the rest of the sword was formed from bone. Shui Yifan's expression was that of pain and ferocity as he pulled out the sword. He was silent, and it was as if he had transformed into a demon as he charged forward. He was swift like lightning, approaching an assimilated cultivator in the blink of an eye. The blood sword in his hand went sweeping across the air. As it hit the cultivator, the assimilated cultivator quaked, his entire person turning into a pool of blood in an instant. The killing seemed to have incited his thirst for blood, and Shui Yifan moved even more quickly. He was like a blur of blood-red shadow, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. Within the span of a mere dozen breaths, he slew more than a dozen assimilated cultivators around him. The cultivators, who had turned into pools of blood, clearly lost the power to regenerate again. The aura of bloodlust exuding from Shui Yifan grew stronger, and the demonic air around him intensified as well. It's not him who's controlling the sword. It's the sword that's controlling him, Wang Baol observed. It was then that the tree hollow started swaying fiercely, and a sound of disdain resounded throughout the entire tree hollow. It was like multiple bolts of lightning crashing down, sending instant tremors through Wang Baol's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood spilled from Zhao Yaming's lips as well. As the sound rang out, a middle-aged man dressed in black robes stepped out from the far wall of the tree hollow. The man looked to be human, but his face was lined like that of tree bark. His eyes were cold and held a glint of savagery within them. As he appeared, the aura of Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation burst forth from his body. The intensity of his aura surpassed all Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators Wang Baol had come across. The perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. He's only a step away from Core Formation Realm, Zhao Yaming said quickly. Her voice was calm. When she spoke, her eyes no longer held any hints of hesitation or struggle, and she shut both eyes then. Despite noticing Zhao Yaming's strange behavior, Wang Baol had no time to question further. It was a critical moment. With the appearance of the black-robed man, the aura in the entire tree hollow turned chaotic, and the assimilated cultivators fell to their knees. It was clear that the middle-aged black-robed man was their master. As they witnessed the scene before them, the man's identity became clear. He was the human form of the giant tree. The middle-aged black-robed man didn't spare a glance towards Wang Baol or Zhao Yaming when he appeared. The expression on his face was cold and arrogant. With one step, he appeared right before Shui Yifan, a solemn and vicious look on his face as his right hand lifted abruptly in a sudden sweep. A sudden, immense force emerged. Countless leaves appeared out of thin air, forming a tornado which exploded without warning. The loud explosion shook Shui Yifan's body. However, he didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he drew the cloak of demonic aura tightly around him. Amidst his tremors, his fighting instincts seemed to be sparked. Wielding the blood sword in his hands, he sent it sweeping towards the approaching tornado. An explosive sound resounded and rose into the air as the tornado was sliced into halves by Shui Yifan's single blade. A shockwave swept outwards in all directions. Blood bubbled from Shui Yifan's mouth, and his body stumbled back towards Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming. The bloodlust in his eyes seemed to have grown much fainter. Even the blood sword in his hands was melting away as if being absorbed back into his body. The middle-aged black-robed man stood hovering in midair. One split half of the tornado went roaring past him, causing a faint cut to appear on his face. It healed swiftly and, within a span of a few breaths, disappeared completely. There was a strange light in his eyes as he stared at Shui Yifan. How unfortunate. If your cultivation level had risen to the Foundation Establishment realm, you might have posed a challenge to me. After all, you're the Blood War soldier from the 5-Generation Sky Clan. I'd heard of this in the past, that the 5-Generation Sky Clan had gotten their hands on a strange mystic art that required multiple people from the same generation and with the same bloodline, where one would be the host while the remaining would be soldiers. The soldiers have to sacrifice everything, including their flesh and blood, to the host, the destined soldier. I can't believe that the 5-generation Sky Clan actually carried it out. They're indeed an ancient clan. Resourceful, determined, and ruthless. You probably have an elder brother, or maybe a younger brother, whom the clan has placed their hopes on, while you are just a vessel. As the man spoke, Zhuo Yifan, who was slowly regaining lucidity, turned pale. He retreated once again, and the blood sword in his hands completely retreated back into his body. There was sorrow in his eyes, and he didn't say a single word. Waves of emotion stirred within Wang Baol when he heard that. His face stiffened, and his eyes grew wide. He thought of Spirit Breath Village and Zhuo Yifan's brother, Zhuo Yixian, and the moment when Zhuo Yixian terrorized Zhuo Yifan and prevented him from obtaining a 7-inch spirit root. It was clear that the answer to all his previous doubts wasn't as simple as it had seemed then. It implicated the secrets of the 5-generation Sky Clan. Zhuo Yixian might have done what he had done to secure his control over the war soldiers and prevent an overthrowing of his power from ever taking place. He both desired the war soldier to become stronger and to keep the soldier under his control, so that the soldier would never surpass its master. Who would have thought that out of the 3 puny insects casually captured, there would be one who turned out to be a war soldier? Interesting. Greed flashed in the middle-aged black-robed man's eyes as he spoke merrily. His body blurred as he dashed towards Zhuo Yifan. His speed was supernatural. As he approached, the force of his foundation establishment realm cultivation became overwhelming, assaulting their concentration and their cultivation. It was as if they had been rendered completely helpless before the middle-aged black-robed man. The man raised his right hand and was about to grab Zhuo Yifan. Wang Baol's eyes turned vicious, and he was about to shout out the scripture. It was then that suddenly, next to him, in that very instant, an energy stronger and more earth-shattering than the one that Zhuo Yifan had exuded, a tornado of aura, exploded in the air. As it roared, thundering into the skies, Zhao Yaming's hair started lashing around in the absence of wind. Terrifying whirlpools of air started appearing all around her. Multiple whips seemed to form rapidly out of nowhere and lashed outward in all directions. The assimilated cultivators shook and collapsed upon the touch of a whip, and even the tree hollow shook fiercely. Wang Baol's eyes widened even more. He wasn't a stranger to that sight. During his battle with Zhao Yaming, the latter had been unconscious in the last leg of the fight. It had happened then too. She had still been at the ancient martial realm, and the aura that she had exuded then was strong and extremely terrifying. Having reached the 4th level of the true breath realm, and once again slipping into the same state, the intensity of her aura would be unimaginable. Even the expression on the black-robed, middle-aged man changed drastically. He gasped in shock. "A mutation! There's something wrong with your bloodline." The black-robed, middle-aged man couldn't have guessed that out of the 3 he had casually captured, 2 would be such extraordinary people. One was a rare war soldier, and the other from the even rarer mutated bloodline. Even he felt incredulous at the sight unfolding before him. The middle-aged, black-robed man's body blurred. His attention was no longer on Zhuo Yifan. He dashed towards Zhao Yaming, swift like the fall of lightning. However, as he approached, Wang Baol yelled. The latter was prepared to recite the scripture's line, regardless of whether it worked or not, to stop the man from getting closer. He didn't have the chance to say a word. The moment the middle-aged, black-robed man approached, Zhao Yaming's tightly shut eyes opened abruptly. They glowed with a blue light which exploded into an ocean of blue, and surged towards the approaching man as if to pull him under. The intensity of the blue light was too great. As it spread outwards, thundering, all the assimilated cultivators started trembling. They shriveled on the spot as if cleansed of all life, turning into dust within the blink of an eye. Wang Baol had been standing behind Zhao Yaming, but he didn't escape unscathed. His body shook, and he could barely form the words of the scripture. He grabbed hold of Zhuo Yifan, who, weakened and barely recovered from his earlier episode, had instantly blacked out and retreated hastily. They barely managed to escape the full onslaught of the attack. Both of their ultimate attacks can't be controlled. Wang Baol twitched with fear. He was thankful that they hadn't used such attacks on him previously. Otherwise, he worried that he might have been killed by them both then. In reality, Zhao Yaming in that state wasn't conscious, and Wang Baol was well aware of that. Under the cast of the blue light, the surrounding walls of the tree hollow started shriveling and drying up. It was as if they were being forced to age rapidly. The pain from his true form reached the middle-aged black-robed man at that moment, and he started shaking, the expression on his face gruesome. He roared and pressed forcibly against the ocean of blue light, his hand clawing viciously at Zhao Yaming's face. Die! Wang Baol watched as the scene unfolded and panic rose in his heart. He grit his teeth and started reciting. As it is? As he spoke the first few words, Zhao Yaming, with blue light flooding out from her eyes, suddenly opened her mouth wide and let out a sound so piercing it shook the heavens and earth. The scream rang loudly across all directions. The scream was shrill beyond measure, and as it rang out, a buzzing sound exploded in Wang Baol's head. Blood started dripping from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. If not for the devouring seed churning fiercely within him, he would have passed out. Even though Zhui Yifan was unconscious, his body trembled and blood seeped out from between his lips. They weren't even standing directly before the oral force but hidden behind Zhao Yaming. The middle-aged black-robed man, who stood in front of Zhao Yaming, took the onslaught of her oral attack head-on. The look on his face changed drastically, and his breathing quickened as blood spilled from his lips. Then, the hand he had outstretched towards Zhao Yaming exploded. He retreated rapidly, unwilling to remain in the vicinity of Zhao Yaming in her aggressive state. Damn it! Damn it! The man retreated, staggering. His disintegrated right hand regenerated swiftly, but the pain and humiliation of losing a hand drove him into a rage. He never would have thought that a cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment realm like himself would be helpless against a true breath realm cultivator. All mutants are nutbags. A destructive power rests within them, one that, once awakened, even I can't survive it. Following the black-robed man's retreat, and as Zhao Yaming's screams echoed through the air, the walls of the tree hollow, having shriveled under the onslaught of the waves of light blue, could take it no longer. They cracked and fractured into pieces. The fracturing wasn't contained within a small area but spread across the entire tree hollow. In that instant it exploded. Everything turned into dust. The surrounding earth also couldn't withstand the attack and exploded outward into the air. From afar, one could hear a rumbling from the center of the Coulomb Basin. Very quickly, the earth started to shake. Then, it exploded, sending dirt and earth everywhere. Screams resounded in the air as blue light spilled out from the cracks in the earth. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. As the opening in the ground appeared following the collapse of the tree hollow, sunlight spilled underground. Wang Baol could see the light of day. It was then that Zhao Yaming, after her fearsome attack, exhausted herself completely. Her body grew limp and she fell into unconsciousness. The blue light and the sound waves immediately vanished. It was during that moment, as the black-robed man retreated and Zhao Yaming fell unconscious, that Wang Baol dashed out with his quick reflexes. Grabbing Zhui Yifan in one hand and Zhao Yaming in the other, he leaped upwards, jumping off the surrounding earth and rocks and following the path of the explosion towards the opening in the ground. He charged out from underground and escaped from the inside of the giant tree. Without pausing for breath, Wang Baol panted heavily and dashed forward. He pulled out his voice transmission ring hurriedly and called for help from the college. That time he received a reply. "Give us another 30 minutes. We'll be there." There was a hint of solemnity in the anxious voice coming from within the voice transmission ring. Wang Baol let out a sigh of relief and quickened his escape. Inside the crater behind him, the black-robed man had an ugly look on his face. He did let loose an inward sigh of relief, though. From what he could tell, the girl was the strangest amongst the three. For the little fatty ahead of him who was trying to escape, he had little concern. He reasoned that Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan must have been why the three of them had managed to escape assimilation earlier. In reality, the paralysis inflicted by the purple ocean resting within Wang Bao's eyes had resulted in the giant tree being unable to determine who had been the culprit behind everything. I don't believe that all three people I'd randomly caught would be freaks of nature. He snorted with disdain. With a single leap, he rose above ground. Regardless of Wang Bao's speed, there was still a chasm separating him from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He was additionally burdened by the weight of Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming. The black-robed man soon caught up to him. As he drew near, the speed of his approach stirred a roar. It was the sound of the sound barrier being broken. The distance between him and Wang Bao grew smaller and smaller. Wang Bao watched as the distance between them shrank to fewer than 50 yards. In his panic, he shouted, "Tree freak, stop chasing us. Backup from our college is arriving. You should start bailing. This is a friendly reminder." The black-robed man remained expressionless and silent and increased his speed. It seemed as if he was about to catch up with them at any time. Wang Bao's breathing stilled. He was like a beast forced into a corner, and his eyes shone with madness and violence. He spun around suddenly and stared unblinkingly at the black-robed man charging towards him and roared, "Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of Heaven." As the words were spoken, an oppressive rumbling sounded across what had been clear skies, and thunder clouds seemed to be gathering. There was a strong, oppressive heaviness spreading in the rumbling air as the entire sky seemed to darken slightly. The sudden change sparked off a similar shift in the black-robed man's expression, and he sucked in a breath without thinking. He could feel, instinctively, death looming over him. It was an indescribable feeling. Even more incredible was how he could feel the prickling on his scalp. A surge of indescribable fear and terror rose from deep within him. "What are you reciting?" he intuitively gasped in shock. Wang Bao had given himself a shock as well. He was breathing heavily at that moment, and a fierce light shone from within his eyes. The astonishment he felt was accompanied by a mad glee, and he inwardly uttered, "Little Missy was right. She didn't play me for a fool." Who could have imagined that the scripture she had taught him would give off such a powerful and overwhelming intensity? Amidst his rapid breathing, he stopped running altogether. Instead, he stared at the black-robed man, whose expression had changed completely, with a cold arrogance. There was no pause in his speech as he spoke the second verse. "All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities." As the verse was spoken, lightning split the heavens apart, and a thunderous roar resounded across the sky. The clouds boiled and rolled over, and the heavens transformed in an instant. An awesome force that would send all living things quaking in terror gathered in the skies. It was like a supreme presence who had been slumbering in the distant galaxy, was suddenly awakening. At that moment, the earth trembled. Under the quaking, the Coulomb Basin seemed on the verge of complete collapse. The expression on the black-robed man's face was no longer of shock. He had turned pale instantly. An overwhelming sense of danger, like the surge of a tidal wave, rushed forward and drowned him. His instinct and intuition were telling him repeatedly that if he did not run right then, and if he continued his chase, then the danger that would follow would be great, very, very great. It would be fatal. It was a sense of alarm that he had never encountered in his life. It exceeded what he could endure and was beyond his wildest imagination. He even felt that, even with his cultivation breaking through to the core formation realm, he might still not be able to stand a chance. His death would be absolute. This is impossible. He's only at the true breath realm. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? The three of them, each one more terrifying than the last. The black-robed man's lips started trembling. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes revealed his unprecedented fear and shock. There was a loathing to admit defeat and a strong urge towards madness. Zhuo Yifan's identity as a war soldier had surprised him, and Zhao Yaming's mutation had shocked him further. But all that couldn't compare to the terror he was experiencing right then. His instincts told him that there was a force hidden within Wang Bao that was beyond horrifying, that could not be countered, that could not be stopped. that he had to run away from, far away from, as far as he could. But his reason told him another thing, that the other person was only at the true breath realm, and that it was impossible for him to have such an overpowering aura. He could choose not to believe, but he didn't dare to make the gamble. As he stood torn and terrified, and before he was given the chance to decide, Wang Bao's spirits strengthened. He lifted his head to the sky and laughed. He didn't retreat and instead charged towards the black-robed man, a cold, murderous glint glimmering in his eyes. A loud roar thundered from his lips, rumbling through the air and shaking the earth, and summoning raging thunder. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. As the words left his lips, the thunder grew more ferocious. The deafening roars transformed the heavens and earth. Clouds gathered rapidly, forming a giant hand spanning 10,000 yards in the sky. The hand blanketed the heavens and cast an enormous shadow over the vast lands. From afar, the giant hand in the air was a fearsome sight. The shadowed lands beneath it were not only cast into darkness but seemed to be stripped of all life, revealing signs of death. The black-robed man trembled fiercely. He could feel himself shuddering like never before. A fear unfurled within him that he had never felt before. He stared at the giant hand in the sky and at Wang Bao, who had an air of confidence. He didn't seem as if he was trying even the slightest to put on an appearance of self-assurance. It was as if he was confident of his ability to destroy the giant tree. His self-confidence amplified the overpowering aura of the 100,000 feet long giant cloud hand hovering in the sky behind him. The hand slammed towards the earth in a thunderous rush, blanketing everything in its descent. The sight of it finally drove the black-robed man to a mental collapse. I've heard in the past that the ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, the former Federation president, landed on the ancient green bronze sword and brought back an infant boy. This infant was not of the Earth's human bloodline but had come from beyond the skies. Could it be that he's that infant? Upon that thought, the black-robed man was overcome by emotions. His breathing stilled. The more he thought about it, the more he thought himself right. Yes, those two kids, the boy is a war soldier from the 5-generation Sky Clan, and the girl is a rare mutation. They are destined to reach the core formation realm. That such gifted ones would willingly unleash their most powerful attacks to protect him. Clearly, they must be his servants, tasked with the responsibility of guarding him. At the thought of that, the black-robed man could stand firm no more. With his face pale, he started retreating quickly and ran away. His only thought was his own loathing of how slow he was. The idea of killing Wang Bao and the others had been wiped clean from his mind. He knew that at present Wang Bao was too great a terror. He also knew that if he touched a single hair on Wang Bao, the whole ethereal Tao College might go crazy, especially the former Federation president. He would fly into an unimaginable rage. In his mind, Wang Bao's origins were tied intimately with the ancient green bronze sword. That was a great blow to his spirits, and he fell back quickly. If it had been before, Wang Bao would have been overjoyed at the black-robed man making his escape, but he was brimming with confidence. He thought it natural for the black-robed man to run away and had no intention of letting him escape. His confidence had soared to the heavens. He thought of little Missy in the mask as a genius. The power of the sutra had exceeded his wildest imagination. Such faith and confidence led to his laughing out loud to the sky, with a cold glint ignited in his eyes. Trying to run? Let me tell you something. Once I unleash my killer move, I'm invincible. You can kneel and call me daddy, but it won't help. You're not going to get away. Wang Bao growled. He started a fierce pursuit, shouting as he ran. Await! As he recited, the power exuding from the giant hand in the heavens grew. The stars trembled. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were howling, as if a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Path! At that juncture, Wang Bao was mad with glee. He yelled out the words. All of a sudden, even the sword sun started trembling and tilting, a chi that seemed as if it could wipe out all living things and exterminate all living creatures descended from the heavens and locked onto the black-robed man. The series of events finally drove the black-robed man to a complete and utter mental collapse. He let loose a howl filled with fury and madness. "No!" he roared. He would escape at all costs. He smacked his chest brutally with his right palm and spat out a big mouthful of green blood. In exchange, he became faster, speeding off in a thunder. Wang Bao's heart was filled with excitement. He raced ahead fearlessly, speeding up his pace. He pursued relentlessly and was about to shout out the final two words. But it was then, suddenly, the panicked voice of little Missy rang out in his head. "Stop chasing him. Little Missy, don't stop me. Today, I, Wang Bao, must kill this wretched creature and let him know what I'm capable of." Wang Bao replied inwardly with pride. Then he shouted, "Of!" The speed of the giant sky hand grew even more quickly. The rumbling sounds grew fiercer and louder. In the distance, the black-robed man smiled a tragic smile. Madness colored his eyes, and he spewed out more blood without hesitation, casting a mystic spell and speeding up further. Wang Bao raised his head proudly. He marched forward, ceaseless in his chase. He was about to yell out the final word when little Missy realized his overly excited state and panicked even further. She yelled straight into Wang Bao's mind. "Wang Bao, you idiot. You've already scared it off, but you still want to go after it? The sutra is fake. It's a hoax. It can only be used to scare people off. It has no actual power behind its attack. I didn't tell you the truth then because I was afraid you'd know it for the sham it is and wouldn't put on a convincing act. But who knew you actually started going after him? Once you recite the entire sutra, everything will disappear. Then, the enemy will run back and kill you with a single smack to your face." Little Missy's voice carried a tone of anxiety as well as exasperation. It was as if she had no words for Wang Bao's actions. Her words resounded in Wang Bao's head like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened instantly, and he stopped in his tracks. The muscles in his throat seemed to move, and his fatty flesh quivered. Uncertainty and alarm gripped him, and he asked hastily, "Are you for real? What I said is the truth. The sutra is fake." "You big dumb idiot." Little Missy was beyond annoyed. It seemed as if she didn't know whether she should be laughing or crying at that point. Wang Bao was stunned. He stood, dazed, and didn't shout out the last word. The giant hand in the sky gradually slowed down its pursuit. The black-robed man who had been trying to get away was first overjoyed, then confounded. He couldn't help but turn around and sneak a glance as he made his escape. Wang Bao saw the man glancing back. His body shuddered, a cry rising from within him, but he was quick to react. He grit his teeth and glared, making as if he was going to continue his pursuit. He opened his mouth wide as if to shout, then secretly maneuvered his cultivation and forced himself to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Wang Bao pretended he was struggling to force out the final word with everything he had. "I'm going all out. Even if it means paying a terrible price for shouting out the last word. I'm gonna go all out. We'll die together." His face turned red under his efforts. The extent to which he was striving, and his internal trembling, interwove with one another and made his act seem completely earnest and genuine, despite how inauthentic he was feeling. However, the power of the scripture felt too real. The black-robed man saw Wang Bao's crazed looks and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. He ran more quickly as he raged. "He's gone completely mad." The black-robed man sped off, quicker and quicker, finally disappearing into the horizon. Wang Bao dared not stop his pretense immediately. He suppressed his feelings of sheepishness and the trembling within his heart, shouting furiously while pretending to heave and pant. He slowed down gradually, pretended that he could run no longer, and finally stopped. It was then that a sudden fear gripped him. He recalled how he had chased after a cultivator who had been at the perfected foundation establishment realm so relentlessly and couldn't help the cold sweat from forming. "Little Missy, let's not joke around like this the next time. You almost got me killed." Wang Bao, frightened within an inch of his life, protested. "Who knew you actually bought it? Believing it is one thing, but you actually became a true convert." Little Missy snorted and paid Wang Baol no further attention. Wang Baol could only smile wryly after hearing Little Missy's words. But, thinking back to his performance just then, he felt slightly pleased. He thought he had been a force of nature. You can count yourself lucky this time around. You dare to give me trouble? I scare even myself when I start reciting the scripture. Wang Baol's feelings of self-satisfaction were mixed with sheepishness. He put up a show of yelling some more before hurriedly picking up Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming and running off in the opposite direction. His pace started slow, then gradually increased. Soon, it became a run for his life, as if he feared the black-robed man would realize what was amiss and exterminate him. Time passed as he continued running. The anxiety and fear within Wang Baol didn't dissipate. It was only after 15 minutes passed, and 7 to 8 cruisers bearing the emblem of Ethereal Tao College appeared, that his nerves finally settled down. I'm here. I'm right here. In his mindless joy, he was about to rip off Zhuo Yifan's clothes before he realized something wasn't right. He hugged Zhao Yaming more tightly in his arms, loosened his embrace around Zhuo Yifan, and tore a strip off his clothes. He waved the torn strip of cloth in the air. Zhuo Yifan's combat robes had been damaged and torn. Wang Baol didn't have to use too much strength to rip out a large strip of his clothing, revealing Zhuo Yifan's pale, tender skin. He waved and shouted his lungs out, and the approaching cruiser immediately saw them. In reality, compared to the cloth being waved around in midair, Wang Baol's round body was even more eye-catching. The cruiser approached almost instantly. 7 to 8 cultivators from the college leaped from the cruiser hurriedly. Leading them was the deputy sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College. His long red robes fluttered as he leaped down, and an aura stronger than that of the giant tree spread across the sky in an instant. Wang Baol had only felt it slightly, but he still found breathing difficult as feelings of oppression rose uncontrollably within him. A middle-aged man followed behind the deputy sect lord. He wore a long blue robe and looked ordinary, but there seemed to be lightning in his eyes, and his entire person exuded an overwhelming aura of violence. Even standing beside the deputy sect lord, it didn't pale in comparison to the latter's aura. It was clear that he was also at the core formation realm. The appearance of the pair sent the surrounding winds a-stirring and clouds a-shifting. Waves of aura that belonged to a core formation realm cultivator spread outwards in all directions. Their descent was followed by the arrival of 3 elders. The 3 elders' cultivation energy was forceful and overwhelming, exceeding that of a true breath realm. They were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Greetings to the Deputy Sect Lord, and to the elders. Upon seeing the group, Wang Baol's heart brimmed over with warmth and agitation. He placed Zhao Yaming down gently, stood and cupped his fists, bowing deeply. His clothes were tattered and torn, and he looked like a mess. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming were both unconscious. The deputy sect lord and the middle-aged blue-robed man saw the sight of the 3 and were taken aback. The deputy sect lord stepped forward and stopped before Wang Baol. He grabbed his wrist and immediately checked for injuries. There was concern in his eyes, and he softly asked what happened. The middle-aged man in blue robes also stepped forward and tapped his finger on Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming's foreheads. Both of them trembled instantly, then slowly they opened their eyes. Grand Elder! Upon recognizing who the middle-aged man in blue robes was, Zhuo Yifan struggled to stand and greet him. He was pressed down gently by the latter. The man comforted Zhao Yaming as well before turning towards Wang Baol. It was a giant tree with its cultivation at the perfect Foundation Establishment realm. It had the power to cast illusions through oral attacks and has the power to seal one's abilities, Wang Baol said quickly. He hurriedly shared what the 3 of them had encountered and gone through and pointed out the direction in which the giant tree had escaped. Wang Baol had also heard what Zhuo Yifan had said earlier, and knew that the middle-aged man in blue robes was the Grand Elder of the Combat Pavilion. A tree mutating and turning into a monster is something the Federation has never come across. I'd like to find out if this monster is indeed a blockhead who dares to harm the disciples of the Ethereal Tao College. Upon hearing what Wang Baol had told them, The expression on the blue-robed man's ordinary-looking face turned solemn. The aura of violence surrounding him seemed on the verge of explosion. It was clear he was filled with rage inside. After listening to Wang Baol's story, he turned and nodded at Wang Baol, a look of approval in his eyes. He whispered a few words to the deputy sect lord. Then, with a sway, sped away in the direction Wang Baol had pointed. He was extremely fast, but it seemed as if he found himself still not fast enough. He pulled out a huge black banner and wrapped it around his body, and his speed suddenly increased exponentially compared to his previous speed. He sped away, his consciousness cast out and spread in all directions as he searched and hunted for the giant tree. Wang Baol grew excited as he watched the middle-aged man in blue robes race off. It was the same for Zhuo Yifan. Even Zhao Yaming, who had remained quiet throughout and was currently in a weakened condition, let loose an obvious sigh of relief. What did you do to make the giant tree run away? After a round of reassurance and comfort to the three, the deputy sect lord asked curiously. As soon as he had spoken, Zhuo Yifan lowered his head. Zhao Yaming fell silent, and Wang Baol blinked and let out a dry cough. Maybe I scared it off. I told it that our seniors from the college were coming, and if it didn't leave soon, it would be killed. That was why it ran away. The deputy sect lord heard what Wang Baol said. He looked at the expressions on the three people's faces and couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the three of them. You rascals only know how to spin tales. Every one of you seems to be hiding secrets. Fine, the advent of the cultivation era had brought along with it countless opportunities. Any blessings you receive is due to your own luck. You can tell the college when you are ready to share your secrets. Wang Baol felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. The deputy sect lord laughed again. When he looked at the three of them, it was with approval and recognition. He retrieved 3 pills from the storage bracelet he carried on his person and gave each of them a pill. The pill was purple in color and sealed in amber, and there seemed to be smoke moving within it. It didn't look like an ordinary pill. While the 3 of them were not disciples from the alchemy pavilion, they could tell that the pill had impressive healing properties. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with this matter anymore. The college will seek justice for you. It doesn't matter where the giant tree came from. We will exterminate anyone who dares to harm the disciples from the ethereal Tao College. All of you deserve recognition for what you've done. You'll be rewarded accordingly after you've completed the Federation's 100 seedling assessment. The deputy sect lord smiled faintly. He passed down a few more instructions and made arrangements for the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators standing behind him to escort the 3 to the Federation capital. You can take the pill during your journey to recover your cultivation. Recover from your injuries before re-embarking on your travel. I look forward to your return as one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. Many thanks to the deputy sect lord. Wang Baol tried to control his excitement and hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. You little rascal, did you run into some sort of extraordinary luck? Having a breakthrough in your cultivation level and escaping successfully while carrying both of them. Well done. Not a weakling at all. The deputy sect lord pointed at Wang Baol. Wang Baol was secretly pleased. He noted inwardly that the deputy sect lord was really something. Not only that, he was extremely astute as well and knew Wang Baol's capabilities. After all, the giant tree had really been frightened off by him. It looked extremely undignified as it made its escape and clearly looked like it was about to wet its pants. He thudded his chest and said loudly, Of course, we disciples of the Ethereal Tao College will never back down when something happens. I, Wang Baol, will live and die as one of Ethereal Tao College. There was a strange look on the others' faces when they heard him say that. They felt that Wang Baol never let go of any chances to market himself. But the deputy sect lord clearly found his words easy on the ears. He laughed out loud. The more he looked at Wang Baol, the more he liked him. He chatted for a while longer before arranging for the rest of the group to spread out and conduct a search. Wang Baol and his friends then boarded the college's cruiser and continued their journey to the Federation capital under the escort of the 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Only then did they finally release long and genuine sighs of relief. They stared at one another. Each one of them could tell that the way they looked at one another had changed. Especially when Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming looked at Wang Beil. Their eyes held a hint of surprise as if looking at something slightly strange, and a warmth that was more intense than before. They didn't question Wang Beil about his battle with the giant tree after they had passed out, or his trump card, as that would intrude upon his secret. Wang Beil didn't ask them in detail about their attacks either. They had reached a common understanding without having to say anything and smiled at one another. Compared to Zhua Yifan's smile, Zhao Yaming, who was already so beautiful, gave the impression of an unparalleled beauty when she smiled. It was like the blossoming of 100 flowers. Wang Beil glanced over, blinked, and pointed at Zhao Yaming's face. He opened his mouth. "Zhao Yaming, there's something on your face." "What?" She was momentarily stunned, and lifted her hand unknowingly, touching her face. She thought she had some dirt on her face. "Beauty." Wang Beil coughed quietly and said casually. Next to Wang Beil, Zhui Yifan's eyes widened instantly when he heard Wang Beil's words. The two Foundation Establishment realm cultivators serving as their escorts had been sitting cross-legged a short distance away, smiling at them. Upon hearing what Wang Beil said, the expressions on their faces shifted immediately. One of them seemed to be deep in thought as he studied Wang Beil. It was as if he was looking at God himself. Zhao Yaming was taken by surprise and, unable to help herself, started giggling. Wang Beil's flirtatious words had been completely unexpected. Despite being generally poised and calm, Zhao Yaming still fell for it. Wang Beil saw how his simple teasing had generated such a response and was inwardly pleased. He had learned such tactics since he was 6 and had used them countless times. He felt like he was walking on air, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Okay, this incident has ended. Next, we'll head for the Federation capital, show them what we've got, and become one of the Federation's 100 seedlings." Anticipation shone in Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming's eyes, and they watched as the distance separating them and Kulom Basin grew bigger and bigger. Inhaling a deep breath, they continued chatting for a while longer before returning to their own rooms, taking the pill and starting the healing process. Even though Wang Beil's injuries weren't as serious as Zhui Yifan's or Zhao Yaming's, he would still require quite some time if he were to rely on his body to recover naturally. He swallowed the purple pill, and heat rose within his body as his internal injuries healed at an alarming rate. The physical injuries on his body slowly healed as well. Time passed steadily. After a few hours, as the cruiser slowly approached the vicinity of the Federation capital, the three ended their healing sessions. Energized, they left their rooms and stood at the deck, gazing at what was growing more and more majestic in their eyes. The Federation capital. The Federation capital sat in the southeastern regions of the Federation. It spanned a large area, spreading out as far as the eye could see and beyond. The large city stood towering, a majestic sight that inspired awe. There were 100 huge, inverted mountain-shaped metals under the great city. They looked as if they had been impaled into the ground and were connected to one another, covering the entire area. The size of each mountain-shaped metal was comparable to that of the ethereal city, towering thousands of meters tall. It was a stunning sight. The hundreds of mountain-shaped metals spread across a vast area, presenting a striking image. The city that was built above it held its title proudly, the top city in the Federation. Below the metal mountains was a thick fog that cloaked the lands. It was as if an ethereal mist had blanketed the area, lending it an air of the mysterious and unfathomable. Before the Cultivation era, it had been a beautiful place filled with tall mountains and clear streams. With the arrival of the ancient green copper sword and the landing of large quantities of broken sword fragments, the rich spirit chi transformed the landscape. With the divine armament a permanent fixture in the city, the land flourished. Within the fog were many bird beasts that possessed a kind nature, luxuriant foliage, a thriving forest, and streams with water that tasted sweet as if containing spirit chi. One could see, faintly, the lands within the fog. There were 8 roads running from the forest to all directions, and countless small stations spread out in circles around the city. It was like stars clustering around the moon. The scale of it was so grand that comparing the size of the Federation capital to that of an ancient kingdom would not be seen as an exaggeration. There were more intricacies that could not be discerned because of the fog. However, anyone who went there would be awed with a single glance. The fog-blanketed forest seemed to exude an intense and overpowering atmosphere. It was as if it held a power that could wipe out all who were powerful in the Federation. Besides that, the most eye-catching thing within the Federation capital was, above the 100 inverse metal mountains and built within the city moat, 102 statues that stood tens of thousands of feet tall. The statues all looked different. There was the Eastern mythological Nuwa, the Western mythological god Zeus, and so on and so forth. It could be said that the statues gathered there were the 100 gods that most captured the people's imagination throughout the history of the earth. Despite not knowing why the Federation capital had built such statues, it was still clear that their reason wasn't merely for religious tribute. That was especially because of the two statues in the center of the city. One was actually that of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College. The other was of a middle-aged man who gave off an imposing and overpowering aura. That man was the current Federation president. The majestic fog forest, the spectacular great city, as well as the 100 statues within that inspired awe and fear, everything came together to form the Federation capital. Similarly, the population size of the top city in the Federation was the highest in the world. Be it the population size of cultivators or the military, or even that of the common folk, they were so great that only the statistics department of the Federation knew the exact figures. Outsiders only had an estimate. The great city and the fog beneath it appeared before Wang Baol and his friends' eyes. Standing on the deck of the cruiser, they were all, except Zhao Yaming, blown away by the sight. Zhuo Yifan was born of the 5-generation Sky Clan and had seen images of the city in the news many times before. However, it was his first time visiting the city. As he witnessed the grand sight of the great city, so sprawling and majestic that it was almost a kingdom unto itself, waves of excitement and awe stirred in his heart. Wang Baol was stunned speechless. He gazed out into the Federation capital, breathing profusely. This is just too big. The houses over here, how much do they actually cost in spirit stones? Wang Baol rubbed his eyes and stared at the city that stretched endlessly into the horizon. He was standing aboard a flying cruiser, and he still couldn't see an end to the city. He was blown away. A house here will cost more than 100 houses in Ethereal City. Zhuo Yifan had some knowledge of such matters. He replied upon hearing Wang Baol's shocked comment. What the? A house here costs as much as 100 droplet cruisers. Wang Baol trembled in shock, his flesh quivering. Suddenly, he was seized by the realization that everyone living in the city must all be really wealthy. Zhao Yaming didn't say a word as she listened to their exchange. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators who were escorting them to the city stood at one side and suddenly smiled. They were also moved by the sight. It didn't matter how many times they had been to the city. Every time they gazed upon it, waves of emotions would rise inside them. The Federation capital could be said to be the heart of the Federation. To the common folk, it was the center of government and business. To cultivators, it meant even more. It possessed the only divine armament in the whole of the Federation. The divine armament's existence guaranteed the authority of the Federation president, as well as inspired awe and respect throughout the lands. It was the reason why, while internal political turmoil plaguing the Federation had led to talks of separatism, the Federation as a whole was still relatively stable and secure. The cruiser approached the vicinity of the capital city amidst Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan's quickened breathing and frequent gasps of shock. Gradually, it slowed down. After going through a series of inspections and scans, Wang Baol had no idea what exactly each one was for. The cruiser was allowed entry. It landed in the designated bay for the Ethereal Tao College. Ethereal Tao College disciples who had been stationed in the capital were already there waiting. After Wang Baol and the rest arrived, they were immediately intercepted and received. After a series of arrangements, they finally reached the manor managed by the Ethereal Tao College. The manor environment was refined and quaint, with the twittering of birds and the fragrance of flowers in the air. There was also a strong spirit qi in the air. The manor wasn't open to the public on ordinary days and served as a residence for Ethereal Tao College disciples only. Many disciples from the Ethereal Tao College who were taking part in the Federation's 100 seedling selection had already checked in when Wang Baol and the rest arrived. After everything was settled, Zhao Yaming didn't move into the residence allocated by the college. Instead, she bade Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan farewell and looked as if she was leaving. "Where are you going?" Wang Baol got curious, and Zhuo Yifan turned and looked over as well. "My family lives in the capital." If it had been someone else, Zhao Yaming might not have answered the question, but it was Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan, whom she had survived a death-or-life situation with. They were not other people. Upon hearing Zhao Yaming's words, Zhuo Yifan's eyes widened. Wang Baol could hear something exploding in his mind and was dazed. "Your family must be really rich." After a pause, he said with great envy. Zhao Yaming caught the tone in Wang Baol's voice. She smiled, bade farewell to Zhuo Yifan, and left at a leisurely pace. It would have been fine if it had been an ordinary departure, but as Zhao Yaming stepped out of the Ethereal Tao College's manor, Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan witnessed 7 to 8 gold cruisers appearing instantly. They approached swiftly, then stopped, and more than 100 strong men quickly marched out of the cruisers. Be it its appearance or structure, Wang Baol, who had the eye of a Dermic Armament Pavilion's armament soldier, could tell immediately that the gold cruisers were not ordinary cruisers. The cruisers had taken him by surprise. Then the 100 strong men appeared. Almost every single one of them had a true breath realm cultivation. Amongst them was an elderly man who had an especially strong cultivation aura that seemed comparable to the giant tree. He seemed to be a butler of sorts, bowing at Zhao Yaming with kindness and concern on his face. "Welcome home, young missus." Zhao Yaming nodded and boarded the cruiser. She waved goodbye to the stunned Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan, then departed in a grand and spectacular manner. Wang Baol was dazed, and Zhuo Yifan silent. After a moment, when the cruiser that had Zhao Yaming in it had disappeared into the horizon, both of them looked at each other with strange looks on their faces. "What's her background? She's so rich." The pair spoke almost simultaneously. In the end, they returned to their residences, each feeling different emotions about the entire matter, and managed to settle down to a certain extent. However, both young men had their guesses and suspicions regarding Zhao Yaming's family background. They rested for the night. The next morning, Wang Baol set aside his suspicions regarding Zhao Yaming and went in search of Zhuo Yifan. He dragged Zhuo Yifan out of the manor and started strolling through the city. They wandered and looked at the stores in the capital. The wealth and scale of the place surpassed that of Ethereal City. The materials necessary for cultivation, especially, were available in great variety there. It was as if everything that could be found and sold in the Federation could be found and sold there. The pair, who had suffered the battle at the Coulomb Basin and expended their stock of materials and armaments, was immensely tempted. Zhuo Yifan had his eyes on some pills and a jade slip documenting a mystic technique. However, as soon as he inquired about their prices, he was stunned speechless. Despite having come from considerable wealth, they were still much too expensive. It was the same for Wang Baol. He stared at the items displayed in the store excitedly, exclaiming from time to time, "Tempered gold clay, streaming light liquid, God, there's heaven crystal sand as well." All these are rare materials that could give numinous treasures extra abilities and features if used during the crafting process, and augment the numinous treasures. Wang Baol swiftly and eagerly browsed through the stores. He paused when he saw something. Something exploded in his mind, and he could hear sudden buzzing in his head. This is... The sight that his eyes saw was that of a potted plant, an arm's width thick, resembling a palm tree but red in color. What had sent him trembling was what was embedded within the trunk of the palm, no larger than a finger, a black fragment. Wang Baol felt a strong calling the instant he saw the fragment. He felt in that instant as if that fragment was made from the same material as the black mask. He fought back the temptation he felt, made another round in the store, and then casually pointed at various materials. It was when he had almost completed his shopping and was about to inquire about the price of the fragment, prepared to add the red palm tree to his shopping cart and buy it as well. It was then, outside the store, the laughter of an old man rang out. "So the two of you are actually here." As the voice rang out, the elderly butler, who had received and escorted Zhao yamming away the day before, walked into the store with a smile on his face. He smiled and nodded at Wang Beol and Zhuo Yifan. Behind him stood a dozen strong men. Every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces, and they spread out within the store, surveying all four corners carefully. The owner of the store, whose status and background was also considerably influential, started paying some attention to them. Wang Beol and Zhuo Yifan didn't dare to keep the other party waiting. The latter was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator after all, and also one of Zhao Yaming's family clan members. They greeted him immediately. "Don't stand on ceremony, young heroes." The elderly man spoke warmly. His glance swept across both of them as he considered them both. He thought his family's young missus preferred to be on her own, so there must be a reason why she had chosen to stay in the company of the two. He studied Wang Beol again before giving Zhuo Yifan a more detailed look. The more he looked at Zhuo Yifan, the more he approved of the latter. The look of assessment in his eyes made Zhuo Yifan slightly nervous, and Zhuo Yifan asked politely, "Sir, is there a reason why you are looking for us?" As for Wang Beol, it was the first time he was referred to as a young hero. He felt strange. At the same time, he also noticed the look in the elder's eyes and could not help but cough. "Sir, actually, if you exclude my good looks, high cultivation level, great potential, and exemplary moral character, I have no good qualities to speak of. I'm not worthy of being called a young hero." As soon as he said that, the old man, who had been studying Zhuo Yifan, turned and stared at Wang Beol in surprise. The expression on his face changed gradually. After a long moment he shook his head and smiled, then explained why he had come. "Our young missus has always been solitary in nature. When she left to seek an education, she made a promise with our master that she would rely only on herself. Our master wanted to send someone to guard her in secret, but the young missus has a natural spirit body. She would be able to sense someone unless he is a core formation realm cultivator. Our master already knows about the incident at Kulom Basin. He is furious but also extremely grateful to both of you. This is but a small token of his thanks and cannot fully express his gratitude. Please accept it," the elderly man explained, then handed a card crafted from spirit stones to Wang Beol and Zhuo Yifan. There was a mark on the cards to protect against forgery. When the cards were presented, the pupils of many of the customers in the store contracted. Those who could not contain themselves revealed a look of shock on their faces. They started speaking in hushed tones. "That's a silver spirit card. I've heard about such cards before. Only 10 gold spirit cards have been issued in the entire Federation. Only the owners of these 10 cards have the right to give their guests a silver spirit card, which is infinite in number and means that the cardholder is an esteemed guest." Even the store owner, upon seeing the card, was moved. "All of your expenses within the city may be settled with this card." The elderly man heard the gasps of shock from the surrounding people and smiled lightly. He nodded at Wang Beol and Zhuo Yifan, cupped his fists in a salute, then left politely. The surrounding strong men departed with the elderly man, and the store gradually resumed its previous liveliness. However, with the recent encounter with the elderly man, the store owner, who had not paid Wang Beol and Zhuo Yifan much attention, walked over and attended to the both of them personally. As for Wang Beol, he listened to the surrounding murmurs as he held the card in his hand. He noticed the looks of shock and envy in their eyes, and could not help but be stirred. He looked at Zhuo Yifan and saw the latter had fallen into a stunned daze again. He sighed. "Yifan, you might not be feeling any psychological stress, but I can't handle this. Tell me, does this make me a kept man? I'm so torn. I never imagined there would come a day when I'd be sponging off a woman." Wang Beol let loose a long sigh and shook his head as he lamented. Zhuo Yifan gave Wang Beol's round ball-like body a strange look, coughed and did not say a word. I, Wang Baol, have always been self-reliant. Everything that I have was earned with my own hands. I've never sought help from other people. This is a principle of mine. Wang Baol had a serious expression on his face. As he said that, he turned his head towards the store owner and flung the silver spirit card in his hand over. The materials I'd chosen earlier, unless there's no stock, I want 10 times the quantity. Use this card to pay for it. Shui Yifan. The other customers. The store owner. 15 minutes later, when Wang Baol had packed his storage bag and storage bracelet to the brim, he strolled out of the store in a merry mood. Behind him, the look on Zhuo Yifan's face looked slightly unnatural. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he could not control himself and spent a bit of money, using the silver spirit card to buy the pills he needed. After returning to the college's manor, Wang Baol immediately extracted the black fragment from the palm tree. He studied it excitedly for a very long time, thought about it for a while, and didn't immediately fuse it with the black mask. He pondered over whether the fragment could be used as an enticement for the little missy in the mask. However, he was in the Federation capital. Out of caution, he didn't attempt anything, instead deciding to try it out when he returned to the college. In the days that followed, Wang Baol did not wait idly as the prodigies of the various political forces traveled from all corners of the Federation and gathered at the capital city to go through the selection process. He conducted another round of refining and enhancement for his numinous treasures. The consequence of that was that he required an enormous quantity of materials. As a result, the various material stores in the capital became places he regularly frequented, to the extent that his reputation had started to slowly spread amongst the stores. I, Wang Baol, have always relied on myself to travel the arduous path of cultivation. Every time he looked at the numinous treasure he had just refined, Wang Baol was filled with a sense of pride. Pleased and confident, he gradually completed the enhancement of his numinous treasures. Just looking at the self-exploding beads alone, almost 1,000 were crafted in a single sitting. There were also all kinds of puppets, of which he had refined approximately 100. The puppets in the earlier batches of refinement, like Zhu Gongqiang, were also revamped and enhanced from a Dharma artifact to a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. Wang Baol didn't give up on the strange and bizarre Dharma artifacts that had been modified by the armament sand. They had come in useful during his battle with the giant tree, which made Wang Baol realize that they could still be put to use. As a result, he enhanced the fly whisk, the umbrella, the large seal, the flying sword that did not differentiate between friend and foe, even the rope, to the level of a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. Finally, he came to the sword scabbard. With such an abundant stock of materials, the scabbard was also successfully enhanced to a perfected third-grade level. The number of mosquitoes that appeared remained at 9. However, they were clearly bigger in size and more savage than before. To increase its power, Wang Baol, after some consideration, embedded the bead he had obtained from the spear in Spirit Breath Village in the scabbard. The moment he embedded the bead, a 10th mosquito finally appeared out from the scabbard. It was gray in color and appeared different from the rest. It seemed to contain a strange power that Wang Baol could not comprehend. It was regretful that he could not test it out there. He made a note to find an opportunity to give it a test run in the future. Besides that, Wang Baol also enhanced the glove that had been at his side for so long and transformed it into a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. With his ample material stock, Wang Baol even successfully modified his storage bag. At that point, all of his dermic treasures were of third-grade quality. He also had loads of materials stocked up. The sense of satisfaction, as well as the improvement in his crafting skills achieved through the continuous refining, made Wang Baol never want to stop. I really like this feeling of relying on myself, working hard, step by step, and getting things done. While immersing himself in self-satisfaction, Wang Baol did not forget his snacks. Almost everything was sold in the Federation capital, and snacks were no exception. During that period, Wang Baol stretched his stomach wide and only managed to try part of the full selection available. To him, the Federation capital was just too good to be true. Bliss surged in waves inside his heart. Finally, the prodigies from all 4 corners of the land and from the respective political forces all arrived. As a result, The selection for the Federation's 100 seedling plan was to be officially held that day. Unlike almost all the other nervous participants, Wang Beol didn't pay much attention to the selection round. He didn't even pay much attention to the details of the selection. That was especially so after he had sought a second confirmation from General Zhou Dishi and heard the latter tell him that his placement had been secured. He had relaxed even more after that. He went to register his details on the first day, then returned to the manor and continued snacking and refining numinous treasures. The days passed one after another as the selection proceeded at full speed. There was a great deal of news spreading every day, promoting the selection round throughout the Federation. One after another, the candidates were seemingly transformed into celebrities, their news followed by everyone in the Federation. Sometimes, after Wang Beol watched the news, he would feel tempted to do something. However, after remembering his confirmed placement, he felt more pleased instead. No matter how good they are, they can't be as awesome as I am. My spot has already been confirmed. The selection went on for an hour and a half while he continued to stay in high spirits. Then he received a notice from the college. The giant tree had been found and exterminated. The Ethereal Dao College also officially reported the matter of mutating trees to the Federation at the same time, so that all political forces in the Federation could keep an eye out for any similar mutations in plant life within their domains. The lifespan of trees was, after all, different from that of animals. Their roots grew deeper. As a consequence, once mutated, it would invariably lead to disaster. After the alert was issued, the respective political forces conducted investigations and searches within their domains. They exterminated potential threats while keeping a lookout for such threats other than monsters. Fortunately, plant life mutations seem to be extremely rare. Following the issuance of the alert, until the end of the selection round, the other political forces had not found a second mutated plant life. That lessened the urgency of the crisis. The selection in the Federation capital also came to its end then. A total of 98 people, the cream of the crop, were selected. They would become the seedlings in Operation Sword Sun and receive comparably more resources from the Federation in the future. 2 names were missing from the list, which soon caught the attention of everyone in the Federation. That persisted until the 2 missing names were announced. One was Kong Dao and the other Wang Beol. The Federation had also released selective information on their achievements on the battlefield. The details revealed, to a limited extent, the treasures Wang Beol had harvested from Spirit Breath Village, his exploits during the Beast Tide, and the Beol cannon he had invented. The Federation used the opportunity to build Wang Beol's reputation, as well as let the entire world know that Wang Beol had earned the right to have a reserved placement. All of a sudden, Wang Beol's name spread across the entire Federation. He caught the attention of countless political forces. At the same time, news also traveled to Phoenix City. When his parents saw his name on the news, they were instantly stunned. After watching the introduction and finding out about the terrible things that he had been put through, they immediately started to panic. They called Wang Beol's voice transmission ring immediately. Wang Beol heard the anxiety and concern in his parents' scolding voices and took a very long time to reassure them. He promised to be careful in the future. Finally, the elderly pair, worried about and proud of their child, ended the call. There were many things that Wang Beol had not told his parents. After he had enrolled in the Ethereal Dao College and started on the journey of cultivation, he had slowly come to know how harsh and brutal the journey was. He did not wish for his parents to worry. His conversation with his parents had sent his emotions into slight disarray. He very quickly composed himself, then logged into the Spirit intranet and searched for information on Kong Dao, the other person who had a confirmed placement like himself. Wang Beol's eyes widened as he read through the other's profile. He drew a breath in. Kong Dao did not hail from any of the human political entities in the Federation but was actually from the Sea of Beasts. He had been adopted by the current Federation president 9 years ago and had been groomed intensively since becoming the president's foster son. He had not stayed on Earth but had instead been sent to the colony on Mars to train. He survived for 5 years on his own in the strange environment of the Martian colony. During his cultivation, he had collected numerous fragments for the Federation, and the number was astounding. However, all that would still not have been enough to reserve him a spot amongst the 100 seedlings. What had convinced the Federation and made them acknowledge his status as a confirmed seedling was a piece of news he had reported a month ago. On Mars, he had found a location which seemed to hold the remains of a divine armament. The numerous political forces in the Federation had confirmed that there was an extremely high chance of that being true. However, due to many reasons, they were unable to conduct further, more intensive explorations and found it difficult to retrieve the divine armament. Despite that, such a great contribution was enough to ensure his placement as one of the 100 seedlings. Divine armament. Upon reading that, Wang Bao's eyes almost popped out. The gears in his head started spinning. He realized immediately that something must have gone wrong when the report was submitted to the Federation, which resulted in the various political forces finding out about the matter. The Federation could not keep it under wraps and hence simply joined forces with the rest for the exploration. Wang Bao felt his guess was highly probable. He looked through the list of names and saw a few familiar names. Amongst them were Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yeming, who were both amongst the 100 selected. Besides the three of them, there were another 2 people from the Ethereal Dao College who had also made the list. Except for White Deer Dao College, there were not many from the other Dao colleges. The White Deer Dao College had the highest number, make the list 9 people. Li Yi, who had threatened to strip him naked, and most of the few other possessors of 8-inch spirit roots at that battle in Spirit Breath Village, were also in the list. Besides them, there was also Zhuo Yixian's name, which Wang Bao did not see in the list. However, a few unfamiliar names from the 5-generation Sky Clan appeared. There were also quite a few people from the 2 ever-mysterious major sections. The senator's heirs took up a few spots as well. However, Wang Bao did not see any names from the legendary Trillionaris Corporation, whose wealth rivaled a country's. After the Federation's 100 seedlings had been confirmed and the news had taken the entire Federation by storm, followed by the departure of those who had not made the cut, the 100 selected people, including Wang Bao, soon received a notification from the President's office. They were to undergo a week-long group cultivation in seclusion 3 days later. Someone designated by the Federation would be teaching them a mystic technique. The mystic technique was known to many and ranked 10th in all the mystic techniques discovered throughout the Federation since the Spirit Inception era. The technique was carefully guarded, and before that, only the Federation had access to it. Even the 2 powerful sects and the 5-generation Sky Clan had coveted it for a very long time. That was because the mystic technique relied not on spirit chi but was a physical combat technique. Such a physical combat technique was rare for both the Federation as well as other political forces. Its name was Supernova. Before the group cultivation, they were to gather to the presidential pavilion in the capital where they would receive a commendation from the Federation president. When Wang Bao received the notification, he was overcome with excitement. His breathing became excited, and his eyes started shining brightly. He paced in his room, unable to calm down. Supernova? By the sounds of it, it seemed to be really powerful. Not only that, but there's also the president's personal commendation. This could potentially be something that countless people will recount in the future, about how the 2 presidents from different terms met for the first time. Wang Bao grabbed an orange-flavored spirit beverage and guzzled it down. His spirits rose. When I see him, should I tell him that his position will be mine when I grow up? Wang Bao thought happily, then realized how inappropriate that would be. He worried about his chances to grow up should he really say that out loud. In his excitement, a flurry of thoughts crowded his head. He deliberated what he should wear, agonizing over the matter. He was not given more time to consider the matter, though. 3 days later, just before he was about to head off for the ceremony, someone from the Federation sent over a uniform that had been customized for the 100 seedlings of the Federation. The uniform was purple in color and seemed to shimmer. It was clearly not just an ordinary piece of clothing. He looked slimmer after putting it on. It made him look shaper, like a sword prepared to be unsheathed. A sword that was not as fat as it used to be. Such a trim figure. Such good looks. Wang Bao studied himself in the mirror. The distorting filters came built in with his eyes. He admired himself for some time before swaggering out of his room and stepping onto the private cruiser that would be transporting him to the presidential pavilion and had been waiting outside since a while ago. The cruiser sped towards the presidential pavilion in the city center. At the same time, countless cruisers from all four corners of the capital city were dashing towards the presidential pavilion. Besides the 100 seedlings, there were also media and various important figures who would be observing the ceremony. Wang Bail soon reached the city center. As he stepped into the presidential pavilion and saw the large pavilion that looked almost like a palace, he could no longer control the excitement and eagerness in his heart. One day he thought that place would be where he would live, train, and work. In his excitement, he didn't pay much attention to the people around him. He didn't notice that there were a few amongst the 100 seedlings who, upon seeing him, had snorted. Li especially showed her displeasure. There was another youth who almost rivaled Zhuo Yifan's good looks. He stood, poised and dashing in the room, a flicker of arrogance hidden deep within his eyes. It seemed that he had not planned to interact with anyone. However, when he saw Zhao Yeming, his entire body shivered. There was a strange light in his eyes, and he seemed shocked beyond words. There were thousands of people surrounding the area, many in a hushed discussion. There were also plenty of reporters who had started recording, as well as a great number of guards. Every single guard was at the Foundation establishment realm. There were also those who suppressed their chi. Those were often the core formation realm experts from the Federation. Every arrangement and placement of every brick had been the result of careful planning. The entire place came together in harmony. Everyone entering it was stepping into an array formation. It was amidst the crowd's discussion, Wang Bail's uncontrollable excitement, and the varying emotional states of the others that, from the entrance, came the sounds of many footsteps. A few black-robed men walked in and were followed by a dozen other people. Amongst them, in the middle of the group, was a tall man in his middle age. He wore simple, white clothing. In the crowd of black-robed men, he was particularly striking. The man had short hair as well as a formidable and imposing aura that commanded respect effortlessly. He exuded an aura that was astonishing. It seemed to resonate with the place. Every step he took stirred the crowd and made them lightheaded, and the spirit chi within their bodies tossed about uncontrollably. It was as if they were gazing upon a god when they looked at him. He was the current wielder of the Federation's only divine armament, the current Federation president who had hailed from the White Deer Dao College, the most powerful person in the Federation, Duan Myuk. The entrance of the godlike man sent the entire presidential pavilion into silence. The thousands of people simultaneously felt the imposing aura exuding from him. Unconsciously, they started shuddering inwardly and lowered their heads. Part of it was due to his authority and status, and the other due to his cultivation. Be it due to his position as the strongest man in the Federation, the sole wielder of a divine armament, or the president, the white-robed man walking in was the focus of everyone's attention. He shone like the sun. The 100 chosen seedlings stirred under the pressure, their emotions surging like waves. They felt like a solitary boat in a raging ocean. A natural fear and awe rose within them. Be it Zhuo Yifan or Zhao Yeming, or even Kong Dao who had a confirmed placement, none dared show any other feelings on their faces. They couldn't help the awe and respect in their eyes. Wang Bail, as well, stilled his breathing under the imposing aura. However, he was different from the other seedlings. His eyes held the same awe and respect, but at the same time, they had a strange look to them, as if they were looking at his future self. Such an expression immediately set him apart from the rest. Under the stares of the crowd, the stern-faced Duan Myuk broke into a smile the moment he stepped into the presidential pavilion. He walked towards the 100 seedlings, stood before them, and looked at every single one of them. His smile deepened with warmth and pleasure, as well as approval. The future of the Federation belongs to you. His voice carried the tone of encouragement as well as approval. The spirits of the 100 seedlings, including Wang Bail, immediately soared. They cupped their fists and gave Duan Myuk a deep bow. Bring the medals over. I'll present them to you. This medal represents your status, and the Federation's approval and expectations of you. I hope, from today onwards, you will be a representation of something extraordinary to the Federation. Amidst Duan-Muk's laughter, a guard who had been standing behind him immediately came forward and delivered the 100 medals the Federation specially made for the seedlings to him. Duan-Muk took the medals and started presenting them one by one. Every time he presented a medal to someone, he would offer words of encouragement. The limelight would fall on each prodigy receiving the medal during that moment. He or she would become the focus of the attention of the billions of people across the entire Federation watching the event in front of their screens. Such presentation ceremonies were broadcast live throughout the entire Federation. Good. This era belongs to us and belongs to you as well. Is this little yamming? Not bad. I hope to see you surpass your mother one day. Kong Dao. You have to continue to work hard. Duan-Muk walked past the group, presenting the medals. His words of praise resounded throughout the air. The Federation government officials accompanying him nodded with a smile, their eyes carrying looks of encouragement. The people who had received his praise and encouragement felt varying degrees of excitement. That sight was also seen in the eyes of the billion Federation residents through the screen. That carried on until Duan-Muk stood before Wang Beol. Wang Beol inhaled deeply and pushed his chest out, presenting what he thought was his most good-looking side before the entire Federation. His feeling of looking at Duan-Muk and seeing his future self intensified. Wang Beol? I know who you are. Duan-Muk looked at Wang Beol. His smile, compared to his earlier ones at the others, had a little something else to it. Even though he felt that there was something strange in Wang Beol's stare, he didn't think too much on it. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and patted Wang Beol on the shoulder. He turned towards the Federation government officials following him and said with a smile, "When General Deshi spoke to me about Wang Beol, I said something to him. Today I'm going to repeat what I said. The Federation needs 10,000 Wang Bao less." As soon as the words were out, the surrounding government officials were stunned. They started paying more attention when they looked at Wang Beol. Duan-Muk's actions and his words of praise to Wang Beol were clearly stronger than what he had given the rest. Even amongst the other seedlings around him were many who looked at Wang Beol with jealousy. However, they had risen above countless others to where they were, and every one of them had own means and ways. They kept their feelings hidden deep within their hearts and revealed nothing on their faces. At the same time, in the tens of thousands of homes, the residents of the Federation witnessed the scene through their screens. In that instant, surprise spread throughout the Federation. The sounds of debating voices could be heard across the entire Federation. That little fatty is Wang Beol? That's the guy who had a confirmed placement. He might be the fattest of them all, but clearly how outstanding one is has nothing to do with their weight. His treatment is obviously different. There must be something going on behind the scenes. As the tens of thousands of households continued their discussions, in Phoenix City on the highest building, a huge screen had been erected and was currently broadcasting that exact scene. Wang Beol, who had come from Phoenix City, was the pride of the city. Wang Beol's parents, especially, were excited beyond measure at the moment. "Old Wang, our son's done something great to make us proud. He's on television. He's being commended by the president." As Wang Beol's mother drowned in her joyful mood, the voice transmission ring beside her soon started ringing. She received a flood of congratulatory messages from her relatives and friends. "Beol's mother, your son is exceptional. I just saw it on the television." "Beol's mother, does your Beol have a girlfriend yet? What do you think of my daughter? How about we get them together?" The many congratulatory messages, as well as matchmaking proposals, painted a big smile on Wang Beol's mother's face. She started replying without pause. Superficial. Compared to the pride and joy Wang Beol's mother was feeling, Wang Beol's father seemed comparatively collected. He threw a glance filled with disdain, puffed up his chest and raised his head high, then turned and left for the bedroom. His steps were steady. As soon as he entered the bedroom, his eyes started shining brightly. He swiftly pulled out his voice transmission ring and started actively sending messages to his old friends. "Old Zhang, what are you doing? Have you seen what's on the television? Oldly, haha. You saw what's on television as well? That's nothing, you know that little rascal. He's been a smart kid since he was young. He has great potential. You can tell with one look that he's going to become the pillar of the Federation. Old son, you didn't watch the TV? If you're not doing anything, you can go take a look. Oh yes, the marriage proposal you spoke to me about the last time. I feel there's a need to reconsider the matter. As the entire Federation fell into a heated discussion, in the Federation capital, inside the presidential pavilion. Following Duan Muk's compliment and after Wang Baol received the medal, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt that a rare opportunity that might never appear again and hurriedly spoke. Loudly. Mr. President, can I say a few words? Before Wang Baol's turn, there were also other seedlings who had exchanged a few simple words with Duan Muk in their excitement. Most of them had spoken more softly, but while Wang Baol's voice was loud, Duan Muk did not dwell too long on his request, nodding with a smile. That is, I want to know, what has to be done to have the mantle passed on to myself and become the next term's Federation president? Wang Baol's eyes shone with a bright fervor. His excitement was colored by intense anticipation as he stared at Duan Muk. Duan Muk was stunned speechless and burst out into laughter. The government officials around him began to smile as well. Many of the thousands of people, as well as the other seedlings around him, however, stared at Wang Baol with an odd expression on their faces. They marveled at how the little fatty would dare to ask anything. What he had just said was akin to asking Duan Muk how he could snatch the position of the Federation president from Duan Muk's hands, and he had done it live before the entire Federation. That was indeed what had happened. Many of the residents of the Federation, upon witnessing the scene and hearing what had been said, were taken aback. They stared at Wang Baol on their screens and felt then that the child was indeed extraordinary. The problem was not as serious as they thought, however. Duan Muk accepted Wang Baol's question readily, with encouragement in his eyes. If there comes a day when the people of the Federation have chosen you to be their president, then you would become the president of the Federation. Of course, your cultivation must surpass mine as well. Duan Muk laughed, patted Wang Baol on the shoulder again, and moved on to the next person. The ceremony lasted for an hour before it finally ended. The entire event was telecast live. Duan Muk's answer to Wang Baol and Wang Baol's own ambition made him stand out instantly from the 100 people. He became known throughout the Federation and became the center of the entire Federation's attention. With the ceremony coming to its end, the week-long group cultivation in seclusion would commence as well. Following Duan Muk's departure, a cruiser heading towards the military camps outside the city transported the 100 people away. They were going to head to their destination to learn a technique that was only shared with those who had been awarded the position of a seedling, the Federation's mystic technique, supernova. At the same moment that Wang Baol and company landed in the military camp, in a forest far, far away from the Federation capital, in the middle of a swamp, the corpse of a flying monster lay half submerged in the swamp. Its death seemed recent, its corpse almost halfway to becoming completely decomposed. But suddenly, from within the bird's corpse, a tree branch burst out, reaching upward. The tree branch was shriveled and seemed devoid of all life. It was littered with scars, but gradually, the scars started to shed. A young sprout started to grow, slowly, from the tip of the branch. Accompanying the appearance of the green shoot was the explosion of an immense, startling aura. The power of the aura surpassed the Foundation Establishment realm and reached the Core Formation realm. If Wang Baol, Zhui Yifan, and Zhao Yaming were there, they would definitely be able to sense how familiar the aura was. It belonged to the middle-aged black-robed man who had been frightened off by them. It was clear that, while he appeared to have perished under the extermination of the ethereal Dao College, he had utilized some tricks to fake his death and escape from the jaws of death. He had even evolved and his cultivation level had broken through. Wang Baol, a face slowly emerged from within the green sprout. Its features twisted with a tinge of fear and savagery as it softly muttered. Not a single person in the entire Federation knew about the middle-aged black-robed man's rebirth, not to mention Wang Baol, who was on a cruiser that was landing in a military camp. The cruiser landed outside the Federation capital. Beneath the misty fog, which seemed like something out of a fairy kingdom, was a lush green land. The water that flowed through the land was sweet and infused heavily with spirit chi. Within the fogged lands were many military camps of varying sizes going about their own businesses. They had few interactions with one another and seemed to function and exist in isolation. The military camp that the seedlings of the Federation were headed for was called the 19th Camp. The 19th Camp sat approximately 100 miles away from the Federation capital. It was built on a less elevated ridge between the mountains, and a small river flowed through the land. On both sides of the river, the lands had been cleared and hundreds of barracks erected. The camp also had the most technologically advanced equipment in the entire Federation, as well as what could be seen as an extremely comprehensive and well-equipped cultivation ground. There were already many people from the military waiting for them when Wang Baol and company's cruiser landed. Compared to the eagerness of the 100 seedlings, and their excitement which hadn't yet died down, those from the military looked stern-faced and stoic. There was no attempt at niceties after the initial meeting. The military men abandoned the group at a special campsite on the northwest corner of the military camp. The site area was considerable and its facilities comprehensive. However, there were no single bedrooms. They didn't have permission to leave the special camp area without approval, and all of them were divided according to their sex into 2 large barracks. Having become the Federation's 100 seedlings, they were proud but also shrewd people. They might not be able to hide their feelings from sight completely, but they kept their thoughts to themselves and chose to accept the military's arrangements. Before departing, one of the people from the military swept his eyes in a glance across the group and spoke coolly. In the coming week, there will be someone who will teach you the mystic technique, Supernova. In principle, you're forbidden from sharing the technique with an outsider. However, it's impossible for the Federation to stop such things from happening. But, should we discover you doing that, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you will face execution. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes at the words coming from the military and seared it into memory. Many of the 100 seedlings around him, though, seemed not to be bothered by what was said. Next, return and rest up. You're not allowed to leave this site. Tomorrow morning, after you've received our notification, you are to assemble here within 30 seconds. The man from the military did not bother with what the Federation seedlings were thinking and turned to leave after finishing what he had said. Before he left, his eyes seemed to land on Wang Baol unknowingly. "He looking at me?" Wang Baol blinked. He felt that he had a certain relationship with the military. While curious, he followed the other male seedlings into their barracks. The barracks were relatively spacious, and there were more than 100 beds inside. While sparsely furnished, it was extremely neat. It was painted in blue and white. When standing in the barracks, one could experience the sensation of being comforted and soothed, as well as a sense of discipline and obedience surfacing in their mind. Everyone soon chose their own beds and began getting to know one another. It was clear that they had become familiar with one another during the selection round. The sound of laughter and conversation grew louder. Soon everyone left their bedside and went over to where others were, greeting and sharing interesting stories. Only Wang Baol and Kong Dao, the pair who had confirmed placements, seemed to fall to the margins. The rest seemed to unknowingly ostracize and ignore them. Kong Dao seemed used to such a mode of interaction with others. He was naturally solitary and unaffected by other people's opinions of him and sat down and crossed his legs, cold and arrogant. As for Wang Baol, he was naturally friendly. After locating Zhuo Yifan, he started chatting with the rest as well. However, his eyes soon narrowed as he realized while the people seemed civil and polite, they also seemed to be vaguely scornful. Just as he was considering seriously about whether he should verify his social status within the barracks with the group of people in a friendly, cordial manner, a voice sounded from outside the barracks. "Baol, are you inside?" The voice rang out. 7 to 8 people walked in from the entrance of the barracks. They were all soldiers from the military camp, and looks of joy appeared on their faces when they spotted Wang Baol. "It's you guys." Wang Baol's thoughts were brought to an immediate halt. He had looked over and recognized them. They were all soldiers from the stronghold. He rushed over to greet, surprised and happy, gathering them all into a big hug. Amidst the laughter and the stares of the surrounding 100 seedlings, the soldiers dragged Wang Baol out of the barracks and the campsite, doing away with the restrictions on leaving the special zone and going to their own barracks. The rule that prevented one from leaving obviously didn't apply where Wang Baol was concerned. He had received the green light, and even the soldiers guarding the area only threw them a glance. They seemed to have received some notice. Instead of stopping the group, they smiled kindly. Wang Baol could feel the difference in treatment, and his spirits soared. He didn't need to guess to know that his relationship with the military had led to that. In fact, he guessed that the Baol cannon played a huge part in that as well. On the way, the sound of their laughter and bantering resounded throughout the camp. Wang Baol found out that after the Beasttide had ended, many soldiers from the 7th Primary Stronghold had been transferred back to the Federation capital to rest and regroup. That was why they had appeared there. The mention of the Beasttide dampened Wang Baol's mood. He couldn't help himself, though the joy of reuniting with his friends quickly made him forget the memories of the battle at the stronghold. Many more soldiers became friendlier to Wang Baol as his friends introduced them. Some of the military commanders, especially, seemed to have heard about the Baol cannon and were really friendly to Wang Baol. While the other Federation seedlings found out about what had happened and seethed in the injustice of it all, Wang Baol had a sumptuous meal with the soldiers outside. Finally, he patted his tummy and followed the moonlit path back to his own barracks. When he returned, the rest were mostly sitting cross-legged in meditation. Wang Baol burped and returned to his bed. He sat down cross-legged on his bed, raised an eyebrow at Shui Yifan, and flung a chicken drumstick over. Shui Yifan caught the drumstick, an odd look on his face. He hesitated a moment, looked at Wang Baol, then shook his head, smiling. He ate the drumstick. That's what I call a good friend. Wang Baol sniggered. He dug out some snacks and passed them over as well. Then, he pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water, took a huge gulp, then shut his eyes and started his meditation. However, there were too many people in the room. Regardless of how unaware and shameless Wang Baol was, he still found it difficult to immerse himself fully in his meditation. The best he could do was to retain his 5 senses and awareness of his physical surroundings while maintaining, to a certain degree, a peak spiritual state. The night passed. The next morning, Wang Baol opened his eyes abruptly as the ringing of a bell sounded hurriedly in the air. The others stirred from their meditation and raced outside. As they dashed out, the female cultivators ran out of their barracks as well. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Everyone stood on the square. Almost as soon as they were all assembled, an old man walked over from afar. He had a humpback and his hands were placed behind his back. He walked over slowly and was followed by 2 middle-aged men in military uniform. An aura that far exceeded the Foundation establishment realm accompanied the elderly man's arrival and spread out without restraint. An imposing aura pressed down like a giant mountain on Wang Baol and the rest. They were shaken to the core and struggled to breathe. It was the same for Wang Baol. He had encountered quite a few core formation realm cultivators and could immediately determine that the elder's cultivation level was, without a doubt, at the core formation realm. The elder arrived before the group. His eyes seemed barely open. He didn't bother with niceties and spoke hoarsely and in a straightforward manner. I am Federation Priest Su Hongfei. I've been charged with teaching you the mystic technique. The supernova is about applying a special frequency while vibrating, and to achieve the full utilization of your entire body's power and focusing that power on a single point. The ultimate extermination technique. Technique is only the first step. The second is your battle intent. Remember, supernova is only possible if the punch has the weight of a battle intent to shatter the stars and crush the heavens behind it. Now look carefully. The elder spoke calmly. Then his eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, they were like 2 bright burning stars. A vast and overwhelming force surged from his body in sudden waves. Like an erupting volcano, he stepped abruptly to the side that instant and his right hand rose. His entire person was akin to a bow, stretched naturally. Then, his fist flung thundering towards the sky. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and earth, and loud rumbling exploded in everyone's ears, while blast waves rippled across the entire sky. As the echoes reverberated and traveled back, an enormous whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, expanding rapidly. It seemed to possess the power to tear everything apart. Strong winds appeared out of nowhere. The elder stood in the eye of the winds that spread out in all directions and lashed out, unsteadying Wang Baol and the others. All of them were caught in fear and shock as they could not control themselves as they fell back. It was as if the elderly man standing before them had suddenly transformed into a vicious, monstrous creature with a desire to swallow everything under the sun. An earth-shattering lightning bolt came crashing from the heavens. Its rumbling stirred fierce waves of resonance throughout the air. The 100 seedlings, including Wang Baol, were all shaken to their core. It was partly due to the elderly man's position. The word priest sparked their imaginations, and partly due to the spectacular power of the supernova that he had demonstrated to them. That's the supernova? The physical body alone could actually cause such power and damage? The instructor just said that it was the technique for ultimate extermination. Doesn't that mean that it can circumvent the power difference in cultivation levels? It's hard to say. This supernova may actually allow a true breath realm cultivator to defeat a foundation establishment realm cultivator. A raging fervor appeared in their eyes instantly. Everyone was awed by the power of the supernova. They eyed it with fear and caution, as well as a strong hunger. Wang Baol breathed in slowly and calmed down. He somehow sensed that the supernova shared some similarities with the 9-inch spirit roots tidal technique, which he had mimicked. To a certain degree, the supernova seemed to be an advanced version of the tidal technique. The instructor's body vibrated earlier. It was as if he had transformed into an ocean, controlling the bones and muscles throughout his entire body and utilizing the power of physical flesh to form a tidal wave. It was similar but much more complicated when he struck. Upon that thought, Wang Baol's heart started pumping rapidly. Compared to the others, he was more experienced with the tidal technique. With just the short demonstration, he was already eagerly raising his right hand and forming a first, instinctively trying to test it out. However, it was clear that the technique of and secret to the supernova wasn't something that could be easily grasped by a single demonstration. Despite his knowledge of its workings, Wang Baol's trial punch didn't display significant results. His attempt didn't draw the attention of the elderly instructor. There were a dozen others amongst the 100 people who had, like Wang Baol, drawn their fists and tried the same. However, not one of them was able to fully grasp the workings of the supernova on their first attempt. I'll let you have the jade slip of the technique later. Over the next 7 days, I'll also be demonstrating the technique once every day. There will be a final exam after the week is over. I can tell you in a very responsible manner that if you can successfully apply this technique, you can advance nearer to the foundation establishment realm. If you possess all the necessary criteria with your current cultivation, it is not impossible for you to defeat someone at the foundation establishment realm, the elderly man said coolly. His gaze swept past the crowd. He laughed unexpectedly and flipped his right hand over to reveal a pill in his palm. The pill was white in color and enveloped in a spirit stone, and it exuded a strong fragrance that spread across the square. Everyone who caught its scent could feel their blood circulation quickening uncontrollably. It was as if the pill contained the astonishing power of life. Once taken, it would greatly enhance one's body. This is the body-strengthening freedom pill. It's not refined by the alchemy cultivators in the Federation, but is something that was found in the fragment remains on the moon. There aren't many of them in existence. The alchemy cultivators in the Federation haven't been able to replicate it. The reason is that there are a few core ingredients that aren't found on Earth. The properties of this pill is extraordinary. When taken by one at the Foundation Establishment realm, it can advance his cultivation to the next level. At the same time, it can also enhance your physical abilities. It'll be of great aid to your learning the supernova, the elder said. Instantly, every single one of the 100 seedlings, including Wang Baol, honed in on him. Wang Bao's eyes shone like they were burning holes into the man. The moment the elderly man pulled out the pill, he had immediately caught a scent of it. An instinctive hunger overcame his body. He was drawn inexplicably to the pill. It was as if his body could sense that once he swallowed it, the pill would push his body to the next evolutionary level. However, there are too few of such pills. It's impossible to let every one of you have one. I only have the one pill with me now. That's why. Only the person left standing when the sun sets will be the one who gets to have this body-strengthening freedom pill. As soon as his words rang out, the 100 seedlings were immediately roused. Their eyes glimmered fiercely. To many of them, they were the cream of the crop in their own hometowns and colleges. They were naturally proud and self-confident to a certain extent. They, therefore, didn't feel uncomfortable at the idea of such a competition but instead had begun to gear up for it. Of course, everyone's personalities differed, and hence, their state of minds also varied. There were some who were discussing in hushed tones, clearly intending to form temporary alliances and partnerships. There were some who were like lone wolves, with a fierce glint in their eyes. There were also some who had multiple plans and strategies concocted, to the extent of attempting to contact the political forces supporting them so that they might get their hands on the pill through external means. Soon, those with a more fiery temperament struck. In an instant, the area descended into chaos. Some fought, some fell back, and some allied with others. In a blink of an eye, a loud rumbling exploded. The person standing next to Wang Bao was, coincidentally, a fiery-tempered one. He threw a punch towards Wang Bao without giving any warning. Sneaking up on me? I hate people who sneak up on me the most. Wang Bao glared. He didn't dodge and instead sent his leg kicking out, his foot connecting with the other person's fist. The sound of them connecting sent the fiery-tempered youth retreating in a hurry, and the expression on his face changed in an instant. The look he gave Wang Bao was filled with shock and caution. He dared not continue their fight, and instead turned and rushed towards someone else. Wang Bao snorted when he saw the other youth retreating meekly, and a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. He was set on getting his hands on the pill, and he knew that if he didn't do something soon, his possession of the pill might not be secure. The only solution was to eliminate all the other challengers in an instant. The old man said, the only person left standing. So, as long as the rest are unable to stand, it'll count? Upon that thought, Wang Bao's eyes flashed. His cultivation started churning. The scabbard within his body shuddered. In an instant, 9 mosquitoes flew out. They appeared suddenly around Wang Bao and, with the command he uttered inwardly, they sped towards the people around him. Wang Bao didn't release the gray mosquito. After all, he hadn't tested its abilities. It would be disastrous if it accidentally killed the rest of the Federation seedlings. Go bite their souls. I want them to not be able to stand on their feet. Buzzing in the air, the 9 mosquitoes scattered and sped towards the 90-odd people. They were small, extremely agile, and also really fast. In the blink of an eye, a mosquito flew under the feet of an oblivious cultivator from the White Deer Dao College who was in retreat. It disregarded the cultivator's shoes, its needle-like mouth piercing through the material, and stung. The cultivator from the White Deer Dao College had no reaction at the beginning. However, as his foot landed on the ground, and he prepared to continue his retreat, his eyes suddenly widened. An unbearable itch blossomed from the center of his soul and spread throughout his entire body. He started shuddering fiercely, his eyes revealing disbelief. He intended to bear the itch when he began to feel the same unbearable itch from his other foot. The itch had been barely tolerable at the beginning. However, it soon intensified like a surging tide, wave after wave, growing rapidly in intensity. The cultivator from the White Deer Dao College let out a gasp of shock, sat down hard on the ground, and tore his shoes off. He started scratching with everything he had. It itches. What is going on? The elderly man's expression was calm and composed as he observed the chaotic sight. He didn't pay it much care. He turned and, with the other 2 military officers, headed towards the exit. He didn't go far, however. before the roars of rage and gasps of shock exploded behind him. "I've been bitten. Damn it, there are actually mosquitoes here. I've been bitten too. It itches so much. I can't take it anymore. You guys have been bitten too? This must be a conspiracy." Amidst the stunned shouts and gasps, a dozen or so people had all sat down and taken their shoes off, scratching fiercely. It wasn't that they didn't want to tolerate the itch, it was that it was completely intolerable. Even the lone wolf, Kong Dao, had a myriad of unprecedented expressions shifting on his face as he scratched manically. The bizarre scene momentarily stunned the elderly man, who had been planning to leave but had turned around and taken a look. The two military officers standing behind him had widened their eyes, a dumbfounded look on their faces. The 100 seedlings of the Federation, who had been standing proud like the prodigies they were a moment earlier, were sitting on the floor with their shoes off, scratching madly. The transformation was too sudden and unexpected. If it had been the male cultivators, it would have been fine, but both men and women fell within the parameters of the mosquito's targeting. As a result, one could see the expression on many young women change, followed by their demure, embarrassed scratching through their shoes. However, they couldn't control themselves as they soon sat on the ground, took their shoes off, exposing smooth, tender feet, and, with their faces blushing, their ears warm and a growing panic, started to scratch ferociously. Ah! Li was one of them as well. The more she scratched, the itchier it got. She was about to go mad. In a single glance, one could see countless pairs of bare feet. It hadn't yet ended. As the elderly man gazed over, another dozen people let out shouts of fright before joining the legion of feet-scratching seedlings. "I killed one. This is definitely not a real mosquito. Who's the guy sneaking up on us? Damn it. Don't ever let me get my hands on you. Come fight it out with us if you're really that good. How dare you release such horrid and vicious mosquitoes?" Very quickly, amidst the growing fear and horror, 9/10 of the entire cohort had fallen. They scratched and cursed, and let loose all kinds of angry shouts and yells. Their raging voices spread like waves to all four corners. Every one of them had angry pulsing veins and rage burning in their eyes. Their eyes fell on the three people who had not been bitten and remained standing. One of them a confused Shui Yifan, another Zhao Yaming, who had a strange expression on her face, and another who was looking really pleased with himself, Wang Baol. Wang Baol disregarded the gaze of the surrounding people on him. With his hands crossed behind his back, he looked at Shui Yifan and Zhao Yaming, who had both realized where the problem lay and were looking at him. Wang Baol cleared his throat before speaking with embarrassment amidst the painful screams and angry roars emerging from around him. "Well, Yifan Yaming, we are pals. You understand?" The moment Wang Baol spoke, the surrounding people who were scratching their itches shouted loudly at him with anger in their eyes. "Wang Baol, you're shameless. Wang Baol, this is not the end. Shameless and despicable. Wang Baol, I will never forgive you." Li and company were also screaming angrily amongst the crowd. Established grudges mixed with the newly formed hatred and erupted, spreading in all directions. Shui Yifan laughed bitterly, looking at all the angry people who couldn't stop scratching themselves. He heard a soft, buzzing sound reach his ears, and he decisively sat down on the floor with his legs crossed. Zhao Yaming took a deep breath. Even though she had always been calm, she couldn't resist staring at Wang Baol before choosing to sit down as well. In the entire public square, Wang Baol was the only person standing amongst the hundreds of seedlings from the Federation. He turned his head quickly and energetically, looking at the elder and the two officers who were dumbfounded, and shouted loudly, Sir, there's no need to wait until sunset. All of them have fallen, and I have won." The two officers both carried weird facial expressions as they looked at the people all around them and then back at Wang Baol. The elder, who witnessed the situation, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing Wang Baol's words, the Federation seedlings all around him grew even more furious as they scratched their trembling bodies and roared angrily. "This doesn't count. This is not the end. Sir, Wang Baol cheated." Different voices emerged, And Wang Baol raised an eyebrow as he looked at the people around him who were scratching themselves. He raised his hands in irritation. My fellow Taoist, what's the point of this? I am kind-hearted and certainly don't wish to do anything that would hurt all of you. Wang Baol was speaking with emotion when a long-faced youth from the 5-generation Sky clan shouted at him loudly with anger in his voice. Shut up, Wang Baol. These shameless methods will not give you victory. Evil will never emerge victorious over justice. The rules have listed sunset as the deadline, and the time is still not up. We can still stand. The long-faced youth roared as he scratched himself more forcefully. His eyes were turning red. If his gaze could kill, Wang Baol would no doubt have died. Seeing how the emotions he had been trying to build up were disrupted, Wang Baol looked over and immediately recognized that the person who was shouting was the one who had been scornful towards him the night before. He hummed and raised his right hand, pointing towards the long-faced youth. Immediately, 9 mosquitoes charged swiftly towards the youth. No! As the long-faced youth screamed in shock, the 9 mosquitoes neared at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards him and biting him crazily. Painful screams reverberated, but everything only lasted a few brief moments. When the 9 mosquitoes finally flew away, the long-faced youth had become round-faced due to the swelling. His entire body had swelled into a huge lump. He looked at the world around him in a daze, as if he had already lost all his senses. That scene was so frightening and emotionally scarring that everyone who witnessed it was shocked. They murmured under their breath about how cruel it was. When they looked at Wang Baol, their gaze also carried a look of fear, as his response towards the youth was extremely vicious in their eyes. At the same time, those people who were speaking angrily previously also immediately shut up. They didn't dare speak another word for fear that if they said something wrong, that their outcomes would be equally horrifying. To continue what I was saying just now, fellow Taoists, I am an honest and kind-hearted person who cannot bear to hurt anyone. Wang Baol was full of emotions as he spoke to the crowd. Noticing that no one was talking back, he was delighted. I know that everyone is a good brother and sister to me. When we get out of here, I'll give everyone a treat. Eat whatever you want and don't worry. I can pay for it. Wang Baol waved his hand excitedly, turning his head to look at the dumbfounded elder and officers with anticipation and exhilaration. The elder seemed to have lost his focus. After staying silent for a while, he shook his head and laughed, throwing the body-strengthening freedom pill towards Wang Baol. After grabbing hold of the pill, Wang Baol turned around and left in delight. After walking around, he thought about how he shouldn't return to the barracks. If he did, when everyone recovered, they would definitely take revenge on him. Having weighed his options, Wang Baol concluded that he shouldn't let them have the opportunity to do so. Therefore, he took out his voice transmission ring to contact the warriors that he had gathered with the night before, so they could escort him out to their barracks and let him stay there for a night. Just like that, after he reached the new barracks, Wang Baol found a quiet area and swallowed the body-strengthening freedom pill under the protection of the warriors. As the pill dissolved in his body, an alarming force exploded in Wang Baol's body, spreading swiftly. He had already reached the peak of the true breath realm, and after swallowing the pill, his cultivation continued to increase significantly. That was especially so for his physical body, which experienced gradual yet significant changes as the pill continuously dissolved in his body. His bones were strengthened, and his muscles became stronger. Even the blood circulating in his body had been transformed, becoming extremely viscous. It was as if a single drop of his blood could fill an entire water tank. At the same time, his heartbeat grew even more powerful. Every time it pumped, its force was immensely high. As it spread throughout his entire body, it caused him to tremble all over. Even Wang Baol's spirit was gradually adjusted according to the wave theory. Eventually, Wang Baol, who was meditating with his legs crossed, was producing loud booms from within his body. The warriors guarding him all revealed a look of surprise. Their protection was all-encompassing, as they observed the surroundings with utmost vigilance to prevent anything that could disrupt Wang Baol's cultivation process from happening. As time passed and noon approached, the cultivators who had been stung by Wang Baol's mosquitoes except for the long-faced youth, had begun to recover. They were all extremely fatigued, but anger and rage filled their eyes. After holding it back for the entire afternoon, they were all like volcanoes that were about to explode. Find Wang Baol. I want to kill him. If I don't bash Wang Baol to the state that even his mother can't recognize him, my surname wouldn't be Sun. Fellow Taoists, we must unite and resist in unison. Today, the anti-Wang Baol alliance is formed. All you boys are too kind and soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd say that we castrate him after catching hold of him. The seedlings of the Federation were all young, with the eldest of them in their 20s. In their anger, the young and vigorous crowd all charged out and began their search for Wang Baol. They looked all around, but their search was futile. Soon, some of them got the news that Wang Baol had already left and was hiding in a closed barracks outside the cultivation camp. Just as they were about to rush out, the warriors who were guarding the place immediately stopped them. An officer even stepped out and shouted angrily, "The camp is closed, and no one shall step out. If anyone disobeys the rules, it will be reported to the Federation. All of you will see if that disqualifies you as a seedling." The officer's roar made everyone freeze in their steps. They were extremely indignant, and Li Yi couldn't control her anger as she questioned, "Why could Wang Baol leave? I didn't see him leave." The officer spoke calmly before asking the warrior next to him, "Did any of you see Wang Baol leaving?" The warriors who were standing guard shook their heads without hesitation. Witnessing that, Li Yi and the rest of the people were bursting with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't only bias towards Wang Baol. Instead, it was an obvious and official show of differential treatment. All of them grit their teeth, burying their indignation deep in their heart. None of them dared to cross over the boundaries to be disqualified as a seedling, as that would be too high a price to pay. Furthermore, if the military was siding with Wang Baol, the crime of charging through a military camp was one so heavy that even they, as elites, were unwilling to take it on. Just like that, Wang Baol digested the pill in peace. As he experienced the supernova, the other seedlings from the Federation were frustrated out of their minds as their hearts were exploding with a day's worth of anger. They all became determined to show Wang Baol what they were capable of the next day. An uneventful night passed like that. As dawn approached on the second day, the bell in the cultivation camp blared. Except for Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yeming, all the other seedlings from the Federation charged out, filled with a ferocity that was akin to the Great Flood, towards the public square. Wang Baol was already at the public square when the crowd arrived. He was waving his hands passionately, greeting all the Federation seedlings who were looking at him with anger in their eyes. "Good morning." Wang Baol was in good spirits. After a night of meditation and allowing the pill to integrate into his system, he felt that some sort of transformation had happened to the strength of his physical body. However, since there was only one pill, the transformation was only half complete, unable to reach its full potential. If only I could have one more of it, I would definitely be able to have a complete physical transformation. I wonder what it would be like if I were fully transformed. That caused Wang Baol to feel some regret. However, even though the transformation was only applied to a small part, his physical strength had been significantly improved from before, having been boosted by a fold. That made Wang Baol feel that the body-strengthening freedom pill was not only formidable but also enhanced his feelings of regret at how there was only one of it. Wang Baol. As the crowd arrived and Li noticed Wang Baol, she sneered, unable to control herself. The other Federation seedlings also carried a cold, distant look in their eyes. They really wanted to teach Wang Baol a lesson then and there, but knew that the instructor would arrive shortly. None of them were willing to break the rules for Wang Baol. However, all of them had long discussed and agreed that after the day's training had ended, they wouldn't give Wang Baol the chance to escape like he did the day before. The moment the instructor left would be the moment they united against Wang Baol. Therefore, looking at Wang Baol then, they all exercised restraint as they stood there, waiting for the instructor. With those unfriendly gazes thrown at him, Wang Baol blinked as he tried to estimate the fighting capabilities of his opponents. He felt that he was facing against more than 90 people along, so he wouldn't be embarrassed even if he lost. Therefore, he began thinking about how he could ease the situation. However, before he thought of an idea, the elderly instructor arrived from the distance, and everyone fell quiet. Wang Beol also quickly collected his thoughts, looking at the elder with his chest pumped up high. With the crowd's gaze on him, the elder walked with his hands behind his back. He was alone, and as he stood before the Federation seedlings, he looked at the youths in front of him. When he saw Wang Beol, he focused his gaze on him. All of you have seen the mystic technique Jade Slip. Today, I will give everyone the chance to witness supernova a second time, the elder said calmly, turning around and raising his right hand. After grabbing hold of the Jade Slip, he looked towards the sky and punched his fist. The entire process seemed slower than the demonstration the day before. The crowd watched without blinking as they paid close attention to all the details. When the thunder roared in the sky, a frightening vortex appeared, sweeping in all directions as though it was tearing apart space. All the seedlings, including Wang Beol, were shaken with shock, and their anticipation grew stronger. With the elder as the epicenter, the strong wind spread and impacted the surroundings, causing everyone's hair and clothing to fly in the wind, and their bodies to step back uncontrollably. When the vortex finally dissipated and the winds stopped ravaging, the elder relaxed his clenched fist. He swept a quick glance at everyone before introducing the details and techniques of the supernova. At that moment, all the seedlings seemed to have forgotten about the friction between them and Wang Beol. They all focused their attention, combining the elder's words with their insights from the previous night, as a form of verification, as they took in the information like a sponge. Being able to stand out from countless others meant that they were all capable in terms of intellect. At that moment, many of them looked excited. It was obvious that being able to match the elder's words with their own understanding allowed them to gain a stronger grasp on the supernova. The elder was very thorough in his explanations. After half an hour, he finally finished his teachings. Glancing at the crowd, he raised his right hand and revealed yet another body-strengthening freedom pill. The appearance of the pill caught the attention of the crowd immediately. Their breathing grew rapid. Even though they didn't really understand the true effect of swallowing the pill, the fact that it was introduced so formally by the instructor and that only one of them would obtain it meant that it was extremely valuable. At the same time, they had all contacted their respective factions the night before to ask about the pill. The answer they obtained in return not only intensified their hatred towards Wang Beol but filled them with an immense and indescribable sense of desire for the pill. There's actually still one more pill. I have asked the Tao College about this pill. It said that in the entire Federation, there are less than 50 of them currently. Boosting one's level of cultivation is the secondary effect of this pill. Most importantly, it could significantly strengthen one's physical body. Swallowing more of them would even allow one to build up a physical foundation possessed by the gods described in the ancient myths. The Federation seedlings were initially dejected, but they were suddenly given hope upon seeing the pill. The craze in their eyes grew even more prominent. Even Wang Beol shuddered. He had originally planned to ease the tension between him and the rest of the disciples. After all, he felt that it was not a good idea to stay the night in another area all the time. Furthermore, he didn't want to become enemies with 100 other people. However, all those thoughts vanished into thin air, thrown into the deep recesses of his mind the moment the elder revealed the second body-strengthening freedom pill. There was only one thought in his mind right then, and that was, mine. Wang Beol looked vicious, and his breathing was rapid. Instinctively, he wanted to activate his scabbard and make use of his greatest move. However, even before Wang Beol could do that, the elder's voice reverberated loudly in all directions. This is the last pill that all of you will be able to obtain from here. The rules remain the same. The last person left standing before the sun sets will obtain the pill as a reward. If not for Wang Beol, the elder would have stopped and left after saying that. However, he further added another sentence. No mosquitoes are allowed. His words made the seedlings instantly delighted, as they all felt that the instructor was impartial and extremely upright in his decision. In their excitement, someone even shouted out. First, destroy Wang Baol. Wang Baol's facial expressions instantly turned awful. He noticed the eyes of the 100 people looking at him in an unfriendly manner. It was as if they were considering whether to execute their original plan of eliminating him for revenge. Witnessing the scene, the elder instructor smiled slightly before turning and leaving towards the exit. He was simply a staff from the Federation and wasn't from the military. He was impartial towards everyone. However, just as he was about to leave and the crowd was about to charge towards Wang Baol roared, making the first move as he raised his right arm and waved. Instantly, numerous puppet numinous treasures appeared around Wang Baol. There were both male and female versions, with some looking completely identical to Wang Baol. The silver spirit card had allowed Wang Baol to increase the number of puppets he had to several hundred through the previous repair works. Having taken out more than half of them, Wang Baol instantly shocked everyone on the public square, causing them to stare in disbelief. Those who were the most shocked were Li Yi and company, who had experienced being hugged by the puppets in the Spirit Breath Village. Almost immediately, goosebumps formed on Li Yi's scalp as she retreated quickly, even though she knew that only a few of the puppets were truly formidable. Most of the disciples there, however, were shocked but didn't know how scary the puppets could become. However, what happened next immediately made those people realize the true meaning of shamelessness, as Wang Baol roared loudly with much decisiveness. Hug every single one of them. Rip off their clothes if any of them tries to resist. As Wang Baol's roar reverberated, the hundreds of puppet numinous treasures all around were instantly activated as they charged towards the surrounding disciples. Everyone felt fear gripping their hearts as the puppets immediately attacked, bursting forward loudly. Wang Baol specially created those puppets, and it was difficult to break free from them as their sturdiness and hugging skills were extremely impressive, despite them being relatively weak in terms of fighting capabilities. There were so many of them that at least 3 puppets were crowding around each cultivator. Instantly, chaos erupted on sight. At the same time, Wang Baol rushed out swiftly. Whoever was hugged by Wang Baol's puppets was struck in the head by him, and they instantly became unconscious. Everything happened so quickly. The loud booms reverberated, and angry roars erupted all around, causing the elder instructor to stand there, speechlessly looking at the chaotic scene. Wang Baol, you evil bastard! Wang Baol, just you wait! Shameless! Gosh! Why does this fella have so many puppets? Darn it! Why on earth would he make such things for no reason? As angry roars erupted, Wang Baol picked up speed in his attacks. At the same time, the puppets executed Wang Baol's orders perfectly, hugging and stripping the cultivators' clothing. That made many people, especially the female cultivators amongst them, afraid of showing resistance despite their anger and fear. They immediately lost consciousness after Wang Baol hit them in the head. The entire process only took 5 minutes before Wang Baol became the last person standing. As for Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen, even though no puppets neared them, they still sat down with their legs crossed, laughing bitterly. They wanted the pill as well, but their understanding of Wang Baol made them realize that they didn't have a chance against him. However, many others were still indignant and were struggling hard with resistance. Kong Dao was one of them. He usually appeared withdrawn but was actually an arrogant person. His experiences in the past made him disregard even those who were considered elites of the Federation. That was until he met Wang Baol. First, the mosquito attack made him itch like never before, and then there were the puppet numinous treasures. It was driving him crazy. A chill appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wang Baol with unhappiness and annoyance. There was another reason for that, as he realized that Wang Baol seemed to be relatively close to Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming. When he first saw Zhao Yaming, he was surprised. He was someone who never let anyone come close to him emotionally. As the cold look shone from his eyes, Kong Dao took a deep breath and was about to activate his mystic technique, and at that moment, Wang Baol had grown annoyed at slapping the people around him. He raised his right hand and immediately, tens of large-sized puppets appeared around him. Those puppets were strong, burly hunks that each looked frighteningly scary. Those who looked like Zhu Gongqiang were the most vicious. However, appearances were not what made the resistors give up their ideas of resisting. What made them give up was that when those savage, hunky puppets appeared, they all began to make loud, disturbing sounds that were extremely harrowing and shocking to the people who heard them. Hmm, hmm, Their appearance, their voices, all of it immediately made those who were struggling shiver with their eyes wide open, their minds flooded with activity. The previous batch of puppets was a mix of males and females that looked relatively normal, even artistically beautiful to a certain extent. However, the current batch of puppets, with Zhu Gongqiang as a representative, definitely made the male cultivators gasp and the female cultivators indescribably shocked. What freaks are these? Don't come over. Even the instructor elder appeared as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood dumbfounded, looking dazedly at the freaks that were making the disturbing sounds. Kong Dao also held his breath in shock. He hesitated and gave up the thought of activating his spells. Instinctively, he sensed that the puppets were different from those of the previous batch. Based on his intuition towards the wild beasts, he vaguely sensed that the most vicious puppet of the lot carried a frightening vibe. Seeing that his puppets had thrown everyone into a state of shock, Wang Bail spoke with great emotion. The greatest quality of mine is that I am a person of reason towards any matter. I want this pill. If anyone has any differing views, speak your mind, and we'll sort it out. Wang Bail's words were followed by a loud, disturbing sound produced in unison by the puppet hunks. Those who had not been beaten unconscious looked at those burly puppets and heard the sounds they produced, which caused chills to run down their spines. They cursed under their breaths but kept silent without speaking a word. Seeing that was the case, Wang Bail happily turned over in anticipation, looking at the instructor elder who carried a bizarre look on his face. Instructor, there's no need to wait until the sun sets. Can you give the pill to me? The elder was silent. After a long while, he looked intently at Wang Bail, before flailing his right hand and tossing the body-strengthening freedom pill to Wang Bail. Wang Bail immediately grabbed hold of the pill. He was extremely agitated and hurriedly kept all the puppets. With a quick turn of his body, he ran outside, disappearing from the sight of all the seedlings who were gritting their teeth in anger as they stood up. In the 3 days that followed, Wang Bail didn't appear before their eyes. Even though rewards were given out daily also in the form of pills, they were nothing like the body-strengthening freedom pill. Everyone still competed for the pills, but also made plans to unite and fight against Wang Bail. It made their decision to teach Wang Bail a lesson ever more determined. Wang Bail, on the other hand, spent all 3 days in seclusion. His chummy relationship with the military resulted in the military officials giving him a designated room for seclusion without any hesitation. In the room, Wang Bail swallowed the second body-strengthening freedom pill. A phenomenal change occurred in his body, and it was as if a hurricane had erupted within his body. Wang Bail had initially thought that he could completely digest the pill within a day, but in reality, it took 3 full days for the pill to be incorporated into his body. The effect of the pill was so strong that his entire body, including the strength of his flesh and bones, was completely transformed and boosted significantly. One night, cracking sounds were heard from Wang Bail's body. He opened his eyes, which appeared like 2 shimmering stars that were extremely blinding. He was still at the peak of the true breath realm, but a vibe similar to that of Foundation Establishment Realm Expert was given off from his body. The vibe had originated from his physical body. Wang Bail was energized. He stood up, stepping forward at a fast speed. Immediately, thunderous roars erupted within the room, howling and crashing towards the walls. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and stopped in his tracks immediately. He pressed his hands on the wall before him, which prevented him from colliding into it. However, upon pressing the wall cracked with a deafening sound, debris spewing in all directions. That made Wang Bail stare with his eyes wide open. He felt incredulous as he stood there, lowering his head to look at his body. His breathing speed increased. The sound produced quickly caught the attention of the warriors standing around him. They all rushed towards Wang Bail, and after seeing the collapsed wall in Wang Bail's secret room, they were dumbfounded. The secret room was impossibly strong and sturdy for people who were below that of the Foundation establishment realm. It was sufficiently strong to withstand the impact produced when true breath realm cultivators were in the process of seclusion or were testing the power of their spells. However, it had collapsed. It was an accident. Wang Baol laughed awkwardly as he apologized. With the military officials looking at him bewilderedly, he excused himself and dashed out of the army camp. In the forest outside, he began to test out his speed. As he leapt into the air, an astonishing loud boom erupted. He was extremely fast, more than 10 times his prior speed. Such a speed made Wang Baol extremely agitated. His eyes glowed, and he threw a punch into the space before him. Instantly, an extremely powerful hurricane appeared before him, one that was so forceful it exceeded that of all his previous spells. What am I considered as now? Someone of the physical Foundation establishment realm? In his exhilaration, Wang Baol questioned himself about the kind of cultivator he was. However, he was clear about one thing, and that was, in the past, he could not fight against people who were of the Foundation establishment realm cultivation, but at that moment, he was confident in battling them. That was especially so when he thought of the supernova, which made him even more excited. He took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist. He was following the instructions written on the supernova jade slip, and combining it with his understanding of it after witnessing the instructor elder perform it twice. He also complemented it with the tidal technique he learned when he was still a 9-inch spirit root. As he clenched his fist, his body vibrated several times rhythmically. Waves of tidal energy erupted from his body with his own body as the foundation. Uncontrollably, his body curled into the shape of a bow. As he was not well practiced in it, it appeared as if he was storing his energy instead of performing the supernova. After breathing several times and reaching his physical limits, Wang Baol lifted his head suddenly. His body was transformed into a large bow that seemed to release its tension instantly. All the power from his body was like a voracious flood, and also like an arrow that had just sprung off the bow. The force accumulated in his right hand as he punched the space before him. A deafening thunderous boom erupted. A force that felt extremely frightening to Wang Baol burst out along with his punch. The plants and vegetation immediately withered as if a large invisible hand had forcefully pulled them out. A gigantic vortex appeared, forming strong winds that collided with each other and swept in all directions. When it ended, Wang Baol stepped back wearily, resting on a tree and out of breath. He was pale. The punch exhausted all his energy, but his eyes carried a look of excitement and surprise. It was as if an explosion had occurred, forming a large crater that was 100 feet wide. The force was similar to the fire god cannon to a certain degree. With extremely high spirits, Wang Baol felt that he had gained so much in his adventure in the Federation capital. Not only did he manage to strengthen his body, but he also attained a trump card. He took a rest before returning to the army camp in a happy mood. After recuperating for a night, the bell for group training sounded the next morning. Wang Baol woke up immediately and rushed towards the enclosed zone where all the seedlings were. In the days that he was absent, people from the military helped him to apply for leave, which received approval from the elderly instructor. As Wang Baol arrived on the public square of the enclosed zone, he instantly came face to face with the seedlings who had also rushed there. Wang Baol. After days of not seeing Wang Baol, the hatred resurfaced, and cold emerged from their eyes. Wang Baol cleared his throat. He felt that it was unnecessary for him to continue competing with the others. Therefore, he pretended not to see the coldness in their eyes as he smiled and nodded. Long time no see, everyone. Wang Baol laughed, greeting Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming as he walked towards them. Baol, you'd better be careful. They have all united against you, Zhui Yifan said softly. Wang Baol raised his brows as he continued to laugh. It's all right. One should be amicable. I have a good temper, so do not worry about me. Hearing Wang Baol describe himself as good-tempered, Zhui Yifan and Zhui Yifan fell silent. Soon, the elderly instructor arrived and showcased the supernova again. After that, he took a few more looks at Wang Baol, revealing a flash of interest as if he had seen through something. After thinking about it for a moment, he smiled, raising his right hand as he took out another object. The object was an egg. This is the egg of a ferocious beast. I have obtained it from the Sea of Beasts. I do not know its exact breed, but this can be considered a personal reward. All of you are not allowed to use any dermic treasures or any spells, and can only depend on your physical abilities in this battle. The victor gets the egg. Can it be braised? Wang Baol took a look at the egg in the elder's hand and wasn't very interested in it. He guessed that he would probably braise and eat it if he obtained it. Even though he wasn't very interested in it, the Federation seedlings around him all grew excited the moment they saw the egg. They all knew that once the egg hatched, they could train the ferocious beast that emerged. If they successfully raised it, it would be of great help to them in combat. There were beast-taming cultivators in each of the 4 major Dao colleges. Those cultivators specialized in cultivating ferocious beasts for their own use. Their combat capabilities depended on the strength of their ferocious beasts to a large extent. However, most of the pet beasts owned by the Federation were either born through artificial insemination or from the current group of beasts. There were few wild-born young beasts, which made the young beasts and beast eggs originating from the Sea of Beasts an even greater rarity. After all, the Sea of Beasts was extremely dangerous. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator were to try, they would only be slightly more capable of heading to the Sea of Beasts after reaching core formation stage. On top of that, they still had to remain vigilant. The better option would be to have several core formation cultivators unite in their conquest. Therefore, to many, the beast egg was extremely valuable. At the same time, the Federation seedlings standing around were itching with hatred towards Wang Baol. Hearing the elder disallow the use of spells and dermic treasures was like hearing an angelic song to them. They were all excited as they all looked at Wang Baol with anger in their eyes. Noticing that everyone was looking angrily at himself, Wang Baol tried to play it light and cleared his throat. He felt that he should remain amicable. Therefore, with a spring-like smile on his face, he raised both his hands. All the handsome men and beautiful ladies here, I will not participate in the fight over this egg. All of you. Wang Baol hadn't finished his sentence before someone from the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "Go, everyone! Disable this fatty first. This fella needs to be taught a lesson." As he shouted, a youth dashed out from the crowd and charged directly towards Wang Baol. The instant the youth emerged and attacked, everyone in the crowd started moving as well. After swallowing their indignation for the past few days, they had already come to an agreement. They had a common enemy, and all surrounded Wang Baol as they attacked him. Punch and destroy him. This fella obviously hasn't been taught a lesson before. I have long wanted to punch him. Without the use of dermic treasures, he is powerless. With angry screams erupting and with the elderly instructor overseeing the entire situation with a smile on his face, most of the Federation seedlings launched their attacks. They didn't use any spells or dermic treasures, relying on their physical force as their desire to teach Wang Baol a lesson reached its maximum. That was especially so as everyone had been learning the supernova for the past 5 days. They more or less had a grasp of it, and some of them had even completely gained a full understanding. All they lacked was familiarity with the skill. As they all attacked, a loud boom erupted. Vortices that emerged from numerous supernovas of varying sizes formed one after another, charging in the direction where Wang Baol was. Wang Baol got a huge shock. Even though he was confident, the combined force of a unified attack was still dangerous to him. He retreated quickly in order to avoid the blow. The area he was at just a moment before had already been blasted apart by all the supernova attacks, which made Wang Baol furious. All of you are unreasonable. I've already said that I would not fight over it with any of you. He stared and decided not to give them the chance to gang up against him anymore. As the crowd approached, he stepped forward at such a high speed that it broke the sound barrier. He was like lightning flashing through the clouds, or a ferocious beast charging into a herd of sheep. Everything happened so quickly that, within the blink of an eye, Wang Baol had appeared before a Federation seedling. That person was a young man and was roaring angrily as he made his attack in the form of a punch. However, The sudden proximity of Wang Baol scared him. He wanted to step back but was still too late as Wang Baol collided with him while snorting. A loud bang was produced. The fresh red blood spurted from the young man's mouth, and his body was like a broken kite as he was sent flying upon impact. His mind buzzed and his vision darkened, and he felt like he was hit directly by a raging, ferocious beast. Without checking up on the cultivator that he had sent flying, Wang Baol continued without stopping as he dashed forward yet again. After hitting several of the cultivators continuously, he raised both his hands, clenched his fists, and punched in both directions. The force of the tides erupted, instantly forming a hurricane and causing the cultivators on both sides to tumble back. As if sensing that something bad was about to happen, Wang Baol didn't move forward anymore. Rather, he turned his body and raised his right hand, gripping the fingers of a cultivator who was trying to ambush him from behind. Trying to ambush me? Wang Baol hated being ambushed the most. He twisted the cultivator's fingers forcefully. As the cultivator screamed painfully, Wang Baol kicked his stomach, causing him to fly. He then threw himself backwards, using his back to knock another cultivator who was nearing him in the chest. Feels soft? Wang Baol was perplexed. He heard Li Yi's painful scream as she hugged her chest and retreated in a scurry. When she looked at Wang Baol, she was extremely furious and was about to start cursing him when Wang Baol made the first move and started shouting. "How shameless of you to take advantage of me!" Wang Baol's sheepish look immediately threw Li Yi's anger over the limits, as she screamed in a piercingly loud voice. "How noisy!" Wang Baol's eyebrow twitched. In an instant, he dashed forward, arriving directly in front of Li Yi as he raised his hand and flailed, sending her into the air accompanied by a loud bang. Regardless of how she tried to evade it, she couldn't escape. Then he turned around and charged into the crowd again. What was impressive was that he didn't kill anyone despite his force being so strong. He didn't have to use his spells and merely relied on his physical force, which he executed impeccably. He was like a hurricane, destroying everything in his path in an astonishing manner. He was unbelievably fast, successfully avoiding supernovas formed by different groups of people in unison time and again, which showed how agile he was. In the eyes of Zhuo Yifan and the others who weren't participating in the fight, Wang Baol was like a tumbling ball of flesh rolling through the crowd and striking everyone in his path. Painful screams, helpless vocalizations, curses, and angry shouts reverberated continuously in the public square. Wang Baol grew more proficient in his method of attack. Then, as he stepped hard on the ground and leaped into the air with his fist clenched and his body vibrating, a loud boom emerged. He was contorted into the shape of a bow as he punched the ground. Supernova. A series of thunderous sounds erupted immediately. Strong winds swept in all directions, and as tides were produced, a 10-foot wide vortex instantly appeared, charging towards the ground loudly. The Federation seedlings were all shocked and started to move as the loud bang reverberated, impacting everything in the surroundings and sweeping up the dust. People screamed painfully and scurried several tens of feet away as blood spewed out of their mouths. They were all dumbfounded as they watched Wang Baol land onto the ground from the air. In a radius of 100 feet, there was no one but Wang Baol. That obviously rotund figure seemed to be made of steel. Wang Baol stood there, like a gigantic fleshy mountain that was filled with so much ferocity that it was impossible to eliminate. How could his physical body be so strong? It must be the body-strengthening freedom pill. He had 2 of those. I hate him so much. If I was the one who swallowed the 2 pills, I would definitely be as strong as him physically. Everyone was shocked. The Wang Baol before them had left them with such a deep impression that they were overwhelmed with surprise and didn't dare continue moving forward. Even those who wanted to compete for the egg, but didn't participate in the hustle, such as Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, were surprised. Kong Dao, who also didn't participate in the fight, but had been observing what was going on, revealed a strong desire to battle in his eyes. When there was no one near him, he suddenly erupted like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Wang Baol with an astonishing force. Wang Baol, as he stepped ahead, the force formed grew even stronger as it erupted. Kong Dao was born in the Sea of Beasts, being able to grow up in an environment where dangers were unpredictable and where there weren't many people around meant that he had unique talents allowing him to survive. If not, he would never have been taken in as Duan Myuk's disciple. Needless to say, his experience living alone on Mars also showed how extraordinary he was. Even though the Federation seedlings had spent several days together, his sense of belonging towards them wasn't strong. Furthermore, on the first and second day in the fight for the body-strengthening freedom pill, he was defeated due to Wang Bao's numinous treasures. However, he had chosen to give up the fight then due to the regulations and certain inhibitions. If he were really to battle Wang Bao head-on, he was confident that he would win. As he charged forward, he showcased his astonishing force. All the pent-up unhappiness instantly evaporated. As if an attractive bright sun has risen in the enclosed army camp, as he growled with a low voice that spread like thunder in all directions, his speed was boosted to the maximum, exceeding that of his counterparts. It appeared as if he had been transformed into a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wang Bao. His right fist was clenched and he punched straight ahead. The moment the punch was executed, his body contorted into the shape of a bow, with his fist acting as the outlet for all the accumulated force that was emerging from all over his body. A hurricane-like vortex was immediately produced, and with the power that was capable of forcefully tearing apart everything in its path, it charged towards Wang Bao. Wang Bao turned his head suddenly, his eyes revealing a flash. Kong Dao's move and sudden attack didn't make him retreat, but instead aroused his interest, which was apparent in his eyes. Interesting. Wang Bao laughed without trying to avoid the impact. He then kicked forward. A loud boom was produced, reverberating as the duo collided with each other, hand to foot. The ground shook, and cracks appeared. As the sound of impact reverberated, Kong Dao sneered as he retreated. Wang Bao also turned his body but didn't step back. There were more cracks under his feet, but he didn't stop. When his right foot landed, he rode on the momentum and stepped forcefully, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack open. Wang Bao then rose into the air, attacking first and charging towards Kong Dao. Immediately, the duo made contact, exchanging punches and kicks. An impressive battle depending purely on physical strength was playing out in the army camp's public square, and loud bangs sounded out continuously. The scene of battle, coupled with the sounds of impact ringing by their ears, shocked every onlooker. The two of them, they're freaks. They have such a high level of physical strength. They can very well go head-on against a ferocious beast. I finally understand why only the both of them were automatically selected. The surrounding crowd was filled with surprise. There were some amongst them who had either not attacked, or had attacked but were clearly not as skilled in physical abilities. There were also some who specialized in the use of spells. They were shocked, but even more amazed at what they were watching. With the crowd looking on, the battle between Wang Bao and Kong Dao continued. Kong Dao's eyes revealed a look of viciousness, and as he attacked, a desire for blood could be sensed from his body. He seemed to have been transformed into a wild beast, disregarding his injuries as he roared with a deep voice. Even after being punched forcefully in the stomach by Wang Bao, he still raised his head immediately, kicking Wang Bao in return. Such a battle tactic where one disregards their own survival initially felt foreign to Wang Bao. However, he was someone with a temper, and seeing that Kong Dao was acting like a lunatic, he stared with his eyes wide. "You're trying to battle me till death?" As Wang Bao spoke, he stepped forward, and the force from his physical body completely erupted at that moment. A strong force emerged from his body, and his right hand grabbed Kong Dao's right hand with the speed of lightning as he activated his gripping skill and twisted Kong Dao's fingers. If it were someone else, they would definitely lose their voices from screaming in pain if the joints of their fingers were twisted in that manner. However, Kong Dao looked completely unaffected, twisting his hand in another direction and breaking his wrist off with a crack. He approached Wang Bao and punched him again. A loud boom was produced, and Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He clenched his left fist with the speed of light and punched forward, causing a supernova to be produced. one that surged right towards the fast-approaching Kong Dao. It was unbelievably loud, and as the supernova was produced, Kong Dao's body was contorted into an astonishing angle as he twisted forcefully, his left hand flailing as the nails on his hand began to grow into scary blade-like structures that slashed Wang Baol. All of that bewildered everyone. From the moment the attacks were first exchanged till then, the duo had been moving extremely quickly. As a loud sound of impact emerged, fresh blood spewed from Kong Dao's mouth as he immediately retreated hundreds of feet away. He was unable to withstand the impact and landed on the ground with a half-squat, supporting his body with one of his hands. He raised his head, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth while his hair covered his eyes. Even so, the viciousness in his eyes was still obvious. Wang Baol had grown furious from the attacks. When Kong Dao tried to grab hold of him previously, he was surprised but had managed to avoid it. However, at that moment, his chest had been slashed by Kong Dao, and his clothes were torn, revealing 5 scratches teeming with blood. It slightly diminished Wang Baol's arrogance, which had previously resulted from the physical transformation and strength boost that he had received. It was obvious to him that even though Kong Dao was not as physically strong as him, he was almost as powerful. That was especially so as Kong Dao's personality was one so vicious that he wouldn't think twice about self-destruction. That allowed his combat capabilities to increase significantly. However, even so, Wang Baol was still confident that if they were ever engaged in a battle of life and death, he would still be able to kill him. It would just come at a price. The onlookers of the battle were gripped with shock. They were taken aback looking at both Wang Baol and Kong Dao's attacks. Kong Dao, who previously seemed to be a quiet existence, was actually someone who was extremely formidable in terms of combat. On the other hand, even though Wang Baol was shameless and his numinous treasures were perverted, his physical strength was astonishing. All of that made the Federation seedlings, who were also extremely proud of their own capabilities, fall silent. As Kong Dao lowered his head slightly, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, indicating his desire to continue the battle. Wang Baol also narrowed his eyes, making preparations to attack. However, just at that instant, enough! A look of approval was obvious from the elderly instructor's eyes as he concluded the match. He raised his right hand and revealed 2 beast eggs. These 2 beast eggs are from the same nest. Each of you can have one. As he spoke, the elder tossed 1 beast egg to Wang Baol and 1 to Kong Dao. Wang Baol grabbed hold of the egg and lowered his head to take a closer look. The egg was the size of a clenched fist, and he could feel a sign of life within it just by holding it in his hands. Kong Dao grabbed hold of his egg too. However, he did not spend much time examining it. Instead, he looked deeply into Wang Baol's eyes with a look of provocation and viciousness. This gaze, he wants to be punched? Wang Baol looked askance at him and sneered. He didn't bother with Kong Dao after deciding that the elderly instructor would definitely try to prevent further fighting between them. The elder saw what was happening and smiled slightly. As he turned to leave, he murmured with a voice that others could not hear. Are both of them at the physical foundation establishment stage? Interesting. The Federation seedlings standing around had no objections to the elder's way of handling the matter. After all, the battle between Wang Baol and Kong Dao was proof of their physical capabilities, showing that both of them were so strong that they had far exceeded their limits. There were less than 2 days left of the 7-day-long training, which quickly passed amidst the silence of the crowd as they basked in their complex emotions. As the 7th day ended, the assessment began. The location of the assessment was set to be in the army camp. All the Federation seedlings, including Wang Baol, had managed to attain the mystic technique of the supernova. Duan Myuk arrived in person, and numerous officials from the Federation also showed up. With words of encouragement and praise from them, each individual stepped up to the large green boulder that was to be used as a test of their strength. They adjusted their force and activated the supernova. As the loud noise reverberated and every Federation seedling showcased their powers, all the onlookers let out praise and admiration. Duan Myuk smiled as he exchanged some words with the people around him. Yamming is not bad. This chap is quite impressive as well. Their laughter and judgment became the source of motivation and excitement for the Federation seedlings. As they tested their strength, one after another, cracks of varying degrees appeared after every supernova. As the cracks healed quickly, the next person attacked. When it was Kong Dao's turn, he punched hard, and the green boulder vibrated. So many cracks appeared on it that it far exceeded that of those before him. After that, he first bowed towards Duanmyuk and company, before turning and looking at Wang Baol provocatively. Duanmyuk smiled slightly but didn't speak. The people beside him were significantly more amazed than before. Soon it was Wang Baol's turn. Wang Baol rolled his eyes at Kong Dao's provocation. He acknowledged his strength but was more confident in his own efforts. After all, in order to reach where he was, he had put in a lot of hard work and experienced trials that were more than what others could imagine. With that thought, a flash appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as he leaped and arrived before the green boulder. He took a deep breath and punched. A deafening roar erupted, traveling in all directions. The green boulder vibrated like never before, with visible cracks spreading quickly across it, covering the entire boulder. Finally, it exploded apart with a loud bang. The collapse of the green boulder sent everyone gasping in shock instantly. Even though they had seen the power Wang Baol and Kong Dao had displayed during their fight, the Federation seedlings were still taken aback. After all, Kong Dao's strike had only resulted in cracks spreading throughout a large portion of the stone's surface. Wang Baol, however, had shattered it with a single punch. He's a freak. I'm so glad he had been confirmed as a seedling. If he had participated in the selection round, and we'd been unlucky enough to come across him, that's weird. Aren't you all concerned whether this guy will have to pay for the assessment stone after shattering it? Wang Baol had originally been pleased with himself. However, as the other seedlings fell into a fierce discussion, and he heard someone's curious question about compensation, his eyes widened abruptly. Then, he remembered his silver spirit card with limitless credit and calmed down immediately. Even though I, Wang Baol, come from a poor family, but as an armament soldier from the Dermic Armament Pavilion, I'll honor the demand for compensation if it comes to that. I'll work hard and eat less. I'll be able to save up something. Wang Baol suddenly felt righteousness surging through his person. He couldn't help himself from reaching into his pocket and patting the silver spirit card inside, making sure he hadn't lost it. The surrounding Federation officials were all roused by Wang Baol's single punch, and waves of emotions stirred in their hearts. This green assessment stone can withstand the power of anyone below the Foundation establishment realm. Even if it's someone at the early levels of the Foundation establishment, it would still be able to hold up with some difficulty. But now, it's been shattered by a single punch from Wang Baol. I didn't look too closely before, but this little fatty is obviously at the physical Foundation establishment stage. Even Kong Dao didn't manage to shatter the stone, but he managed to do it. As they engaged in hushed discussions, Duanmyuk smiled faintly. It was clear he had already known. His eyes fell on Wang Baol and Kong Dao and were alight with hope. Kong Dao's pupils contracted abruptly. He remained silent as he stared at Wang Baol. The earlier feelings of provocation had morphed into an intense battle intent, though he managed to conceal it. Wang Baol observed the crowd as they gasped in shock. Pleased and relaxed, he cupped his fists towards Duanmyuk and the officials, bowed, then stepped back smugly. A new assessment stone was quickly brought out by the military. It didn't take long before everyone concluded their trials, and the week of cultivation came to an end. All the observers remembered Wang Baol's face because of the trial. It was the same for Kong Dao. As for the remaining Federation seedlings, despite their ordinary performances for the physical assessment, the spells and techniques that they possessed and hadn't displayed would rival the physical prowess of both Wang Baol and Kong Dao, to a certain extent. Zhao Yaming's ultimate move, for example. Once unleashed, even Wang Baol would have a headache trying to counter it. As such, it was difficult to identify precisely how weak or strong one was. However, there was no doubt that Wang Baol had become the focus of attention during the trial. Duanmyuk gazed at the young faces before him and stood up. It's your misfortune to be born in this era, because you'll have to face many unknown powers, numerous unimaginable threats, countless trials and tribulations. You might even come face to face with what is known as a god. But it is also your fortune and destiny to be born during this time. Because in this era, the spirit inception era has just newly arrived. Your descendants will remember your names for many years in the future. You may become a god in the eyes of future generations. Your journey will never stop. There is no end before you. Because the path you are walking is called the road of evolution, Tao seeking, the journey towards immortality. That's why I like to call the spirit inception era the era of apotheosis. The future is limitless. I, Duan Myuk, am willing to walk this journey with you. Duan Myuk ended his speech, an unfathomable look in his eyes. He eyed every one of them, and every single one of them was inspired and galvanized. His words were simple, but it was as if they had unrolled a scroll before everyone. On that scroll was painted the exciting and grand future. A fierce light shone within Wang Bao's eyes as well. The word apotheosis electrified his entire body, and he could hardly control his excitement. Amidst the crowd's excited breaths, Duan Myuk left with a smile on his face. Following his departure, the Federation seedlings, after having undergone a memorable period of cultivation, separately boarded the cruisers headed for their political institutions or colleges. The Federation seedings examination and final trial had officially come to an end. The group from the Ethereal Tao College was received and escorted by the college's cruiser. Wang Bao, Zhuo Yifan, Zhao Yaming, as well as a few other Federation seedlings, started their journey back. On the journey back, Wang Bao wasn't the only one looking forward excitedly to his return. The others also looked forward to going back. Based on the reward and recognition they were to receive from the Ethereal Tao College for becoming a Federation seedling, they should all receive a promotion when they returned. Every one of them, when they returned, would be promoted to deputy pavilion head of their respective pavilions. It was impossible not to be excited about their new positions. Wang Bao's heart started beating rapidly as he thought about how the position of deputy pavilion head was, at that moment, waiting for his occupancy. He wished he could teleport himself to the college directly. As he grew excited about the authority he would wield in future in the Ethereal Tao College, he also started considering the need for allies. That was something that had been mentioned in the high officials' autobiographies. Wang Bao recalled in detail what he had read, then glanced at Zhuo Yifan, who was sitting at one corner. His eyes flashed instantly. He shifted over and put his arm around Zhuo Yifan's shoulder. Yifan will all be deputy pavilion heads after we return to college. Are you excited about that? Zhuo Yifan stared at Wang Bao. Based on his understanding of Wang Bao, he knew that the other youth had something he wanted to say. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to ask. But since Wang Bao had spoken, Zhuo Yifan sighed inwardly before accommodating him and asking, "What are you trying to say?" "Haha. Yifan, are we good friends?" "We are, right? If we look at the details, we're friends who've survived life or death situations together. If we look at the bigger picture, it's the spirit inception era, the era of apotheosis. We're fellow Taoists. We need to help each other out in our future journeys," Wang Bao said animatedly, talking and thudding his chest at the same time. "What I feel is we need to form some sort of alliance. That way, when we all become gods in the future generations will have something to call us by." Zhuo Yifan was confused. He couldn't make sense of Wang Bao's strange ideas. Snap out of your days. Just look, you won't fulfill your ambitions staying in your family clan. So what's the point of your cultivation and excelling in your skills? You're just one person after all. But if we form an alliance, you'll have me at your back, and the other members of our alliance. With so many people supporting you, if your family clan dares to make life difficult for you and turn you into a weapon, we'll crush them. Wang Bao spoke arrogantly at first, then swiftly switched to a more persuasive tone. Zhuo Yifan remained silent. What Wang Bao had said initially was something he didn't think was important for him to have. However, Wang Bao's last words stirred him. That was something he had been running away from since the beginning. He couldn't help but lift his head and stared at Wang Bao. After a long while, he nodded his head, He nodded, partly because it was Wang Baol who proposed it. A tiny part of it was also because he wanted to prepare for what was coming. It didn't matter that his family clan was powerful beyond measure and was not an entity that they could touch. Deep down in his heart, he still held a tiny flicker of hope and an intense warmth for the future that Wang Baol spoke of. Seeing that Zhuo Yifan had been convinced, Wang Baol patted him excitedly on his shoulder, then looked at Zhao Yaming. He shifted over and squeezed next to Zhao Yaming. They were sitting so close to each other that he could smell the faint fragrance on her. Zhao Yaming remained unfazed at Wang Baol's arrival. She glanced over calmly as if to remind Wang Baol that he was sitting too close to her. That was Zhao Yaming's unique charm in ways that often made those who tried to approach her feel naturally unworthy and ashamed. However, that method was useless against Wang Baol. Wang Baol smiled widely, as if he was unaware of what Zhao Yaming was trying to convey with her glance. He shoved his head nearer and said softly, "Menger." As soon as the words were out, Zhao Yaming, despite her natural composure, felt chills traveling through her. She felt discomfort as if she had goosebumps on her entire body. Yaming, we've gone through thick and thin together, right? And survived death together? There are three main things in life that people weather together. Life and death, life or death danger, and hardships. Wang Baol got excited when he said that. We've gone through all three together. Yifan and I are going to build an alliance. Why don't you join us too? In our future lives together, I'll hold your hand, and we'll walk hand in hand together. Wang Baol thought he had said something most beautiful. He was extremely pleased with himself and couldn't help but pull out a bag of snacks. He had a few bites and passed the bag of snacks over to Zhao Yaming. If you eat this, that makes us a family. Zhao Yaming had a strange expression on her face. The three main things that Wang Baol had mentioned seemed to be the same thing to her. As for the last thing he said, it seemed to have some other meaning to it. But she was a reserved person and barely had any friends in the college. To be precise, she had one friend, and he was Wang Baol. She nodded, then after some thought, took the bag of snacks from Wang Baol. She picked a piece out and took a small bite. Seeing how the alliance, which would undoubtedly stir a storm throughout the Federation in the future, had already secured 2 key members, Wang Baol waved his hands excitedly. Let's think of a name then. You guys start thinking too. Why not we base it on our special traits? The Adonis Association. How about that? That name sounds great. Very apt. Wang Baol laughed out loud. He felt he had a gift in naming things. Zhuo Yifan was at a loss and remained silent. Zhao Yaming started to regret her decision. The alliance, the Adonis Association, was officially formed on the cruiser traveling from the Federation capital back to the Ethereal Dao College. The members of the alliance had a discussion. 2 of them ultimately conceded, and Wang Baol, with his 1 vote, was elected the first chairman. There are so many people who need me. My responsibilities are too many. The burden on my shoulders is too heavy. Wang Baol stood before Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, patted his stomach and said, lamenting. Time flew amidst Zhuo Yifan's persistent silence and Zhao Yaming's remorseful regrets. The cruiser carrying a group of the Federation seedlings as well as the members of the Adonis Association entered the domain of the Ethereal Dao College and returned to the Upper Academy Island. As soon as they landed, Wang Baol and company saw the people who had come to receive them. Many in the upper echelons of the college management, including the respective pavilion's grand elders and the deputy sect lord, were all there. It was a grand and warm welcome ceremony. The Federation seedlings were seen as role models, earning them a great reputation as well as the envy of countless cultivators and students in both Upper Academy Island and Lower Academy Island. Wang Baol and company seemed to be surrounded by a brilliant glow at that moment, drawing the attention of many and establishing themselves as role models for the new generation of youths. Publicity done by the college contributed to that, but the main contributing factor was still the live telecast of the Federation's 100 seedling selection round, which made them known to the residents of the Federation. There was also the commendation ceremony and the Federation president's personal commendation. The seedlings' achievements, as well as their image, was made known across the entire Federation, inspiring envy and admiration as well as establishing their popularity amongst the people. At present, the college announced, before the entire college full of cultivators and students, the recognition and rewards the seedlings would be receiving. Wang Beol, Zhao Yaming, and Zhuo Yifan are hereby appointed as deputy pavilion heads of their respective pavilions. As soon as the appointments were announced, many cultivators on the Upper Academy Island, despite already knowing what was going to happen, were shaken. After all, the position of a deputy pavilion head held immense power and authority. If the Ethereal Tao College could be compared to a country, a pavilion would be the equivalent of a big city. The position of the deputy pavilion head, then, would be that of a deputy city lord. According to the administrative hierarchy, an island on the Lower Academy Island wouldn't even rival a pavilion on the Upper Academy Island. Wang Beol's rank might not equal that of Chancellor Lu on the Lower Academy Island, but if it were the Deputy Chancellor Gao Quan who saw Wang Beol, he would have to cup his fists and greet him respectfully. That was because, according to their ranks, Wang Beol was his superior. Furthermore, his position was appointed by the Ethereal Tao College's Skypath Island and was further augmented by his status as one of the Federation's 100 seedlings, and even strengthened through his faction's presence. At that moment, Wang Beol could be said to have reached the height of his power in the Dermic Armament Pavilion on the Upper Academy Island. Their status and their power were immediately made known to many with the announcement. Wang Beol and company were once again placed in the limelight. Even Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming's statuses and positions rose suddenly after their promotion to the rank of deputy pavilion head in their respective pavilions. If they were to take a look at their recently formed Adonis Association, it seemed to be a different creature of a different status. After the welcome ceremony ended, amidst the respectful gazes of the surrounding cultivators, and with immense pleasure, Wang Beol returned to his cave abode. In the coming days, he had almost no time for rest. After all, he had been promoted to deputy pavilion head. It was no longer appropriate for him to oversee the college administrative department alone. After discussing with Chen Yutong, the college administrative department arranged for a new armament soldier to take over his role. At the same time, Wang Beol's jurisdiction expanded to include all supervisory and disciplinary departments. It was at that time that his former subordinates from the Lower Academy Island like Lu Daobin and a few others also managed to enroll in the Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion. Wang Beol paid considerable attention to their arrival. Lu Daobin, especially, received special attention and recognition. Wang Beol arranged for Lu Daobin to be his secretary and to follow him wherever he went. That was not the only good thing to have happened. After Wang Beol was appointed to the position of deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, perhaps his return and his achievements had played a part in creating some sort of momentum that resulted in what happened. Chen Yutong's master, Sun Yifeng, bested all other competitors and rose to the supreme position that was above even that of the pavilion head, the Dermic Armament Pavilion's Grand Elder. With that, the senior brother of Chancellor Lu had finally stepped into the inner circle of the Ethereal Tao College management. The person who was most discomforted by his promotion and Wang Beol's appointment was the pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. He was subdued by the Grand Elder from above and constrained by Chen Yutong and Wang Beol's balanced distribution of authority from below. His job as the pavilion head was going to be really uncomfortable. Furthermore, in order to have a position ready for Wang Beol when he returned, the college had an existing deputy pavilion head transferred out. That deputy pavilion head had been one of his people. Losing him felt like having one of his limbs chopped off. The remaining two deputy pavilion heads were wary of the Grand Elder. They obeyed his commands in public but defied them in private and were, surprisingly, friendlier with Chen Yutong and Wang Beol. As a result, it wasn't a stretch to say that Wang Beol and Chen Yutong reigned supreme in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. It was then that Wang Beol, in line with his generous and forgiving nature, sought out Chancellor Lu from the Lower Academy Island. Wang Beol left after a simple exchange of words. Chancellor Lu saw him off. Standing outside the Grand Hall of the Lower Academy Island, gazing at the cruiser speeding into the distance, the Chancellor smiled. "This young man, he's not a simple-minded boy," Chancellor Lu murmured to himself. Then he issued an order to immediately remove Deputy Chancellor Gao Quan from his position and open an investigation on the various misdeeds he had committed in the past. When the orders were issued, Gao Quan fell limp to the ground. Following that came another order from Chancellor Liu to promote the current Dermic Armament Faculty Dean Guo Tizhang Yud to Deputy Chancellor. Of course, the series of dismissal, investigation, and appointment had to be reported to the Upper Academy Island. However, in general, the Upper Academy Island respected Chancellor Liu's decisions in the management of the Lower Academy Island. The vacant Dermic Armament Faculty Dean's position was filled by someone whom Chen Yutong trusted and was allied with, a transfer from outside the faculty. After a series of human resource restructuring, Wang Baol and Chen Yutong managed to secure almost complete control in both the Dermic Armament Faculty and the Dermic Armament Pavilion. They were the true sovereigns of the whole Dermic armament discipline in the entire Ethereal Dao College. The pavilion head, with his power hijacked, had authority in name only. He had no means of fighting back and could only resign to his fate. He retreated to seclusion and dove into the research of Dermic treasures. Distancing himself from the running and administration of the pavilion, rumors regarding the matter of discipleship also began to spread in the college. Some heard that the Grand Elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion intended to take Wang Baol as his disciple. Others heard that the Grand Supreme Elder seemed to share similar intentions. Wang Baol was surprised by the news as well. He asked Chen Yutong about it, but even Chen Yutong was unaware of the details. After some thought, Wang Baol decided that there was no need to panic. As the party directly involved in the matter, he would eventually come to know. Following Wang Baol's return, he had reached an interval in the politicking and power play. Wang Baol knew the importance of power and authority, but he also understood that ultimately, everything rested on his cultivation. After everything had finally been settled, the first thing Wang Baol did was find out more about the Foundation Establishment realm. He knew clearly that after reaching the peak of the True Breath realm, the most important step following that was the Foundation Establishment realm. That was also the aim of the 100 Seedling Plan in Operation Sword Sunday. Learning the supernova was only the first step. The many things that followed after required them to reach the Foundation Establishment realm first. Wang Baol had little knowledge of the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, prior to his most recent journey, he had only been at the 4th level of the True Breath realm, a far cry from the perfected True Breath realm. Who would have thought that his most recent travel would bring him such tremendous good fortune, disrupting his original preparations and putting many things into motion earlier than what he had originally planned. I only know that to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, all cultivators from the respective political forces in the entire Federation need to gain an opportunity to travel to the moon. Wang Baol muttered. He contacted Chen Yutong and started asking questions. Chen Yutong knew a lot more than Wang Baol where the Foundation Establishment realm was concerned. He was, after all, an experienced armament soldier and had been preparing his advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm for a long time. There was too much information regarding the matter, though. Chen Yutong shared a brief introduction before telling Wang Baol that he would tidy up the information later and document them in a jade slip before sending it to Wang Baol for his detailed study. While Chen Yutong tidied up the information on the Foundation Establishment realm, Wang Baol started the incubation of the monster egg. However, the incubation required the appropriate environment and time. The problem of a suitable environment was easily fixed. With his current authority, a few simple words would have Liu Daobin getting everything arranged and prepared for him. He only had to wait for Liu Daobin to inform him when the egg was about to hatch. He did all that. Then, standing inside his cave abode, he sucked in a deep breath and pulled out the red palm tree that he had bought in the Federation capital. The plant would make a good herb. But to Wang Baol, its main value was the fingernail-sized black fragment amongst the many fragments embedded in the tree. He carefully extracted the fragment and stared at it. Memories of the past few years, everything that had happened after he had been admitted to the Ethereal Dao College, surfaced in his mind. He was overwhelmed by emotion. I've made it so far, one step at a time, relying only on my immense natural potential and undying perseverance. Through my own hard work, determined not to rely on any external help. After all these blood and sweat and tears, I've finally reached my current position and acquired my current skills and power. I don't need help from anyone, because I am my greatest ally. Wang Baol lifted his head high proudly. He regulated his aura, and, inside his head, called out softly, "Little Missy, are you there?" A moment later, little Missy's distant voice sounded in his head. "You've thought of some request and have decided to summon me again? Come on. Tell me what you want." Wang Baol smiled upon hearing her words. There was a faint flicker in his eyes. Her words had exposed his exact motive for calling upon her. From that alone, he could immediately conclude one thing. Little Missy undoubtedly was able to observe the external world, either through himself or through some other means. The fragment, for example, must have been something she had known about as soon as he acquired it. But she hadn't spoken a word about it. "Little Missy, you've misunderstood me. Am I that sort of person? I'd planned to give this fragment to you as a birthday present." Wang Baol blinked and said immediately, without hesitation, "Birthday present?" Little Missy froze. Wang Baol was inwardly pleased. He had chosen his earlier words to let the other ask exactly that question. He personally felt that he had almost fully grasped Little Missy's character. It was the same as speaking to a girl. He would first have to say something to spark her interest or curiosity. The explanation that followed didn't matter. What mattered was how sweet his words were. "I don't know when your birthday is, but I hope that every present I give you is a meaningful one, and is a pleasant surprise to you, like the flowers I got you previously. I wish for you to be happy. I want to hear you laugh. This way, I'll be happy too," Wang Baol said gently. "Little Missy." Wang Baol was pleased upon discovering Little Missy's silence. He mused about his skills and how he had started practicing them since he was in kindergarten. Even though it seemed that they had become less useful as he had grown older, after some practice those few years, he discovered that the skills had started to display their original impact and prowess once again. Especially when used on Little Missy. It works every time. "I'm guessing no one on her previous planet was as gifted as I am," Wang Baol thought and started feeling all pleased about himself. He pulled out the hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm, picked up the black mask, and placed the black fragment on top of it. Very quickly, the fragment seemingly melted and then fused with the black mask. What had been a damaged half-mask became slightly more complete with the fusion of the fragment. A moment later, after Wang Baol's patient waiting, Little Missy's voice resounded in Wang Baol's head with a strange timbre. "Thank you. You've reached a pivotal point on your cultivation journey. The next level is the Foundation Establishment realm. You can see the Foundation Establishment realm as a kind of magnifying glass. It amplifies your original foundations multifold. As a result, two aspects determine your weaknesses and strengths after you reach the Foundation Establishment realm. One is how you reach the Foundation Establishment realm, and the other is the strength of your foundations. There are many ways to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, but you lack in many of the requirements now. I can't help you with those, but if your foundations are extremely strong, when you reach the Foundation Establishment realm in the future, the augmentation of your abilities and your power will far surpass your peers." Wang Baol's eyes lit up upon hearing what Little Missy said, and his heartbeat quickened. He had been waiting for her to say something like that as well as her guidance on the matter. He understood what she was trying to say. "That means if my foundation is a 10 on the scale, and reaching the Foundation Establishment realm will magnify the original by, say, 10 times, then when I reach the Foundation Establishment realm, I will score 100. Similarly, if my foundation before reaching the Foundation Establishment realm scores 100, then I'll score 1,000 when I reach the Foundation Establishment realm. That is the principle of it. The method I'm teaching you is called the compression art. There are limits to the true breath realm. Like a completely filled bottle, it's impossible to pour anything else into it. But through the compression art, you'll be able to compress your cultivation and carve out space for more cultivation. This will strengthen your foundation. This method can be applied not only on your cultivation but also on the branding of inscriptions during your crafting," Little Missy explained patiently, a rare thing for her to do, and finally taught Wang Baol the formula to the method. Then her voice disappeared. After memorizing the compression arts mantra, Wang Baol was energized. He ran through the formula in his head, confirmed that everything was in order, and retreated from the hallucination realm. He immediately began cultivation. He didn't try the method on himself first. After some deliberation, he decided to try it on the inscriptions on a numinous treasure. After he had familiarized himself with the method, he would then try it on himself. Time passed one day at a time. Wang Baol retreated into seclusion, forwent sleep and forgot to eat, and practiced the compression art. The effects of the method were spectacular. Combined with his skills at crafting artifacts, Wang Baol managed to craft his first supreme third-grade numinous treasure within half a month. A supreme numinous treasure, a numinous treasure that was beyond perfect, was rare throughout the entire Federation. The Federation knew the ways to refine supreme numinous treasures. However, the success rate was too low. The numinous treasure would be destroyed if there was any failure encountered during the crafting process. Wang Baol had worked on the foundations of a perfected third-grade numinous treasure, applied the compression art, and carved 10 times the number of inscriptions on the spirit kernel. That amplified the power of the numinous treasure, forcibly transforming it into a supreme numinous treasure. This compression art can forcibly increase the level of a numinous treasure, but it's only one level. Unless there's a more advanced compression art, this is the best that I can do with what I know. Wang Baol muttered to himself. His eyes were bright with excitement. Even if what he had managed to achieve was merely the leveling up to the supreme grade, the impact was still extremely big to him, especially when he was considering his advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm. His breakthrough in refining numinous treasures gave him greater confidence in and a greater chance at reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. As a result, in the following days, Wang Baol gave it his all and comprehensively revamped his numinous treasures. He applied the compression art and enhanced more than half of his treasures to the third-grade supreme level. He became more familiar with the application of the compression art. At that point, he finally made up his mind and began to apply the compression art to his own cultivation. Wang Baol sat cross-legged in his cave abode and applied the compression art to his cultivation. In an instant, his body started to shudder. He felt an immense pressure from all corners of the room pushing down on his body, sinking deep through his flesh and blood, like targeted molecules that had honed in on his spirit chi and started compressing them without warning. The compression was like a form of forceful cohesion. He could feel intense pain in his blood and flesh. Wang Baol started panting heavily, and his face turned white. Large beads of sweat started dripping from his body. Why is it that every mystic technique little Missy teaches is always so painful to learn? Wang Baol was torn, but he could clearly feel the effects of the method. He felt that as the compression art worked its magic, the spirit chi within his body gathered and clustered tightly together without stopping. It was as if there had been many gaps in his spirit chi that, with the application of the method, were being compressed and shrunk until there were fewer of them left. With the contraction, Wang Baol's cultivation level seemed to be dropping. However, his aura had instead grown stronger and stronger. After the gaps within his spirit chi were compressed and reduced in number, the stability and resilience of his spirit chi grew to its peak. The change in the internal structure of his spirit chi also enhanced the viscosity of his spirit chi. It was akin to a transformation from iron to steel. As a result, despite the extreme agony, Wang Baol still grit his teeth and persevered. It was after he had withstood 2 weeks of such torture and hammering that his cultivation finally compressed to an extreme and was no longer at the peak of the true breath realm, instead, appearing to be recently advanced into the 5th level of the true breath realm. In reality, though, the spiritual aura he was exuding was 30% more powerful than it had been before. That was the same for his combat capabilities. Even his meaty body had shrunk 1 size in those 2 weeks under the compression art. His originally round chubby face had slimmed down slightly. When Wang Baol discovered that, he was both shocked and overjoyed. He stared at himself in the mirror, overwhelmed by excitement. "I see my chin." It was impossible to describe how excited he was feeling at that moment. He stared into the mirror for a full 2 hours, touching his chin repeatedly. Finally, he raised his head skyward and burst out laughing. "I'm someone with a chin now." Overjoyed, Wang Baol walked to and fro in his cave abode. After quite a while, he slowly set aside the unexpected happiness and examined his cultivation. After noting the crystal inside his body, his eyes shone brightly. The next step is to return to the peak of True Breath Realm as soon as possible. This crystal is key. Looks like I have to make another trip to the lightning domain. The thought of that energized Wang Baol. On the one hand, he looked forward to returning to the peak of the True Breath Realm. On the other, he looked forward even more to slimming down by one size more after leaving the lightning domain. Let's go. Level up cultivation and burn calories. At the thought of that, Wang Baol charged out of his cave abode in a manly manner, racing straight for the Array Runes Pavilion and its lightning domain. Lightning crashed and thunder rumbled in the array formation in the lightning domain. Many cultivators could be seen on the towering pagodas, some teleporting in, some teleporting out, and others withstanding bolt after bolt of lightning strikes. When Wang Baol arrived, he passed through the array formation immediately and appeared atop one of the pagodas. His entrance immediately drew the eyes of a few people. They didn't pay him too much attention in detail, though. They could be struck by lightning anytime as long as they remained there. "Come on!" Wang Baol's chubby body shook as he grew excited. He yelled at the lightning storm clouds in the skies. A bolt of lightning came crashing down instantly and struck him. Loud rumbling resounded in the air, and Wang Baol shook, his hair standing on end. Countless arcs of lightning traversed within his body. The crystal inside him was forcibly broken down under the onslaught of rapid quakes. Diffused into Wang Baol's meridians. "It doesn't seem to hurt?" Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He bounced a few times and was surprised and overjoyed. He could still remember the first time he had suffered the lightning strike and the agony and numbness that had assailed his entire body. "I've already mastered the first mystic technique, Flash Arc. Next step, let's see if I can attain the second mystic technique, Electromagnetic Pulse." Wang Baol bounced on his feet eagerly. He wondered if his taking of the body-strengthening freedom pills had transformed his physical body and made him less affected by the lightning strikes. Filled with confidence, Wang Baol started to fantasize about acquiring the complete set of mystic techniques that could be obtained in the lightning domain. There were 5 in total: Flash Arc, Electromagnetic Pulse, Instant Sword, Explosive Dragon, as well as Hellsea. If one learned all 5 mystic techniques, he would be able to wield the electromagnetic pulse. In the Ethereal Tao College's records, a true Breath Realm cultivator typically only managed to acquire the Flash Arc. Only the rare few got their hands on the technique Magnetic Pulse. The latter 3 techniques could only be achieved by one at the Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Baol began his stay in the lightning domain. The days passed, and his endurance of the lightning strikes grew to an impressive extent. The crystal inside him rapidly broke down and fused with his meridians. His cultivation advanced steadily. After many days, with a final lightning strike, Wang Baol finally acquired the second of the 5 mystic techniques hidden in the lightning domain, Magnetic Pulse. Excitement stirred within Wang Baol. With a sweep of his hand, an invisible magnetic force field appeared around him, warping the surrounding space instantly. The force field held a startling electrical force. By releasing his Flash Arc and allowing it to travel in the force field, the power of the magnetic pulse would be amplified. Overjoyed, Wang Baol attempted the 3rd wave of lightning strikes. If he managed to overcome that wave successfully, he would have a chance to acquire the 3rd mystic technique in the lightning domain, Instant Sword. Feelings of excitement and anticipation rose within him at the thought. The 3rd technique was said to only be attainable by one at the Foundation Establishment realm, though. A difficult road lay ahead of Wang Baol. Fortunately, he had a strong and hardy physical body and managed to pull through with great difficulty. The crystal inside him broken down even further with waves of quakes traveling through his body, fusing with and strengthening him further. He stumbled and staggered through the days ahead in a mad haze. His cultivation grew steadily, and the crystal inside his body slowly melded with him. It was after he had stayed at the lightning domain for a full month when the third wave of lightning strikes descended. As the shocked and gaping crowd stared on, Wang Baol bore the full onslaught of the third wave with a physical resilience that rivaled a monster. As the last lightning bolt vanished, he remained standing, almost scorched to the core. Waves of emotion surged through him. He had acquired the third lightning domain technique, the Instant Sword. Instant Sword was a technique that could summon a flying sword created out of lightning in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying sword was startling and the strength of its attack fearsome. It was an immensely powerful, near-invincible technique at the level of the true breath realm. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would have to keep his guard up when encountering such a technique. Wang Baol's acquisition of the Instant Sword was, besides the supernova, another edge he had when facing off against a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. After a long month of baptism by lightning, his cultivation had also been reinstated from its post-compression fifth level of the True Breath realm to the peak of True Breath realm. There was a vast difference in terms of actual power, though, between his current peak at the True Breath realm and his initial peak status at the True Breath realm. If he were to face off against himself a month ago, the current him would crush the latter without any doubt. During the month, Chen Yutong had tidied up the detailed information and resources regarding the Foundation Establishment realm. He had also sought guidance from his master. After acquiring a more comprehensive picture, he hurriedly sent everything to Wang Baol without delay. The information he had gotten didn't come only from the Ethereal Dao College, but also included information sourced from other colleges. Included were also a few incomplete theories regarding the ancient Foundation Establishment realm cultivators that had resided within the realm of the Great Sword World. The Foundation Establishment realm is the second step to go from being mortal to immortal. It's a very important step in the entire cycle. To begin one's path towards immortality, one has to first build a foundation for immortality. After that, he will have nature at his beck and call and become a cultivator who can take flight on a sword. There are many paths to the Foundation Establishment realm. There are the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment Method, the Perfect Foundation Establishment Method, the Grand Foundation Establishment Theft Method, and even methods utilized by the barbarians that had been recorded in a few fragments. Most of them are not fully documented though and ill-suited for our needs. The most appropriate method for us is the one created 30 years ago after much study and trial by countless highly powerful and prestigious cultivators of that period in the Federation, the fusion method. The fusion method works by first obtaining unique fragments from the numerous fragments that had fallen from the ancient greenish bronze sword, fusing them in one's dantian, and using the fused product to form one's foundational core, the Foundation Establishment Core. Only such extraterrestrial fragments contain an endless source of spirit chi and can fuel our Foundation Establishment Core. After all, the spirit chi that is found in the Federation is the product of these countless fragments. However, not all extraterrestrial fragments have such an effect. That's why there's a need for careful selection, and why luck plays a great part in this. The luckiest person is the one who can find a fully intact artifact to serve as his Foundation Establishment Core. Our Grand Supreme Elder, for example, found a fully intact bell that was of extreme rarity and contained immense spirit chi. He used it as his Foundation Establishment Core to build his Foundation Establishment Cultivation. There are other leading figures from the other political forces, many of whom also acquired completely intact artifacts. Such opportunities are rare and few, however. It all depends on one's luck. A typical person reaches the Foundation Establishment realm by obtaining a unique fragment that can be used for fusion. The elites, on the other hand, dream about acquiring a fully intact artifact. Wang Baol let out a breath of air when he read that. Finally, he had a more complete understanding of the Foundation Establishment realm. He continued reading. The mystic lunar realm was created because the number of fragments that could be acquired by each political force is finite. The fragments they obtain are key to sustaining the development of the political entity. Out of all the fragments, the ones that can be absorbed by the body and can be used to reach the Foundation Establishment realm are of greater value. That's why, unless there are certain special reasons, they are often set aside and not freely used. That is why the mystic lunar realm was created. There are large quantities of fragments on the moon. The presence of these fragments in such large quantities resulted in a climate that is harsher than the Earth's climate and a landscape more treacherous than the Earth's. It's only been 3 decades since we started excavating the site. There's a shortage of men and the process is slow. That's why despite all the political forces having spent so much time and energy in the excavation process for many years, there are still many regions on the moon hiding countless extraterrestrial fragments and artifacts. This is especially so for the dark side of the moon. After all, the transformation of the lunar landscape after the descent of the fragments has made the moon an inhabitable place. Only cultivators who've at least attained the 5th level of the true breath realm can survive for long periods of time on the moon. It is due to this reason that the moon has gradually become a place of opportunity for the disciples of the respective political forces in the Federation to seek a breakthrough from the true breath realm and to advance into the Foundation establishment realm. They travel there to seek a chance to reach the Foundation establishment and also to further attempts to colonize the land. The mystic lunar realm is filled with danger and death, as well as immense opportunity. Wang Baol couldn't keep his composure as he read through and gained an understanding of the materials sent by Chen Yutong. His spirit chi started to stir and rouse. He reached the last line of the documents, where Chen Yutong ended everything off by telling Wang Baol that the entrance to the mystic lunar realm was opened once every year. The next opening would take place in 2 months. Then, the respective political forces would send someone to fight for a chance to strike gold. Chen Yutong had already submitted his application. Baol, you have to consider this carefully. This is not the same as the Spirit Breath Village. Spirit Breath Village belongs to the 4 Dao colleges and killing is forbidden. The worst that can happen to you is being injured. But for the Foundation establishment realm, things are different. It is a real battle for resources and opportunities. Fights to the death are common when one is faced with a rare chance of striking it lucky. Besides, all the political forces in the Foundation establishment will be participating in this fight in the mystic lunar realm. You must think this through properly. Wang Baol fell silent as he considered what Chen Yutong had said. Slowly, a fierce and determined light appeared in his eyes. He knew that if he missed the window, he would have to wait another year. If things had gone according to his initial plans, it wouldn't have been possible for him to participate in the upcoming trip. However, the crisis with the giant tree and the opportune 100 seedlings training had accelerated his plans and made it possible for him to take part. Wang Baol pondered for some time before his eyes lit up with determination. I'm so powerful, others should fear me instead. What do I have to be afraid of? Wang Baol made his decision. As he applied to the college for access to the mystic lunar realm, somewhere inside Ethereal City, within the residences of the Ethereal City Lord, stood an ancient tree. It towered 100 feet tall, with a crown that spanned 100 yards wide, and that was weighed down by countless drooping branches. Amidst its richly green leaves were numerous young fruits that had not yet fully ripened. It was at that moment they brightened into a deep flush of red and ripened. Waves of unique fragrance spread throughout the City Lord's residence and lingered in the air. The City Lord of the Ethereal City, Lin Yu, stood before the ancient tree with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the fruits and smiled. We have a great ethereal fruit harvest. Send out the invitations to the heroes from the respective establishments to join us for the Ethereal City Fruit Feast and share in the fruits of our labor. The ethereal fruit was well known in the Federation. It was said to be a strange fruit that, while not equal to the mythical heavenly peaches, contained strong nourishing properties for a cultivator. A normal person who ate the fruit would be blessed with good health and strong immunity, as well as an increase in lifespan. The effects of ingesting the fruit were mild, to the point that even babies could eat them. The only thing unfortunate about the fruit was that it couldn't be preserved and didn't last long after being picked. It had to be eaten within 3 days. The ethereal fruits came from an ethereal tree, which could also be referred to by its other name, the Great Mahogany Tree. Of course, there were differences between it and the Great Mahogany Tree of the myths that cycled between 8,000 years in spring and another 8,000 years in autumn. The ethereal tree merely possessed the characteristics of a lengthened lifespan. The ethereal tree had been the result of a strange encounter during one of the City Lord's earlier travels. He found a dry tree branch amongst cooling embers that wasn't yet dead and brought it back to the ethereal city. Under his careful and tender administration, the branch grew and, 10 years prior, transformed into its current 1,000 feet spanning form, bearing its first batch of ethereal fruits. Even though the fruits contained extraordinary properties, the time of their ripening wasn't fixed. Since he had brought the tree back from the verge of death, it had borne fruits 3 times. That was the 4th. To City Lord Lin Yu, though, the ethereal fruit was of great value, but it was ultimately only a physical thing. Its worth couldn't compare to the value of a strong social network. That was why the past few times the ethereal tree had borne fruit, he sent out invitations to invite the Federation's younger generation of heroes to join him in a feast and share in the harvest. On the one hand, it was a means of strengthening his relations with the parental generation of the young heroes, and on the other hand, it served to seed future favors with the young ones. Such a strategy appeared alarmingly simple, but was one few could manage to apply in reality. After all, it was a fruit that could prove helpful to a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and there he was, giving them all away. One could see the breadth of Lin Yu's ambitions and aspirations from his actions. After all, for someone to become a senator in the Federation Senate and a lord of a city, they had to have certain extraordinary qualities in the way they treated others and managed matters. In comparison, his son Lin Tianhao still had much to learn. However, you'll host the upcoming Ethereal Fruit Feast. Inside the Ethereal City Lord residence, under the ethereal tree, Lin Yu turned around, looked at his son, and spoke calmly. Lin Tianhao had always looked upon his father with fear and respect. Even though he was reluctant to simply give away the ethereal fruits, he nodded solemnly and submitted to his father's instructions. A smile slowly appeared on Lin Yu's face as he gazed at Lin Tianhao. He knew his own child's nature. To a certain extent, he was grateful to Wang Beol. After all, after being admitted to the Upper Academy Island in the Ethereal Dao College, Lin Tianhao had experienced quite a few trials and tribulations. He had matured. Lin Yu was comforted by the fact. Do not feel it a waste. This is a society that runs on favors and obligations. The value of social relations is greater than you can imagine. I no longer need to curry more favors. You'll be the one dispensing favors and building relations this time. I understand, father. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and replied quietly. I've made an effort to invite the children of the other senators and city lords, as well as the young heroes from the 4 Dao colleges. There will be someone from the 5-generation Sky Clan as well. As for the other 2 sects and the Trillionaris Corporation, we don't have frequent exchanges and interactions, so it's not a big matter if they don't turn up. But if they do, you'll be sure to attend to them properly. Lin Yu passed down a few tips and reminders. He lifted his head and stared at the ethereal tree and its ripened fruits. Then, as if suddenly reminded of something, he spoke again casually. I've also invited a few young heroes from the Ethereal Dao College. Wang Beol is one of them. Lin Tianhao fell silent momentarily when he heard Wang Beol's name. If it had been in the past, he would have disapproved of the invitation. Even if he didn't voice his displeasure, he would still be inwardly unhappy. But, after having come head-to-head with Wang Beol a few times, he had resigned to his fate. At present, he remained silent for a while before nodding his head in obedience. The unhappiness between him and myself was the result of my own immaturity and hot-headedness. I'm sorry for the worry it has caused you, father. When he said that, Lin Yu spun around abruptly and stared at Lin Tianhao for a long time. A smile slowly surfaced on his face. It grew wider and wider until Lin Yu burst into laughter. It was a smile that was freeing and filled with joy. In all of Lin Tianhao's memories, that was the first time he ever saw his father displaying such happiness before him. Good, however, you've grown up. Lin Yu laughed out loud as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He walked up and patted Lin Tianhao on the shoulder. When he turned and left, it was with immense comfort and pleasure. Lin Tianhao stood in the same spot as he watched the retreating back of his father. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He muttered, "It's not entirely true that I've grown up. Is that Wang Beol is someone I can't afford to offend. The ethereal fruit feast was set to be held 3 days later at the ethereal city's city lord residences. The invitations were sent out and soon received by every one of the political forces in the Federation. It was as Lin Yu had foreseen. There would not be anyone coming from the two main sections. The Trillionaris Corporation had also replied with a non-attendance. Only the 5-generation Sky Clan, who maintained a cordial relationship with Lin Yu privately, readily accepted the invitation. That was something that had been within Lin Yu's expectations. His network of relations was concentrated mainly in the Senate and 4 Dao colleges. The children of the 16 senators had accepted his invitation and would all be attending. That was the same for the 4 Dao colleges. The respective youths would be heading towards the ethereal city in their cruisers. Zhui Yifan, Wang Beol, Zhao Yaming, and a few other Federation seedlings, as well as all reputable disciples from the Upper Academy Island, were in the list of invitees. The thought of turning down the invitation had not occurred to Wang Beol. In fact, he was extremely pleased for having received it. This Senator Lin is indeed an impressive figure who recognizes my brilliance. It's just unfortunate that his son isn't of the same caliber. Wang Beol slapped his stomach happily. He thought it a great thing being able to get a free meal, especially since the ethereal fruit was such an extraordinary fruit. Wang Beol did some research and decided that the fruit would be more useful for his parents. After having made a decision, Wang Beol contacted Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming. They decided they would journey together to the ethereal fruit feast. 3 days passed quickly, and as the day of the ethereal fruit feast arrived, Ethereal City bustled with noise. Every resident of the ethereal city knew about the ethereal fruit feast. They watched as luxurious cruiser after cruiser sped across the heavens and headed for the city lord's residences. The cruisers were just too lavish. One cruiser was built out of black gold and shaped like a scimitar. It exuded an aura that was both lethal and futuristic all at once, as if it was something that existed outside of that time. It wasn't only fast, but it also struck awe in those who saw it. Such a cruiser wouldn't be something that came out of a factory line production. It was a customized cruiser that could only be crafted by a great artisan. Be it in price or capabilities, it vastly surpassed the cruisers that were available on the market. The cruiser was only the tip of the iceberg. There was another even more opulent-looking cruiser. A giant head made out of metal, with long fearsome-looking teeth and a horn growing out of its forehead. It dashed across the sky, appearing less like a cruiser and more like a beast. The fearsome aura it exuded, its speed, as well as the structure of the cruiser, was a frightening and awe-inducing sight to all who saw it. Cruisers of a similar breed came from all 4 corners of the sky, rousing waves of shocked gasps from the residents of the ethereal city that day. My God! I've seen the leaf-shaped cruiser on the Spirit intranet before. It's so expensive that it costs as much as a mansion in the Federation capital. The money I earn from a life of working will probably only get me 1 door on that cruiser. Did you guys see that? That's a flying race car made from spirit stones. I have to give it up to the person. Amidst the rise and fall of the city residents' cries of surprise and awe, luxurious cruisers, oddly shaped and each one of them priceless, gathered at the ethereal city lord residence. As they landed, out walked young men and women. All of them were dressed in expensive attire, in high spirits, and giving off an air of nobility that made them stand apart from the typical commoner. They were the children of the other Federation senators, and it was clear that they knew Lin Tianhao, as they started chatting happily when they met. Young Master Lin, many thanks for the invitation. Ha, brother son. Have you changed your cruiser again? I saw this on the Trillionaris Corporation's announcement a while back. There are only 10 such cruisers in the entire Federation. I can't believe you actually managed to get one. Not just one. I bought them all. Laughter rose in the air. They appeared to converse nonchalantly about one another's cruisers, engaging in casual banter, but in reality, every one of them was secretly measuring the others up. The extravagance of their cruisers gradually gave the ethereal fruit feast a different flavor. It had become a bragging contest. In the bustling and lively ethereal city lord residence, as Lin Tianhao received the guests and engaged in cordial conversation, the invitees from the 5-generation Sky Clan finally arrived. The cruiser they traveled on caught everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. It was a miniature battleship capable of traversing outer space. The battleship spanned 10,000 feet. It flew slowly and cast a forbidding and imposing aura. It was clear that it had been modified before and was fueled by spirit stones, and its body was painted in black. The sight of it sent everyone quaking in fear. As soon as the battleship appeared, the senator's children's pupils contracted. The surrounding observers and the residents of the ethereal city gasped in shock when they saw the cruiser. My God, using a miniature battleship for transport? Who's the one sitting inside? Amidst the heated discussion, the battleship gradually slowed to a halt. Xianxia, dressed in white robes and exuding an air of elegance and charm, walked out with a smile. He was not alone. A dozen other disciples from the White Deer Dao College followed behind him. Li Yi was one of them. Lin Tianhao's face broke into a smile as they walked out. He went forward immediately to welcome them. He started chatting happily with Xianxia while leading them into the residence. There was no need for introductions. Xianxia was well known in their unique social circle. The senator's children soon approached, smiling, and started trading stories. The names of Li Yi and company had been made known to the public during the selection of the Federation's 100 seedlings. As a result, many came forward to get to know them better soon after they entered the residence. The sounds of laughter and conversation rose in the air. The city lord's residences were alight with laughter and conversation. Members of the Holy River Dao College and the White Deer Branch College gradually made their entrances, and their cruisers had been chosen carefully as well. The Holy River Dao College's disciples came in a cruiser that seemed to be made from crystal. The entrance of the White Deer Branch College was even more dramatic. Their cruiser was a metal horse carriage which charged towards the venue with a series of rumbling roars. The purpose of having the entire feast seemed to have changed even before the actual feast had officially begun. Instead of putting them away, the cruisers were left to lay out in the open. The sight invited intense scrutiny from almost everyone. Many even took pictures and posted them on the Spirit intranet, stirring a greater storm on the intranet. Due to the Ethereal Dao College's close proximity to the Ethereal City, a majority of the students arrived via their own cruisers. They had obviously not been prepared, and their cruisers paled immeasurably when compared against the other cruisers. Next to the others, they felt almost embarrassed to land. They clearly ranked bottom in the competition. Even though it was all a game, the young heroes were still youths. It was natural that while some were pleased, others would be embarrassed by it all. The entire affair quickly spread throughout the Spirit intranet. Many from the Ethereal Dao College who had arrived at the feast quickly contacted the college to find out if there were any others who hadn't yet embarked on their journey. Some even reached out to Wang Baol and informed him what was going on. When Wang Baol received the news, he had just found Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming. The three of them had been about to travel out on their cruisers when their voice transmission rings vibrated urgently. Even Zhao Yaming received news from someone else. The three of them read their messages and were taken aback. Wang Baol raised an eyebrow. A bragging contest? Zhuo Yifan frowned. He had received news that Xianxia from the 5-generation Sky Clan would be attending the feast as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes when he found out about the news. Zhao Yaming felt nothing for such ostentatious gloating of one's wealth. She couldn't care less. In her entire life, except one person, the rest of her peers were simply not as rich as she was. She was used to it. What's all this rubbish? Aren't we just going to eat some fruit? When did this become some sort of pissing contest? Wang Baol shook his head and smiled. His expression was one of disdain, like a grown-up watching children fight over whose toy was the best. These people are just too childish. It's just a party, what's with showing off their cruisers? So what, it's made from black gold? So what, it's a limited edition? What's all this about? This is all so silly, so superficial. Wang Baol read the news and started lamenting. We cultivators should aspire towards the great Tao. We should be carrying the baton of the past forward into the future. We should be striving for the ultimate good of the universe. How could we waste our lives on such meaningless competitions? Wang Baol spoke with great force. Intense conviction emanated from his person. Today, the three of us will use the simplest and plainest possible way to travel there. We must let these youngsters know that showing off their wealth is a crime. Simplicity is the most absolute and truest purity. The greatest truths are the simplest. Zhuo Yifan was slightly stirred when he heard Wang Bao's words. Even Zhao Yaming eyed Wang Bao with surprise. Before they could voice their agreement, though, Wang Bao lifted his head arrogantly, raised his hand, and placed his fingers in his mouth, blowing fiercely. A shrill whistling rang out from Wang Bao's mouth instantly, piercing through the air and traveling far into the distance. As the whistle pierced through the air, amidst the shock of Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, a thundering roar sounded from the direction of the beast-taming pavilion. A towering figure charged out from the pavilion, a swift and awesome shadow appearing in the sky. It was the diamond ape, towering 100-odd meters and covered in black fur. A pair of wings sprouting from his back, the diamond ape exuded a fearsome aura that was amplified by his domineering stance that surpassed the true breath realm and was, in fact, of the foundation establishment realm. It approached, a fierce wind heavy with the scent of blood like it was riding a tornado towards Wang Bao and his friends. It arrived in the blink of an eye. The diamond ape hovered in midair, its wings fluttering and stirring vicious winds. It seemed happy. It cupped its fists and thudded its chest repeatedly, its thudding causing loud rumbling in the air. Its actions made it seem even more ferocious. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming's breath stilled when they came face to face with the diamond ape, and they unknowingly took a few steps back. The diamond ape's immense physical form was terrifying. It might even be able to put up a decent fight if it met the perfected foundation establishment realm giant tree in the Kulon Basin. As Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming stood, stunned, Wang Bao lifted his head nonchalantly and greeted the diamond ape. The diamond ape was overjoyed. It had long buried the hatchet with Wang Bao. Their friendship had grown, especially after Wang Bao had returned a while back and had not forgotten to send a few puppets over. The diamond ape had started to feel that Wang Bao was treating him too well, and started to become friendlier to Wang Bao. At that moment, it grinned widely and roared, "Daime, someone's trying to bully me. We're going to bring you along. Take your cue from me. If there's anyone who's mean to us, just smack him." Wang Bao said arrogantly. The diamond ape was a sentient creature. Even though it wasn't particularly intelligent, it could make out the general meaning behind Wang Bao's words. Upon hearing that it was being summoned to fight, the diamond ape got excited immediately. It thundered at the sky before it turned around and raced straight into its cave at the beast-taming pavilion. Wang Bao stood there, stunned. It returned quickly with its appearance dramatically transformed. On its body was an armor of gold that turned his originally immense 100-meter figure into a small gold mountain instantly. Its figure had become even more fearsome and awesome than before. The armor had clearly been painstakingly crafted by the Dermic Armament Pavilion, made from costly materials and lined with complex inscriptions. The entire armor appeared to be a 6th-grade numinous treasure, which meant that the ape's original battle capabilities would be augmented exponentially with it on. A ferocious, terrifying aura emanated from the diamond ape as it hovered in mid-air, stirring whirlpools of spirit energies around him. The ape wore a huge helmet on its head and metal gloves on its hands. Every accessory and armor came together to transform the diamond ape into a truly formidable being. That was the first time Wang Bao had seen the diamond ape in such attire. He was shocked speechless before excitement overtook his senses. Letting loose a great laugh, he leaped up and landed directly on the diamond ape's shoulder. He sat down and gestured towards Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming. "Yifan, Yaming, come on, we have a feast to attend. We're going to go in this simple and plain manner, a bit casual and informal, and meet those people trying to show off their wealth. Fear not, because we have our dreams, and we have the Tao in our hearts." Wang Bao was completely taken in by his words. He truly felt how pure and simple he was being. Zhuo Yifan slapped his forehead. He realized he shouldn't have wasted his emotional energy being roused by Wang Bao's speech about grand truths and absolute simplicity. Zhao Yaming was speechless as well. Silently, The pair leaped into the air and landed on the diamond ape's shoulder. They sat behind Wang Beol. Then Zhao Yaming seemed to have suddenly understood something. She smiled faintly. What Beol said is right. We may be poor, but we have our dreams. Zhuo Yifan's lips started twitching at the edges. He stared at Zhao Yaming and felt the similarities between Wang Beol and Zhao Yaming keenly at that moment. He couldn't help muttering silently, "If you're considered poor, there can be no wealthy people in this world." Wang Beol heard Zhao Yaming's affirmation of his words and almost pulled her into a hug and kissed her out of sheer happiness. Fortunately, his reason was still intact. He suppressed the impulse, gave the diamond ape a pat and said, his spirits soaring, "Daimi, let's go. Our destination, the ethereal city lord residence." The diamond ape lifted its head abruptly and let loose a thunderous, earth-shattering roar that rang out across the skies, startling countless people on the upper Academy Island and drawing their attention. Then, with a leap, the wings on its back started flapping. With an imposing manner, it charged straight for the ethereal city. At that moment, in the open-air square inside the ethereal city lord residence, the guests who had arrived were all gathered in small groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing. The topics of their conversations varied widely, jumping from cruisers to luxury goods, then from luxury goods to cultivation, and to the soon-to-be accessible mystic lunar realm. All sorts of talk went on, and laughter rose frequently and rang through the air. Servants of the residence carrying drinks wove between groups, bringing wine to the esteemed guests. As the host, Lin Tianhao was surrounded by numerous friends. As they chatted and laughed, his charming manner and attractive appearance caught the admiring eyes of many female cultivators from the other Dao colleges. Li Yi was one of them. She was holding a glass of wine and gazing at Lin Tianhao with a smile on her face. As he said something humorous, she pressed her lips into a demure smile. She couldn't help but draw a comparison between Lin Tianhao and Wang Beol then. Compared to Lin Tianhao, she felt that Wang Beol was akin to a pile of dung. Besides Lin Tianhao, Zhuo Yixian, with his status as the young master of and heir to the Zhuo family in the 5-generation Sky Clan, was also surrounded by many young men and women who desired his friendship. He engaged in a pleasant conversation with them. The sons and daughters of senators were all brought up in a superior environment that led to their desire to boast about their wealth. However, their family clan's teachings also ingrained deep within them many good qualities. Be it the way they carried themselves or their cultivation, both were exemplary when compared to any typical person. Many of them were unlike Lin Tianhao, who was a single child. They had elder brothers or elder sisters. Compared to the higher cultivation levels of their elder siblings, even though their cultivation didn't reach the foundation establishment realm, they had obviously led rich and exciting lives. An exemplary upbringing and self-restraint ensured that they dialed down their arrogance when they mingled with the prodigies from the 4 Dao colleges. Both groups made friends with one another and started building their own connections. It could be said that the people gathered there represented a portion of the upcoming generation of young heroes in the Federation. Even though over time, many would fall from the ranks of heroes, numerous great figures of the future would undoubtedly emerge from their midst. Li Xiu, for example, was one of them. The Xiu in the name was not in reference to gender but meant excellence. Li Xiu, naturally, wasn't a female cultivator, but a tall young man. As the son of the head senator, even though he had an elder sister whose cultivation was approaching the core formation realm, he was the only son in his generation in the family clan. The focus and hopes placed on him were greater than the average person. He was holding a glass of wine and sitting lazily in a corner, and surrounding him were many of the other senators' children. It was clear that he was treated as the emperor of the group. Even Lin Tianhao, who didn't follow him around like one of his followers, treated him with extreme cordiality. I heard the Ethereal Dao College found themselves a Wang Beol. Tianhao, you're from the Ethereal Dao College too. You familiar with this Wang Beol? Li Xiu threw a look over at Lin Tianhao, who was talking to Li Yi, and asked casually. Wang Beol. Lin Tianhao could tell Li Xiu's interest in Wang Beol. He deliberated for a while. If it had been in the past, He would have seized the opportunity to secretly incite conflict between Li Xiu and Wang Beol even before they had the chance to meet each other. However, after some thought, Lin Tianhao shook his head slightly. I'm not familiar. I don't know much about him. Oh! Li Xiu's eyes flashed when he heard Lin Tianhao's reply. There was a flicker of a smile on his lips. He knew Lin Tianhao's character and could discern something deeper hidden in the seemingly simple answer. As Li Xiu pondered, Li Yi snorted in disdain. Despite both of them having the same family name, Li, they weren't from the same family clan. She said contemptuously, I'm quite familiar with this Wang Beol. He's despicable, shameless, and a pervert. His head is filled with evil and nasty thoughts. Sooner or later, he'll be castrated and made into minced meat by someone. Li Yi's words were heard by many around her, and they turned and looked at her. Li Xiu had a curious look on his face too. He was about to question her further when a sudden roar, like the rumbling of thunder, came crashing from the distant skies. The sound was deafening, sending tremors across the air and whipping up fierce winds. The winds blasted the surrounding trees into a flurry and stirred up sandstorms. Everyone in the square looked out in shock. Lin Tianhao, Zhuo Yixian, Li Yi, Li Xiu, and the other young heroes did the same. They turned their faces towards the roaring. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Some couldn't help themselves and gasped out loud. What is that? In the distant heavens, amidst the boiling clouds and stormy winds, a black spot emerged. It was a small speck that grew in size within the blink of an eye. In the span of a few breaths, it transformed in everyone's eyes into a giant figure that towered like a small, armored mountain. The diamond ape had arrived. The appearance of the diamond ape, its violent-streaked aura, the pitch-black fur exposed outside the armor, its crimson eyes and its flapping wings that stirred violent winds, immediately sent everyone shuddering in awe and fear. A monster! A Foundation Establishment Realm. A Foundation Establishment Realm monster. There were countless gasps of shock. It was not merely the young heroes who were stunned. Many residents in the city had a changed expression on their faces when they caught a clear look of the diamond ape. They retreated amidst cries of terror. Just imagine the diamond ape's 100-meter-tall form, clad in majestic armor and transforming it into the likeness of a beast god. Its Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation alone made it invincible. The imposing and awesome aura it exuded sent all who laid their eyes on it quaking with fear. Its immense physical form was equally awe-inspiring, amplifying its power. As it approached, and as its aura radiated from its body, everyone on the open-air square in the ethereal city Lord residence sucked in a breath of cold air and shuffled back instinctively. Even the residence's guards stood stiff with alarm and trepidation. Fortunately, there were disciples from the Ethereal Tao College amongst the people, who obviously recognized the diamond ape. Others from the other Tao colleges seemed to have heard of the diamond ape from the Ethereal Tao College. In their surprise, they started shouting, "It's the diamond ape from the beast-taming pavilion! My God! Why is it here? That's the diamond ape of the Ethereal Tao College!" The repeated shouts of surprise calmed the crowd down slightly. They were still fearful of the rapidly approaching diamond ape. However, as the diamond ape continued to approach and grew clearer in everyone's eyes, the three figures sitting on its shoulders, including that of Wang Beol, were seen by someone. There's someone on the monster's shoulders. How is that possible? The war beast of the Ethereal Tao College has turned into a mere mount. The crowd wasn't given time to get a closer look. With a thundering roar, the charging diamond ape descended straight from the heavens. With a loud thunderous sound that sent the ground shaking, the small mountain of a diamond ape landed directly on the square in the ethereal city Lord residence. It sent quakes through the ground as it landed. The diamond ape seemed pleased. It ignored what, to him, appeared to be tiny little humans, lifted its head skyward, let loose a fierce roar, and thudded its chest with both fists. A loud rumbling resounded in the air. As the crowd looked on with fear, it kneeled, allowing everyone in the crowd, whose scalps were numbed with terror, to see Wang Beol and company sat on its shoulder. One after the other, The three leaped off the ape's shoulder. Everyone's eyes initially honed it on Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan. Zhao Yaming, in her white robes, was like a fairy, unearthly and not of their world. She exuded both purity and grace, and her extraordinary beauty and calm gaze imbued her with a unique charm. Beside her, Zhuo Yifan stood tall and poised, a charming figure with attractive features and clear eyes untainted by evil. He was like the sun. All who gazed upon him could feel a blinding brilliance emanating from his person. The couple, one handsome and the other beautiful, was, regardless of height, form, or aura, the pinnacle of perfection on earth. Anyone who had the slightest hint of self-doubt would feel ashamed when standing before them, as well as be robbed of all attention and seem like pale imitations beside the pair. It was between the two that Wang Baol stood. His physical appearance was clearly not a match for the other two's. In terms of his height or body shape, he was nowhere near perfect. However, he remained the glaring focus of attention. He stood right there, giving off a strange and unexplainable feeling. It was as if he was the leader in the group of three. Upon a closer look, it was clear that both Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming had unknowingly fallen half a step behind Wang Baol. The others in the crowd didn't know why that was so. Even Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming hadn't noticed the shift in their mentalities. The various scenes at the Kulom Basin, such as that of Wang Baol standing before them, his back towering like a mountain, were that etched in their memories. That battle had an immense impact on them. They might not have shown it most of the time, but deep in their hearts, they had already acknowledged Wang Baol's position in their circle. The change in their mentalities affected Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming's auras. On the other hand, Wang Baol had never known self-doubt. There was no such word in his dictionary. The culmination of the two was Wang Baol standing with his head high and chest out between Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, slapping his stomach, which had been sucked in when he had puffed his chest out, terrorizing the entire crowd. Excuse us for the late arrival. Few words could describe the scene of someone who had clearly raised his head high and puffed his chest out but still appeared to be sticking out his tummy, slapping his stomach. Words could hardly describe the indescribable aura that exploded from such a person. At that instant, Wang Baol felt as if the people before him had all been stunned by his tall, striking figure and the aura of the strong exuding from his person. He stared at their wide-eyed, gaping-mouthed faces and felt extremely pleased. The little fatty seemed to have forgotten that standing behind him was a wide-mouthed and grinning diamond ape emanating waves of violence and ferocity. He lifted his head slightly and coughed. Is this where the cruisers are parked? Wang Baol glanced towards a city lord residence guard standing at a corner and asked. The guards all around were breathing nervously. They had all been frightened by the strong aura radiating off the diamond ape. They nodded instinctively, giving Wang Baol yet another chance to show off. Daimi, wait for us here. Wang Baol turned and patted the diamond ape. Upon hearing Wang Baol's words, the diamond ape growled and thudded its chest hard. It shook its bum, pretended to hold its breath, and winked at Wang Baol. I get what you mean. We won't use the ultimate move unless we have no choice. Wang Baol felt that the diamond ape was playing along with the entire thing extremely well. He happily pulled out from his storage bracelet a diamond ape puppet. He flung it at the diamond ape. The diamond ape's eyes fastened onto the puppet instantly. It roared, yanked the puppet into its arms, and started playing with its toy in the square. The scene shocked the entire crowd, be it the senator's children or the prodigious students from the other Dao colleges. The group of young people who had earlier been secretly boasting about their cruisers were all dazed. They sucked in a deep breath, a storm of emotions welling within them. It was impossible not to be confounded by it all. They had been competing on the level of cruisers when Wang Baol and his company leaped straight out of the beginner's league and came riding in on a monster. A sense of helplessness came over them, and they grimaced inwardly. It was impossible to compete with that. They had mere cruisers while the competitor had sent out a war beast. The two were completely different playing fields. Cruisers were just simple transport, while the taming of a war beast that could also serve as a mount was an almost insurmountable task, especially when it was A Foundation establishment realm war beast. It was as if one was driving a sports car and feeling all pleased about himself when he saw the other party flying a warplane. Lin Tianhao couldn't help the grimace on his face as he witnessed the scene. He was no longer surprised by whatever Wang Baol managed to conjure up. He had one belief cemented firmly in his heart. Wang Baol's life must be a game hack. He's either got an amazing father or an even more amazing godfather who's helped him plan out his life. A sour taste swirled in Lin Tianhao's mouth. In his exasperation, he became more determined to stay out of Wang Baol's way. Li Yi, on the other hand, was gnashing her teeth in fury. She breathed heavily, her rage sending her chest heaving as she tried repeatedly to shove down the anger that arose from her dislike of Wang Baol. Interesting. Amidst the crowd and surrounded by the other senators' children, Li Xiu's eyes brightened, a growing interest clear in his eyes when he looked at Wang Baol. Amidst the staring eyes of the crowd, Wang Baol laughed and, alongside Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming, approached the crowd. Even though Lin Tianhao was reluctant to have anything to do with Wang Baol, as the host of the feast he could only bite the bullet and approach the group, cupping his fists and extending a polite welcome. Wang Baol didn't get along well with Lin Tianhao. However, he was able to sense a change in Lin Tianhao's attitude towards him. He blinked, then smiled at Lin Tianhao, though he was on high alert inwardly. Did this guy turn over a new leaf, or is he plotting something again? Wang Baol hid his surprise while pretending to be friendly, almost brotherly, to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao quickly introduced him to everyone else. Zhao Yaming was herself gifted with natural beauty and clearly knew a few of the senator's daughters, and the latter quickly sought her out for company. It was the same for Zhui Yifan. No one outside his family knew that he was a war soldier of the Zhou family, and his exemplary achievements, as well as his powerful family background, led others to readily make friends with him. The three of them separated and mingled around at the feast. Wang Baol hadn't participated in such feasts before, but he had studied the high officials' autobiographies since he was a young boy. He was fearless in the face of such highbrow gatherings. In fact, he seemed almost like he was in his element. Laughing every now and then, he chatted up strangers happily, putting his arm around their shoulders or pulling them into a hug as if he already knew them very well. Li Xiu, who was already interested in knowing Wang Baol, upon being pulled into a hug by the latter, also hugged him back. Smiling widely, he asked, "Brother Baol, aren't you graduating soon? Will you be going to the mystic lunar realm to train? Are you interested in joining my family business after that?" Li Xiu smiled as he spoke. Wang Baol laughed out loud at the solicitation. He didn't turn down the offer, nor did he give an affirmative reply. Li Xiu wasn't bothered by that. It was, after all, a huge matter and not something that could be decided immediately. The thought of canvassing for Wang Baol to join their family faction had been a sudden one. The feast went on. Music started to sound through the square. In the ethereal city lord residence, some of the young heroes of the generation mingled merrily. Even if they particularly disliked someone at the feast, they wouldn't show it. The atmosphere grew livelier and livelier as the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges and the children of the senators got to know one another better. A moment later, Wang Baol escaped from the casual conversations with some difficulty. He let out a sigh of relief, then grabbed a glass of wine from a pretty female servant passing him by. He eyed the crowd, pleased, sipped at the wine, then frowned. "Pretty lady, do you have ice spirit water here? Preferably with ice. It'll be even better if there are lemon slices in it as well. Oh, right, where do I find food? Are there soy eggs? Snacks? How about fried potatoes or beef jerky? That sort of thing." Wang Baol held on to the glass of wine and stared at the female servant with anticipation in his eyes. The female servant froze. That was her first time encountering such a request. She nodded her head hastily and went in search for Wang Baol's ice spirit water and soy egg. Big family clans are just different. They have everything. Wang Baol was immensely pleased. He held onto the wine glass. Even though he didn't find it delicious at all, the rest seemed to be used to it. He pretended to place the glass against his lips and was about to take a tiny sip when Zhao Yaming stepped out from the crowd behind him. She had a lovely smile on her face. She laughed softly beside Wang Baol and appeared to be saying something. Others couldn't hear what she was saying, but judging by the expression on her face, she seemed to be relating something interesting. Zhao Yaming walked towards and paused beside Wang Baol, seemingly with a smile on her face. The words that left her lips, however, were deadly serious. Baol, don't turn around. Behind you, on your left, there's a young man with long hair who's wearing our college uniform. He seems normal, but I don't know why when I passed him earlier I was suddenly caught by the feeling that I seem to know him from somewhere and that he's unfamiliar. It's hard to describe this feeling. I realized he's also watching us, especially you. My instincts are telling me that this person is extremely dangerous. He seems to harbor ill intentions towards us. Wang Baol's expression remained unchanged when he heard that. He burst out in laughter as if he had just heard something extremely funny. It was then that the female servant returned with his ice spirit water and snacks. Wang Baol turned and grabbed the ice spirit water from the servant's tray. His eyes glanced casually towards the distance in a lazy sweep without focusing on any one person. He immediately saw who Zhao Yaming was referring to. His eyes turned away without hesitation or pause. He took a gulp from the ice spirit water in his hand, smiled, and said quietly, "That's weird. I find him slightly familiar but also unfamiliar at the same time," Wang Baol said. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming stared at each other. They didn't continue their conversation, instead, separating and joining the crowd again. Both had their guard up. Wang Baol secretly contacted the Dermic Armament Pavilion and instructed his subordinates to get the name list of the disciples who had been invited to the Ethereal City Lord residence. They were to include visuals for the attendees. An armament soldier might have faced some difficulty in organizing such an effort, but Wang Baol was the deputy pavilion head. To a certain degree, he and Chen Yutong were the two supreme sovereigns reigning over the Dermic Armament Pavilion. As soon as Wang Baol's orders were issued, many in the Dermic Armament Pavilion started scrambling around. The list of names was quickly collated and sent over to Wang Baol. He sipped at his ice spirit water while browsing through it, and soon found who he was looking for. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. The person whom both Zhao Yaming and himself found familiar, and who was watching him, was Huang Shan, a longtime disciple who advanced to the Upper Academy Island 4 years ago. Huang Shan, with talent in traps, a rather impressive family background, as well as the Traps Pavilion's elder as his senior, was promoted to Deputy Pavilion Head of the Traps Pavilion the last year. The Traps Pavilion. Did we meet before in college? But why is this person watching me, and why does Zhao Yaming feel threatened? Wang Baol had full faith in Zhao Yaming's intuition. She had a natural spirit body, and her spiritual senses often surpassed that of the ordinary person on many occasions. Wang Baol kept his guard up and, without exposing himself, began to put a greater distance between him and Huang Shan, trying not to draw any nearer. Fortunately, the crowd was immense. Wang Baol's actions didn't seem overly obvious. After some time, the music gradually slowed down to a halt, and laughter rang out from the front. The laughter was bright and hearty. It resounded loudly in the air, and an overwhelming aura came surging forward. Everyone fell silent and looked to the front. Everyone watched as someone walked out from the inner chambers. It was a tall, middle-aged man with attractive features who shared a resemblance with Lin Tianhao. He wore long, loose robes, his hair flowed loosely down his back, and his eyes held stars. His entire person exuded a unique charm. As he walked out, his laughter rang into the skies. Even though he might have suppressed his cultivation, the spiritual energy emanating from him still felt overwhelming and heavy in the air. Wang Baol's breathing stilled. Everyone's cultivation was affected and driven into a flux. It was as if a single glance from the man could drive their cultivation into sudden implosion. Core formation realm. There was no need for further identification. Wang Baol immediately knew who the other person was and his cultivation. Within the residences of the Ethereal City's City Lord, there was only one person with such levels of cultivation and such an imposing aura. It was the ethereal city's city lord, one of the 17 senators of the Federation, Lin Yu. Greetings, Senator Lin. Greetings, City Lord Lin. As Lin Yu strolled out, everyone quieted down and greeted him in unison. In their eyes, both Lin Yu's cultivation level and his status were leagues above theirs. He was the equal of their fathers, the powerful figures of the Federation. Such powerful men could send the earth shaking across the entire Federation with just a stomp of their foot. Calling him a lord wouldn't be an exaggeration. Like a powerful lord, he dictated everything in Ethereal City. His aura emanated from him as he walked out. No prompting was required. Lin Yu was the natural focus of everyone's attention, as they greeted and welcomed his arrival. Behind the sun-like dazzling figure of Lin Yu stood two others. One was Lin Tianhao and the other an elderly man. The old man had a face lined with wrinkles. He looked like an old servant, with his hands folded into his sleeves, his back slightly hunched, and his head lowered as he walked. He seemed to be smiling, always. The spiritual energies that he exuded were only slightly weaker than Lin Yu's. "Isn't this little Xiao? Your father spoke about you during our last meeting." As Lin Yu strolled out, a smile bright and fresh like spring on his face, his eyes swept past the crowd. He nodded and smiled at them, exchanging a few words casually. "Nephew Kuan, how are your father's injuries? I haven't seen him in years." He hasn't been attending the past few Senate meetings. Each disciple cohort from the 4 Dao colleges grow more and more exemplary than the previous. You're all fine people. With you around in the Federation, we older folks can rest assured. There are quite a few of you who are probably going to take part in this cycle's mystic lunar realm. I'll wish you all in advance your swift ascension to the Foundation Establishment realm." Lin Yu laughed, his eyes sweeping past Wang Baol and company. His expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. Wang Baol's heart leaped. The weight of Lin Yu's power and authority was not to be trifled with. He thought about his tensions with the man's son. Lin Yu didn't seem like a narrow-minded man, though. Interfering with a quarrel between kids doesn't seem like something this Senator Lin would do. If he dares push his weight around, I'll ask the college to speak for me. Wang Baol decided. He remembered his friendship with the military then and was momentarily assured. "This is a gathering for you young people. I'll not linger for long. Mingle around and make friends. However, you must make sure your friends are treated well." Lin Yu didn't spend too much time talking. He had only intended to make a brief appearance. After instructing Lin Tianhao, he left. His departure lifted the imposing heaviness in the air, and Lin Tianhao also let loose a sigh of relief. He felt a sudden sense of pride. After clapping his hands together, servants started walking out with jade boxes. The crowd stared in anticipation as soon as the jade boxes appeared. Their aim for being there was ultimately the ethereal fruit. Lin Tianhao saw the look on the crowd's faces and burst into laughter. "Comrades, today I will be the splurging son of the family and gift the ethereal fruits to everyone present. I wish for everyone's advancement in their journey of cultivation." Lin Tianhao was gifted with good looks, his voice was bright, and his words were pretty. He ended his speech with a polite cupping of his fists. Many instantly developed positive feelings towards him. Even Wang Baol sighed in approval. The servants approached, and soon, there was a jade box presented before everyone. Wang Baol opened his box after taking it. He stared at the flushed red fruit that was giving off a most fragrant scent and was tempted by it as well. "My fellow Taoists, this ethereal fruit can only be stored for 3 days. I urge you to eat it as soon as possible." Lin Tianhao laughed and received a multitude of thanks. The feast had finally reached its climax. The sounds of laughter and conversation grew louder, and music made a graceful return to the square. Wang Baol suppressed his urge to stuff the fruit into his storage bracelet. He didn't intend to eat the fruit and wanted to give it to his parents, but it was something that was given directly to him by someone else. Furthermore, Lin Yu's aura and his cultivation had made a strong and direct impact on Wang Baol. He was deliberating whether he should try and resolve the tension between him and Lin Tianhao when an aged voice rang out from behind him. "Pavilion Head Wang, Could we step aside for a few words? Wang Baol turned his head. He immediately saw the old man who had been following Lin Yu earlier standing before him, his eyes smiling as he looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol dared not slight such a powerful cultivator and immediately greeted the old man. The people around them, upon seeing the elderly man appear, knew that he had something to say to Wang Baol in private. They swiftly made their exits while engaged in conversation. Pavilion Head Wang is young and capable, gifted with extraordinary talents. There is no doubt you will have a bright and illustrious future. Unfortunately, I am an old man. I fear I may not have the chance to see the young Pavilion Head Wang grow into your ambitions. The elderly man looked at Wang Baol with approval in his eyes. As he lamented, his right hand extended from his sleeve. Within his hand sat a green jade box. This is but a small token from my master, the city lord. Pavilion Head Wang, would you not agree to let bygones be bygones? The old man said while handing the green jade box to Wang Baol. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He took the jade box and opened it in front of the old man. The elderly man, stunned by Wang Baol's forwardness, smiled. He waited for Wang Baol's answer. Wang Baol opened the box, took a look and then widened his eyes. A pair of ethereal fruits sat inside the jade box. They were clearly larger and hinted at a more intense sweetness. Wang Baol stared at the ethereal fruits and thought back to his earlier judgment. After some pondering, he nodded solemnly. He understood that it was always better to end feuds than to start one. Since the other party had already expressed their good intentions, there was no need for him to hang on to a grudge. Everything was premised, of course, on Lin Tianhao and his family clan not stirring any trouble for him. Else, with Wang Baol's character, he wouldn't hesitate to go against his word if the time came, even if he had accepted the gifts. Upon receiving Wang Baol's answer, the old man smiled and nodded, then turned and left. When he returned to the chambers, Lin Yu was standing at the window, gazing out into the crowd below. His eyes focused on his son, observing how Lin Tianhao spoke and carried himself. Approval and comfort curled into a smile on his lips. Master, Wang Baol has agreed to the reconciliation. The elderly man stood before Lin Yu and spoke with deference. I hope Hauer will understand the reasons behind my actions. Lin Tianhao gazed at Lin Tianhao, who stood in the crowd, and said with a sigh, the young master has clearly grown wiser after this trial. This is all thanks to Wang Baol, the elderly man said, smiling. At the old man's mention of Wang Baol, Lin Yu's eyes shifted from Lin Tianhao and landed on Wang Baol. He stared at the latter for a very long time before smiling. This Wang Baol has risen from being an ordinary student to a deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion within a short time. He is famous in the Ethereal Dao College. There is no one who doesn't know who he is. The military has also shown their appreciation for him. Even the Federation president knows his name. He was even given a confirmed placement as one of the 100 seedlings. Even I had misjudged his potential initially. It was a good thing that Hauer provoked such a person. At least, this is something that is within my power to resolve before Wang Baol reaches his full potential. Any later, when it is no longer within the realm of my control, it would be catastrophic. The elderly man sighed when he heard such high praise from Lin Yu. He is a new rising star. If no accidents occur, if he doesn't succumb to death or stray onto the wrong path, there is no doubt that his future will be a bright one. A person like him is not completely untouchable, but the price is too great. The 4 Dao colleges are not blind. It was a brilliant move for Master to set aside your esteemed position and seek reconciliation. The higher you advance, the more you are respected and feared. Power itself is an art form that requires negotiation and compromise on both sides. Besides, Wang Baol is qualified enough for me to compromise to a certain degree this time, Lin Yu said softly. As Lin Yu spoke softly, his expression shifted. He lifted his head and gazed out at the crowd. The elderly man beside him noticed something as well. He looked out and heard, on what had been a lively and bustling square, sounds of quarreling suddenly ringing out. The sounds of dispute came from the square, from where Zhui Yifan stood. Many others on the square, besides Lin Yu and the old man, had also noticed the commotion. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming noticed too. They had appeared to converse in laughter with others when they had actually been secretly watching Huang Shan of the Trap's pavilion alertly. At present, when they realized Zhuo Yifan had encountered some problems, both of them looked over immediately. They saw Zhuo Yixian standing before Zhuo Yifan, his right hand raised and a finger pointing at Zhuo Yifan. There was a cold glint in his eyes, and he appeared to be saying something. Emotions flickered past Zhuo Yifan's face rapidly. He seemed to be trying his best to hold himself back. Wang Baol witnessed the entire scene. His pupils contracted, and without any hesitation, he stepped forward and marched towards Zhuo Yifan. Zhao Yaming didn't hesitate either. She had few friends in the ethereal Dao College. Amongst those friends, Wang Baol and Zhuo Yifan could be considered her true comrades. It was as Wang Baol had said, the three of them had survived death together. It was a bond that made her follow Wang Baol and rush towards Zhuo Yifan without hesitation. As the two approached, they heard Zhuo Yixian speaking coldly, his words taunting. The Federation is perfect except for one thing, and that's how anybody who puts on this uniform can be a somebody. Oh, right, Yifan, you haven't returned home for a while. I forgot to tell you something. Your mother's tombstone was damaged by one of my servant's dogs a while ago. Sorry. The words were like an invisible blade piercing Zhuo Yifan's heart, and his eyes reddened instantly. A low beast-like growl fell from his lips, and his features twisted on his darkened face. All his considerations were cast aside. His attempts at self-control fell apart like a dam collapsing, and the floodgates had been swept open, the floodwaters rushing out. He tightened his fists, and his body trembled in his extreme rage. He was about to charge forward. Zhuo Yixian's eyes flashed, and his lips twitched into a cold smile. That was what he had been waiting for, his younger brother striking out at him. But just as Zhuo Yixian's smile surfaced on his face, and Zhuo Yifan rushed forward in a rage, suddenly, a round and chubby figure charged forward from a distance. It was so fast that its speed exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivators on the square saw only a blur before their eyes. When clarity returned, they saw Wang Baol standing between Zhuo Yifan and Zhuo Yixian. He arrived in an instant, placing himself in front of Zhuo Yifan and blocking Zhuo Yixian's sight. He was like a towering mountain, standing tall and exuding a startling and impressive aura which exploded from his person and shook everyone. Violence flashed openly in Wang Baol's eyes. You seem quite full of yourself. Wang Baol stopped Zhuo Yifan from charging forward and glared at Zhuo Yixian. Yifan is my brother. If you have something against him, come at me instead. I haven't had enough fun beating you up the last time. Wang Baol snorted. He turned his immense figure towards Zhuo Yixian, who had a changed expression on his face, and stared at the latter with scorn. Zhuo Yixian's features twisted into an ugly look. Wang Baol's arrival and his words calmed Zhuo Yifan down gradually from his initial trembling state. The blind rage he had felt sunk deep into his heart once again. He could feel himself growing more composed with Wang Baol's appearance. Staring at the mountain-like figure before him, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but think back to the events of Spirit Breath Village and the Kulom Basin, and the similar scenes that had taken place then. It was as if everything would turn out fine as long as Wang Baol was there. As Wang Baol and Zhuo Yixian stood in confrontation, Zhao Yaming walked out, expressionless, and stopped next to Wang Baol. Despite her silence, it was clear where she stood and whom she stood with. Her appearance increased the pressure Zhuo Yixian was already feeling. Many in the crowd were unaware of Zhao Yaming's background, but he had heard a few things. That was why he hadn't crossed paths with Zhao Yaming in Spirit Breath Village. His original intentions for provoking Zhuo Yifan had been to incite the latter into attacking him out of his own accord. It was partly because Zhuo Yifan's growth had given him extreme pressure and made him feel immensely threatened. He knew very well that the family clan's mystic scrolls had clearly recorded that if a war soldier's power surpassed that of its host, it wasn't improbable for the host to be overpowered and devoured by the former. That was something he would never allow to happen. He could allow Zhuo Yifan to grow stronger, but it must be something that fell within his control. He had initially had a plan worked out in Spirit Breath Village, but Wang Baol had wrecked it. As a result, Zhuo Yifan got his hands on an 8-inch spirit root. There was also the matter of the rules and laws governing their family clan's war soldier mystic arts. It concerned karma and cause and effect and was extremely complicated. Simply put, hate was the seed that bound the two together. The more hate the war soldier felt towards him, the deeper its roots would grow. The day when the seed bore fruit would be the day the host gained complete control over the war soldier and held the war soldier within the palm of his hand. The entire process was complex and convoluted. It was both necessary to plant the seed of hatred as well as to tame the war soldier like a beast, to repeatedly incite rebellion and rouse its intentions to revoke, then squash them forcibly. Gradually, a reflexive mindset would settle and form, to not resist, to not fight back. As a result, he did what he would typically do when he saw Zhuo Yifan, and that was to deepen the feelings of hate while provoking Zhuo Yifan into attacking. He wanted to use the family clan's bloodline mystic technique to put Zhuo Yifan back in his place, and through that, through the karmic cycle, bind them more closely together. However, he was thwarted once again by Wang Baol. Zhuo Yixian's face darkened at that thought. He couldn't blow up at Wang Baol though. Having a Wang Baol alone was enough to make him cautious, and he had to consider Zhao Yaming as well. Everyone around them fell silent. It had nothing to do with them. They were simply curious. The crowd swiftly parted and carved out a space for Wang Baol and company. After a long silence, Zhuo Yixian leveled a look deep with meaning at Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming, and his lips twitched into a cruel smile. Since you two want to take on the role of nanny and protect my useless younger brother, I have nothing else to say, but he is still part of the Zhuo family. This time we'll let it go, but if there is a next time, you'll do well to heed my warning, that the Zhuo family does not welcome outsiders interfering with our family matters. Zhuo Yixian was done with speaking. He swept his sleeve aside and nodded at Lin Tianhao, who was standing a distance away. He bade farewell with a stern face and turned to leave the city lord's residence. The tempest seemed to have wound down to a halt. Lin Tianhao let loose a breath of relief secretly. He would be placed in a difficult position if his guests started a dispute there. They were after all esteemed guests, one from the 5-generation Sky clan, who had cordial relations with his family clan, and the other from the same college he attended. He didn't know whom he should help. Fortunately, he didn't need to choose. He smiled and tried to soothe the crowd. It was then Wang Baol's eyes flashed. Zhuo Yixian had been the one who stirred trouble. Wang Baol wouldn't allow Zhuo Yixian to simply do what he wanted and be allowed to leave as he pleased. He took a sudden step forward and raised his right hand in a fist. Aura surged from his body, and a sound like thunder rumbled and rushed out from his lips. Planning to just leave after insulting someone? You can leave after you've apologized. Wang Baol approached Zhuo Yixian as he spoke. His raised fist summoned a tornado that thundered and shocked, and the crowd had surprise and alarm in their eyes. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, surprise flickering across them. As everyone stood stunned, Zhuo Yixian, who was just about to depart, suddenly felt a fearsome aura surging behind him. The expression on his face changed suddenly. Wang Baol, don't go too far. You really think I'm afraid of you? Zhuo Yixian whirled around, a fierce glint in his eyes. His hands formed seals and flung them forward into the air at the approaching Wang Baol. Instantly, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was the family clan's secret mystic technique that could summon one from a past life. It didn't stop at one. A second silhouette appeared. That was a rare feat for one at the True Breath realm. It was likely why Zhuo Yixian hadn't seemed afraid. The two past lives melded swiftly with him, and his aura surged in an instant. His attack connected with Wang Baol's fist. Wang Baol raised his eyebrow. He didn't dodge the attack but activated the power hidden in his physical body and unleashed supernova. A rumbling resounded through the heavens instantly, sweeping across the skies and thundering in the air. Zhuo Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief and incredulity as tremors traveled through his entire body. The entire square seemed to have vanished in Zhuo Yixian's eyes. He only saw an enormous whirlpool before him that threatened to tear everything apart. even after he melded with two of his past lives and could, to a certain extent, hold his ground with one at the Foundation establishment realm. He could do nothing to stop Wang Bao's attack at that moment. Terror overtook him. Zhuo Yixian could hardly breathe. He tried his best to defend himself, but Wang Bao's fist came rushing towards him. The whirlpool surged forward and, within the blink of an eye, drove agony into every part of Zhuo Yixian's body. He was on the verge of collapse. As Zhuo Yixian shuddered fiercely and was finally going to yield to the assault, a middle-aged man walked out behind him. He wore a long robe, his hair was long, and his face had a smattering of black spots, giving him an appearance of extreme gloom. As he approached, his aura burst forth from his person in an explosion. He transformed from an inconspicuous stranger to a cultivator at the early-stage Foundation establishment realm. With a single step, he reached Zhuo Yixian's side and pulled him away. His left hand formed hand seals and pushed them towards the approaching Wang Bao. Scram! The middle-aged man snorted. A giant hand formed out of black fog appeared in his raised right hand suddenly. It took Zhuo Yixian's place and connected with Wang Bao. Everything occurred in the span of only a few seconds, from Zhuo Yixian on the verge of being trapped in a grim situation, to the appearance of the strange and mysterious man and his release of the giant hand made out of black fog. As the middle-aged man appeared and took Zhuo Yixian's place to counter Wang Bao's attack, a thundering explosion resounded in the air. The loud thundering sounded across all directions. Wang Bao trembled and staggered a few steps backward. His breathing sped up, but there were no signs of blood being spilled. Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan stepped forward and steadied him. Wang Bao lifted his head abruptly and stared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. He seemed uninjured. He pulled back his right hand, which was trembling from the force of the blow. He was secretly shocked. He was a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. A casual strike from him should have been able to flatten a true breath realm cultivator. If it had been any other true breath realm cultivator who had intercepted his earlier attack, the latter would have been injured grievously and spitting out blood. But Wang Bao had only stumbled back. In fact, he didn't even seem as if he had suffered an injury. That shocked and alarmed the middle-aged man. It was the first time in his entire life that he had come across such a fearsome true breath realm cultivator. Wang Bao's physical power, especially, made him slightly fearful. Beside him, Zhuo Yixian's face had paled. Even though his guard rescued him, he had still been injured previously by Wang Bao's supernova, and blood seeped from his lips. Despite being saved by his guard, he had still suffered injuries before a large crowd. Zhuo Yixian's face and ears burned in that instant, and his eyes turned red. He seemed slightly crazed as he growled suddenly. "Priest Zhou, I order you to take him down." The crowd witnessing the scene before them immediately stepped back and opened up a bigger space for them. Besides Li Yi and the other 100 seedlings who were more familiar with Wang Bao's capabilities, others like Li Xiu were seeing Wang Bao fighting for the first time. Waves of emotions stirred within them. The fearsome power of Wang Bao's physical strength and resilience had made a strong and immediate impression. Inside the chambers, standing on elevated ground, Lin Yu was also observing the fight. However, the focus of his attention was on Lin Tianhao. "Master, should I step in and stop the fight?" The old man standing behind Lin Yu asked quietly. "No need. I want to see how Hauer will resolve this matter." Lin Yu shook his head. His eyes continued to watch Lin Tianhao, who seemed hesitant and torn. Gradually, disappointment surfaced in his gaze. "Regardless whom he helped, I would have given him my support, but this is his home and he is the host. Standing there without taking any action or making any stance may seem like the right decision, but it is actually the biggest mistake he can make." Lin Yu sighed softly. He couldn't help but compare Lin Tianhao with Wang Bao, or even Zhuo Yixian. The disappointment in his heart grew. Even if Lin Tianhao couldn't achieve Wang Bao's level of strength and aggression, Lin Yu believed it would be good enough if he could at least reach Zhuo Yixian's level. Lin Yu sighed, and Lin Tianhao continued to hesitate. After Zhuo Yixian barked his order, the middle-aged man beside him frowned slightly. He didn't question the orders, though, and was about to execute them. At the same time, Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yeming both had a frosty glint in their eyes. They were eager to join Wang Beol in the fight. It was then Wang Beol held his arms against them and stopped them both. As he lifted his head, his eyes shone with arrogance. "There's no need for you two to join in. Today I, Wang Beol, will rely on myself and myself alone to fight this battle." Foundation Establishment Realm. So what? In Wang Beol's dictionary, there is no such word as fear. "Diame!" Wang Beol shouted suddenly. As soon as he spoke, the diamond ape, which had been playing with its puppet in the distance, raised its head abruptly and let loose a terrifying roar. It stood and then gave the ground a heavy stomp. As the earth shuddered, the diamond ape's looming body leaped straight into the air like a small mountain, and with a deafening quake, landed right next to Wang Beol. Metal armor and pitch-black fur, a sturdy towering form and a ferocious expression on its face. The diamond ape seemed soulless as it appeared in that instant. Its hands tightened into fists, and the metal gloves on them drove fear into everyone's hearts. It raised its fists and hit its chest, letting loose a series of howls. It glared at the middle-aged man, who had been approaching but suddenly froze in his steps. The middle-aged man couldn't control the quickening of his heartbeat. His face started turning pale, which made the black spots on his face more striking. He swallowed, then sneaked a glance at the diamond ape. He dared not continue his approach for a long time. There was no doubt that he felt a strong sense of danger from the diamond ape. The other's towering form and full suit of armor made his scalp prickle. "What's that about relying on yourself?" The middle-aged man's breathing became labored, and he cursed inwardly. He had yet to meet someone who was more shameless than Wang Beol. The crowd, upon witnessing the scene, fell silent as well. They had an odd expression on their faces when they stared at Wang Beol. Li Xiu was stunned. Lin Tianhao only smiled wryly. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yeming seemed accustomed to Wang Beol's unique and bizarre sense of logic. In fact, they felt, indistinctly, that Wang Beol hadn't said anything wrong. As the crowd wrestled with their strange thoughts, Wang Beol took a brazen step forward and then charged towards Shuo Yixian. "Shuo Yixian, are you going to apologize or not?" Wang Beol roared as he approached swiftly. As the look on Shuo Yixian's face transformed, Wang Beol had already arrived before him. His Foundation Establishment realm-level physical power exploded. He swung his fist forward. Terror colored Shuo Yixian's face. He tried to dodge the attack to no avail. He only saw a blur before his eyes, heard something explode in his head, and felt waves of pain surging through his body. His body was like a kite with a cut string. Wang Beol's punch sent him flying 10 yards into the distance. Fresh blood spilled across the ground, but the fight had not ended, and Wang Beol charged forward again. He snorted. "Apologize. Wang Beol, if you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. You want me, Shuo Yixian, to apologize? I'd rather die than be shamed in such a manner." Shuo Yixian climbed to his feet and howled at Wang Beol. He was certain that Wang Beol wouldn't dare to kill him. Besides, it was the city lord's residence. Lin Yu wouldn't sit by and allow such a thing to happen. He had nothing to fear, and was about to continue his taunting when Wang Beol rushed towards him and, instead of using his fist, swept his leg up and sent a vicious kick towards Shuo Yixian's crotch. Shuo Yifan's eyes bulged out at the kick, and a buzz filled his mind. He could feel his entire body tensing. His scalp started prickling, numbness quickly taking over. An indescribable fear and horror possessed him. Wang Beol's kick looked extremely vicious. The force it roused terrifying. The air roared as his leg shot through it. One could imagine that, if the kick landed, organs would be crushed instantly. Lin Yu, who had been observing the entire fight, sucked in his breath as well. He smiled wryly and was about to stop the fight. Before he could say anything, Shuo Yixian had fallen back shouting hastily, his face pale like a ghost. "I was wrong, Yifan. I was wrong. Don't kick me. Wang Beol, stop." His apology was so sudden even Wang Beol was taken by surprise. He was seized by the sudden thought of how utterly useless Shuo Yixian was. The crowd looked at one another, speechless. They understood the terrifying consequences of having one's crotch crushed. However, Xianxia's fearless and arrogant attitude one moment and his frantic and cowardly surrender the next was too rapid a transformation. Took all of them by surprise. As soon as Xianxia's words rang out, Lin Yu's booming voice, heavy with authority and power, descended upon the entire square. That's enough. What sort of place do you think my Lin residence is? Lin Yu's voice held a sense of power. As it resounded in the air grew heavy and oppressive. It was as if a startling power had emerged between the heavens and earth and sent the residents sinking into the bottom of the sea. Nothing escaped its influence. Their movements slowed down, and everyone's hearts shook in sudden terror. Wang Bao's upward kick slowed down and fell gradually to the ground. Even the raging diamond ape shivered and shrank its head back. Lin Tianhao watched as the situation was resolved with mere words from his father and sighed in relief. He hurried forward to ease the tensions further. Despite lacking in resolve and reliability, Lin Tianhao was skilled in conflict resolution. With his interference, Wang Bao and Xianxia were quickly separated. The diamond ape winked at Wang Bao when it saw the middle-aged man leave. It went back to where the cruisers were parked and continued playing with its puppet. As the chaotic scene came to an end, Xianxia was too embarrassed to linger any longer. With a sullen look, he led his family clan's priest and left quietly. Wang Bao snorted as he watched Xianxia leave. Together with Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan, they chatted a short while with the others before choosing to leave as well. They stepped onto the diamond ape's shoulder and sped off. The crowd stared at their retreating forms. Wang Bao's temper is quite fiery, but his character makes him a friend worthy of making. However, if he's also participating in this round's mystic lunar realm, he'll definitely make a formidable competitor. Li Xiu thought. When he looked at the people around him, he could sense that many had come to the same conclusions. It was clear that some of them had reached the peak of the true breath realm and intended to travel to the mystic lunar realm that year and fight for a chance to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Bao's prowess immediately made them more cautious of him. At the same time, they also had to decide how they would interact with him should they cross paths on the moon. The feast carried on till late in the night, with everyone deep in their own thoughts. One by one, the guests departed. The ethereal fruit feast officially came to an end. The next day, Lin Tianhao returned to the ethereal Dao College. The students in the college continued their usual cultivation and other activities. Wang Bao, Zhao Yaming, and Zhuo Yifan as well did the same, though their caution towards Huang Shan remained. That persisted until 2 weeks later when the college officially released news about the opening of the mystic lunar realm. The news immediately stirred heated debates amongst the disciples who had reached the peak of the true breath realm. Wang Bao's application was officially approved at the same time. In 2 weeks, alongside his fellow disciples, he would be traveling on the ethereal Dao College's space cruiser and heading for the moon. It was also then that the college, after requesting disciples to maintain the confidentiality of the information, released various resources on the mystic lunar realm to the successful applicants. It was so that they could have some prior knowledge and make the necessary preparations. The resources from the college contained some overlaps and supplementary additions to the information provided by Chen Yutong. It included information on the fragments required to advance to the Foundation establishment realm, as well as the information on fully intact artifacts. There were also some details that Chen Yutong hadn't been aware of, such as the number of fragments required to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Chen Yutong had been unsure of that. The information provided by the college stated the figures clearly. The typical cultivator often wouldn't have the fortune or luck to discover a fully intact artifact. That meant that they would need to acquire fragments that could form the Foundation establishment core. Based on the data collated by the Federation and accumulated through repeated successful advancements from the True Breath realm to the Foundation establishment realm, one typically required 20 fragments or so to form one's Foundation establishment core. The required quantity vastly increased the difficulty of the task. It was already challenging to acquire fragments in the mystic lunar realm. Furthermore, not all the fragments that were found could be used for one's Foundation establishment core. Even if one managed to find a fragment, he would need more than 20 to secure his chances of advancement. There was a high failure rate of advancing to the Foundation Establishment Core if the number of fragments obtained was too few. That was why, unless there were dire circumstances, no one would risk making an attempt without getting at least 20 fragments. The information also clearly informed all applicants that due to the extraordinary difficulty of colonizing the mystic lunar realm, all political forces in the Federation had reached an agreement to designate the realm for cultivators at the peak of the True Breath realm to seek a chance at advancing to the Foundation Establishment Cultivation. At the same time, another law had also been put in place. The law was signed and enforced by the Federation government, the Senate comprising the 17 senators, the 4 Dao colleges, the 2 main sects, the 5-generation Sky Clan, as well as the Trillionaris Corporation. They were mutually bound to one another. Every time the mystic realm was opened, no one political force was to interfere in a True Breath realm cultivator's attempts at advancement. To prevent any accidents from taking place, a seal was put in place every time the mystic realm was opened. An array formation would be activated to prevent anyone surpassing the True Breath realm from stepping into the realm. Anyone who tried to break the law would become a public enemy and be prosecuted. The method was implemented to ensure what took place in the mystic lunar realm was, to the best of their ability, just and fair. It was to prevent the top True Breath realm cultivators of the various political forces from suffering malicious attacks and assassinations when they were in the realm. However, the mystic lunar realm itself also contained its own dangers. Within it lay strange beasts as well as bizarre weather events that defied imagination and were so powerful they could destroy one's flesh and spirit. As a result, every person who entered the realm would be given a jade token that could be used during a life-or-death situation. Once shattered, the token would activate the power of an array formation and conjure a protective barrier. The array formation would also teleport the person out of the mystic realm immediately. To prevent anyone from exploiting the jade token to find a loophole in the system, the person who shattered the token would lose their right to enter the mystic lunar realm again for that year's round. That was regardless of whether they had successfully reached the Foundation Establishment realm. In addition, unless they had reached the Foundation Establishment realm prior to shattering the jade token, all the fragments they had obtained for their Foundation Establishment core would have their ownership transferred to the Federation and no longer belong to any single individual. It was akin to giving up everything they had found in the realm. That was why, unless they were driven to a corner and were facing a life-or-death situation that they saw no way out of, no one would willingly shatter their jade token. It was akin to abandoning all chances at achieving the Foundation Establishment realm. The above was only information pertaining to the rules and regulations of the mystic lunar realm. After careful reading, Wang Baol also found some information on the mystic lunar realm. The entire mystic lunar realm encompassed 70% of the entire moon's surface. 50% was the visible side of the moon. The remaining 20% was the dark side of the moon. Even though the visible side of the moon took up a greater land area, many of the areas where fragments could be easily found had already been mined empty. Even though monster sightings were few and the area was relatively safe if one took care to avoid some of the more strange weather events, more luck was required to be able to find anything of worth. The dark side of the moon, though, was fraught with peril. Death loomed behind every corner, danger overflowing. In comparison, there were many more fragments to be found there. However, a True Breath realm disciple would need to consider and weigh the odds carefully. In the materials given, it was also emphasized repeatedly that all disciples who entered the mystic lunar realm were to go only as far as the highlighted 20% of the dark side of the moon. Once they reached the boundary, they weren't to advance farther. That was because the region beyond didn't fall within the Federation's array formation. Should danger befall one there, he wouldn't be able to transmit a signal for help successfully. Naturally, there would be no rescue. The information also stated that in the furthest, deepest region of the dark side of the moon lay an enormous ancient corpse. The ancient corpse originated from the ancient green bronze sword. For decades ago, someone had fallen alongside the fragments of the ancient sword hilt. The size of the person was gigantic. The corpse eventually landed on the far side of the moon. The corpse was dead, but it seemed to possess a wraith-like intelligence. It lay silent and still for the most part. However, once awakened, calamity would descend. Even a core formation realm cultivator would be killed instantly by a mere slap from the corpse. Fortunately, the ancient corpse had only awoken once in the past 40 years. The information warned everyone not to step into the depths of the dark side of the moon. As long as nothing was done to stir or rouse the ancient corpse, it shouldn't awaken. Wang Baol read through all the materials carefully and was shaken by what he had learned. He thought back to the ancient corpse. In his incredulity, he couldn't help but think of the little Missy. After being silent for a long while, Wang Baol set aside his thoughts. He knew that there was not much time left. He made use of what remaining time he had and went into seclusion. On the one hand, it was to ensure his body remained in peak condition. On the other, it was also to prepare himself for his advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Baol wasn't the only one doing so. Every true breath realm cultivator in the Ethereal Dao College, in fact all 4 Dao colleges, as well as from the other political forces in the Federation, who had successfully gone through their applications, were all making their separate preparations. They were waiting for the entrance to the mystic lunar realm to be opened. Time passed. The days crept by. 2 weeks later, the entrance to the mystic lunar realm was officially open. As soon as the respective political forces in the Federation received the news, they immediately released it to their own people. The space cruisers that had been sitting in their ports and would be heading towards the mystic lunar realm started humming as their engines were activated. The celestial cruiser was very different from the cruisers roaming the skies on Earth. To put it more accurately, it was more like a battleship that was over 100 feet long. At that moment, it was parked in an aerial port specially constructed for it. Looking from afar, it was like a huge sword that was extremely impressive. At the same time, loud bangs akin to thunder emerged continuously from within the battleship. The disciples from the Upper Academy Island who didn't apply to go to the moon all stepped out after hearing the noise. As they looked at the battleship, they felt a torrent of emotions. The sound was produced as a result of its propulsion. It sounded like a ferocious beast howling. The people who had arrived after receiving the notice were all taken aback by it. It was only after they boarded the battleship and stood on the deck that they had managed to calm down. There were hundreds of people from Ethereal Dao College who were entering the mystic lunar realm. Most of them were senior disciples who had been on the Upper Academy Island for several years. In their daily lives, they either spent time outside practicing or cultivated in seclusion. As a result, even though they had some understanding of matters of the outside world, that understanding wasn't deep. However, there were also some amongst them whom, by virtue of their appointed roles, knew about Wang Baol and his identity. As the crowd met in the celestial cruiser that was heading to the moon, they greeted each other amicably. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion was amongst them. As Wang Baol arrived on the cruiser and exchanged greetings with the others, he noticed Huang Shan. He appeared like he always did, but a sense of alarm rang out in his heart. With the exception of Huang Shan and senior disciples like Chen Yutong, there weren't many new faces, since they probably only made up 10% of the total number of people there. Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yaming, and Lin Tianhao were amongst them. As for Du Min, Chen Ziheng, and company, they were unable to participate as they hadn't reached the 5th level of the True Breath stage. Bunny had also previously told Wang Baol that she needed to spend some time in seclusion. Bunny's master was extremely strict and had high expectations of her, which resulted in her still being in seclusion even then. Amongst the new faces, there was someone that Wang Baol recognized. However, when he saw that familiar acquaintance, Wang Baol couldn't help but began to feel bewildered. Son, you have trained yourself so quickly and reached the 5th level of the True Breath stage. Did you eat a rocket? Wang Baol was very surprised. The person in question was Lu Zihao. Even though he was a disciple of the Combat Pavilion, when Lu Zihao completed the Combat Pavilion tournament with Wang Baol, he met with a good opportunity. Due to that, he managed to catch up and exceed even Chen Ziheng, Du Min, and company, reaching the 5th level True Breath stage just before the Mystic Lunar Realm was open. Even though it was shocking, it wasn't impossible to imagine that it would happen. After all, only slightly more than 40 years had elapsed since the Spirit Inception era began. No matter how complete the fragment collection process was, There were still many unexplored lands, which allowed people like Lu Zihao to come across a great opportunity in their cultivation journey. A situation like his, though uncommon, was not a rarity. In reality, there were many people in the Federation like Lu Zihao that had obtained such opportunities. The burst in one's level of cultivation in that manner usually happened while one was still within the true breath realm. Once foundation establishment was reached, it would be difficult for such an exponential advancement of skills to happen. Listening to Wang Bao's words and noticing Wang Bao's surprise made Lu Zihao delighted. In reality, he had long noticed Wang Bao. After all, Wang Bao's appearance was extremely prominent. Previously, he would have avoided him, not wanting to face him. However, at that moment he felt that he had the confidence. Therefore, he kept to his own principles, purposely appearing in front of Wang Bao with the goal of seeing Wang Bao's surprise with his own eyes. Why did you say that? Even though you are the deputy pavilion head, but I, Lu Zihao, am from the combat pavilion and not your dermic armament pavilion, and you dare insult me in this way. Hearing how Wang Bao addressed him, Lu Zihao sneered. What guts you have, Howler? Speaking to your father like that. Wang Bao looked at Lu Zihao with surprise. He turned and dashed a distance away, shouting for Zhui Yifan, who was chatting with someone else amiably. Yifan, there's trouble over here. Zhui Yifan, who was laughing and chatting with others, turned his head and took a quick glance after hearing Wang Bao's words. After excusing himself, he approached Wang Bao. As the deputy pavilion head of the combat pavilion, and as a Federation seedling, Zhui Yifan was a star in terms of his authority, combat abilities, and his capabilities to complete his tasks. Therefore, his arrival was stressful for Lu Zihao, even though Lu Zihao felt extremely indignant. After all, he was merely a soldier, while Zhui Yifan was the deputy pavilion head. He thought that it wouldn't be embarrassing for him even if he were to bow down before the two deputy pavilion heads. Lu Zihao felt that he didn't veer from his own principles, and began to walk away even before Zhui Yifan arrived, all the while sneering. Looking at Lu Zihao behaving like a dainty princess, Wang Bao felt emotional. My child has grown up, he mumbled under his breath as he thought about it. He wanted to find a chance to teach Lu Zihao the importance of respecting his elders, and as he began to consider how to go about doing it, several figures flew from the Skypath Island from afar, forming a rainbow that was approaching the celestial cruiser at high speed. The entire area soon quietened down. Wang Bao also lifted his head to take a look, and immediately noticed that the rainbows carried an imposing force that seemed to be able to affect the sky. They neared, arriving at the cruiser in the blink of an eye. The 8 people appeared, each gave off an impressive vibe. Waves of Foundation establishment vibes caused the surrounding area to vibrate. Even with just a quick glance, Wang Bao was surprised and could tell that all those people were at the core formation stage. The deputy sect lord that looked highly upon Wang Bao was also amongst them. There was also an elder who looked extremely stern, but when his gaze fell on Chen Yutong and Wang Bao, he revealed a look of kindness. Wang Bao had never seen the elder before. However, from how agitated Chen Yutong appeared to be, he quickly realized that the elder was probably Chen Yutong's grandmaster. The leader surrounded by those core formation individuals was a middle-aged man dressed in a long white robe that looked somewhat scholarly. He appeared kind, and his eyes carried the glow of the stars. After stepping into the cruiser, he gazed at the crowd with a look of appreciation. Greetings, Sect Lord. Greetings, all deputy sect lords, and the Grand Elder. The moment he appeared, the senior disciples around him instantly grew agitated as they greeted the prominent figures. Sect Lord? Wang Bao's eyes lit up. That was the first time he had met with those in control of Ethereal Tao College. He was well aware that the Grand Supreme Elder was like a legendary figure that wouldn't interfere with matters of the Tao College. In reality, the one with the most authority in Ethereal Tao College would be the Sect Lord. The opening of the Mystic Lunar Realm determines who the future core leaders of Ethereal Tao College will be. Therefore, I am here to personally send all of you off in order to ensure your safety and success in this journey. Ethereal Tao College's Sect Lord, that white-robed middle-aged man, spoke while smiling. Without saying anything unnecessary following that, He immediately raised his right hand and waved. Set off! As his voice reverberated, the humongous celestial cruiser rumbled and rose slowly into the air. Instantly, it broke through the barrier at high speed, as if weaving through it. A loud, thunderous roar was produced, spreading in all directions as the celestial cruiser charged far ahead towards the sky. Its speed was so fast, and its manner was so imposing, that all the onlookers were gripped with shock. Of them, Lu Daobin, Chen Ziheng, and company were breathing rapidly as they looked towards the direction in which the battleship was quickly disappearing. They couldn't see the battleship. They only saw the rings of cloud fog ripples fast dissipating as a result of the battleship's explosive force, as well as the visual contortion produced from the strong impact. Bunny, who was in seclusion within the alchemy pavilion, was unaware of what was happening outside. However, she seemed to have sensed something as her eyelashes twitched, her eyes about to open. Du Min, as well as those who were acquainted with Wang Baol and the others on their journey to the mystic lunar realm, began to anticipate their return as they looked towards the sky. At the limits of their gaze, in a place that couldn't be seen, the clouds in the sky were rolling by at fast speed. The celestial cruiser was like a rocket piercing through the skies, dashing out at an astonishing speed. It was difficult to accurately describe how fast the cruiser was traveling. However, those on board the cruiser didn't feel that the force was particularly strong. Despite that, they still felt bizarre at the thought of leaving Earth's surface. After all, for most of them, it was the first time in their lives that they were leaving Earth. That was the case for Wang Baol. His heart was palpitating fast, a bright glow shining from his eyes as he looked at the ground, originally flat, slowly warping into a curve. The skies above him slowly turned dark, before becoming completely pitch black. All of that made Wang Baol hold his breath and focus his attention on what was happening. He forgot about the passage of time, and after an unknown period, when the ground before him had completely been turned into a blue planet, Wang Baol trembled. Wang Baol wasn't the only one who was shaken. Many on the cruiser were also feeling a torrent of emotions. When they were on Earth, the skies were the source of light, brightening the land. People who were used to light falling from the sky, at that moment, experienced the opposite as they cruised amongst the stars. The source of light was Earth instead of the sky, and it was pitch black all around them. The blue glow shining off Earth was a foreign phenomenon that nobody was used to. A long while later, Wang Baol slowly turned his head to look at the galaxy. He saw a cratered object, dull and much smaller than Earth. It was the moon. There are many legends surrounding the moon. Everyone was still tense from the new experience when the sect lord's voice emerged, spreading throughout the entire battleship. In the Eastern ancient world, Chang'e ran on the moon. The jade rabbit pounded medicines, while Wu Gang cut down a self-healing osmanthus tree. From these legends, we were able to know that there exists a mysterious osmanthus tree, jade rabbit, and Chang'e in stories of the moon. The sect lord's voice carried a mysterious power that could calm people down as they focused and listened to him speak. In ancient Indian legends, the moon is a deity with 4 hands, with 3 of them each holding a crutch, a longevity dew, and a lotus flower. As for the last hand, a protective mark was carved on it. What's interesting is that in ancient Greek legends, the moon has another appearance. She is Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and the younger sister of Apollo, the god of the sun. At the same time, she was the guardian of unmarried young women. She too remained unmarried till death. There is another sadder story within this. If any of you are interested, you can look it up in the Dow College's Book Reserve Pavilion when you get back. There are numerous legends about the moon from many countries in ancient times. We have managed to verify these legends as we set foot on the moon. We now know that the moon is neither a male deity nor a female goddess, and we know that there's no jade rabbit or Chang'e. However, there are still some matters for which we have no answers. They could be coincidences or some kind of reincarnation. For example, the giant corpse in deep slumber on the moon, the mysterious moon interior, or the withered tree branch buried in the ground discovered by explorers the first time they landed on the moon 500 years ago. The sect lord's voice reverberated, throwing Wang Baol and company into deep thought. They were aware of some legends about the moon, and right then, they began to connect them together. However, all of these are history. With the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword, and as numerous pieces of fragments were scattered within the galaxy, some of which have landed on the moon we know now appears vastly different. Some of you may have heard about this from the news. Right now, there are not only plants but also other living things on the moon. The celestial cruiser appeared slow as it cruised through the galaxy. However, it was actually traveling at a very high speed as it distanced itself from the Earth and approached the moon. Nobody on the celestial cruiser seemed to realize it, as all of their attention was focused on what the sect lord had said, which also made them forget about the passage of time. The guiding topics given by the sect lord were food for thought, and it also enhanced their understanding of the mystic lunar realm. Perhaps there were already living things on the moon from a long time ago that disappeared for some unknown reason. The arrival of the fragments and the enveloping of the moon with spirit chi was like a form of resuscitation, causing the living things that vanished on its surface to reappear. The sect lord spoke calmly as he began talking about the dangers of the mystic lunar realm. According to current records, there are a total of 6 types of threatening living things. The first has multiple appearances and are made up of many bizarre transformations. However, as a whole, it is a living creature whose threat is on the level of the ancient martial realm. They are known as moon beasts. The second are the nocturnal moon bats. They are very similar to bats, but there are minute differences in terms of their position in the hierarchy of life. They are a greater threat, with their power at approximately the first or second level of the true breath realm. The third are named Moon Gu 1. They are similar to the legendary insects of death that exist in the deserts. From what we know, they are over 10,000 feet long, with the smallest of them being 100 feet long. Even though they are only approximately at the third or fourth level of the true breath realm, they are extremely strong. They also live in groups and are so powerful that even someone at Foundation establishment must avoid them should they meet them. As for the fourth type, all of you must pay attention. It is a type with different appearances, but each appearance shares a common characteristic. The characteristic that makes it special is that there are numerous eyes all over its body, and those eyes can activate spells that turn human flesh into stone. The more eyes they have, the more powerful they are. They are on a threat level between that of someone at the 5th level True Breath Realm and that of someone at the peak of the True Breath Realm. The Beast Kings amongst them are as powerful as someone at the Foundation establishment stage. The 5th type is known as the Moon Spirit, while the 6th type is known as the Night Immortal. I hope that you will never meet either of them. However, if you do, quickly crush the Survival Jade Slip. Trust me, any delay in crushing it may mean death for you. That is because even the weakest moon spirit is more threatening than someone of the Foundation establishment stage. The strongest of them is as powerful as someone of the highest level of Foundation establishment. As for the Night Immortal, anyone lower than the core formation level would die meeting it. That gigantic corpse has been named as the Night Immortal King. It is unlikely that any of you would meet it. Its level of cultivation is unknown. Years ago, the Grand Supreme Elder possessed the divine armament and joined forces with the Federation and numerous core formation individuals in a battle against it and lost bitterly, almost losing their lives. The sect lord said that and then paused momentarily, giving everyone time to absorb and accept the information. The people preparing to head to the mystic lunar realm, including Wang Baol, were all shaken, and their breathing became extremely rapid. Other than the brief mention of the gigantic corpse in the records, there were no records about the other living creatures, making that the first time they had heard about the creatures after a brief moment, the sect lord's voice was heard yet again. These 6 types of living creatures form the most dangerous aspect of the moon, but, in reality, the main reason why it is difficult to develop the moon is because of the moon's climate. Please remember that when you enter the mystic realm and are faced with unpredictable weather, you have to try your best to avoid it even before the weather event happens. Mirages could materialize on the moon. Even though it may only last for a short period of time, it has a shockingly strong impact. There are also electromagnetism storms that are uncommon on Earth, but extremely common on the moon. They are like the mystic trace fog. Once it envelopes something, they would transport everything foreign within it to every part of the moon through a process similar to teleportation. If one is ill-lucked, it is very possible that he will be sent to the depths of the moon's dark face. There is also the poisonous rain and the corrosive winds. Wang Baol and the others listened attentively to every word the sect lord said, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the dangers of the mystic lunar realm. Time also trickled by as the sect lord introduced the moon. After an unknown period of time, when the sect lord had finished his explanation, the moon had surfaced before the eyes of the masses. The moon, which didn't seem large in the minds of the people, was humongous as it appeared before their eyes. As they landed, they could see that numerous colonies were covering the entire moon. The colonies weren't connected but were scattered all over in the thousands. They belonged to different factions of the Federation. If one were to take a closer look, they would see that the majority of the colonies were located on the periphery, forming an imaginary line that segregated the moon into various segments. The area occupied for the longest period only took up a small area of the moon's surface. Within the area, there were over 100 bases belonging to the 4 major Tao colleges. The entrance of the mystic lunar realm had been chosen to be within one of the bases on the periphery. There were many entrances to the mystic lunar realm on the entire moon. Every faction had its own entrance and own method of entering it, and each of those entrances had been inspected strictly by a group of individuals from the various factions. It was to ensure that every single person who stepped into the mystic lunar realm fit the requirements. At the same time, since the mystic lunar realm wasn't accessible all year round, there were stringent checks and records made of the Foundation establishment individuals who entered and left it. The Federation would inspect and tidy it beforehand, in order to ensure that there would be no disruption to the true Breath Realm disciples during their assessment period. As they landed, the moon appeared increasingly clearer in their eyes. The craters on its surface were large basins, and the curvature of the land had become flat ground, transforming into a vast land. The aerial port which the celestial cruiser was about to land in also became clearer. They could see that there were several other celestial cruisers from the 3 other major Tao colleges. With a loud boom, the celestial cruiser from Ethereal Tao College landed on the port of the base, vibrating hard several times and kicking up dust. When the dust finally dissipated, Wang Baol got off the cruiser along with the rest of the people with excitement and anticipation. He was looking at a star that was completely different from Earth. The sky was black, but the ground was extremely bright. Even though there was no atmosphere, the development of the moon had long solved the challenge of breathing on it. Even if one were on its surface, they wouldn't be significantly affected. That was especially so for cultivators, who were immune to some of the harmful substances in the air. The feeling that Wang Baol and the rest of the people were unable to get used to was the suppressive force that constantly pressed down on them. It was as if each of them were carrying a small hill on their backs, which not only labored their breathing but also seemed to be restricting their bodies. That required time to get used to. At the same time, it was the reason why ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive on the moon for a prolonged period of time. Right then, as Wang Baol and the other people stepped off the cruiser and entered the base, they saw 1,000 other cultivators from the other 3 major Tao colleges, as well as the core formation elites from each of the colleges. There were 7 to 8 core formation elites from every Tao college. With the arrival of Ethereal Tao College, the number of core formation elites grew to over 30. They all gathered, instantly filling the entire place with a frightening hurricane-like force. That not only showed how powerful the 4 major Tao colleges were, but also proved the level of significance the Tao colleges had placed on the assessment. The moon base was like a city made of gold. Even though it didn't cover a large area, it could hold tens of thousands of people. From the buzzing that emerged from its depths, the entire area seemed to be in operation. The 4 major Tao colleges were gathered on the public square within the base. In front of the public square stood a large oblong vortex glowing in a myriad of colors. The glow appeared from within, spreading to the surroundings, and a power of teleportation was churning within the vortex. The vortex was the array formation entrance to the mystic lunar realm. Stepping into it would transport one to the assembly point belonging to the 4 major Tao colleges within the mystic realm. On the public square of the moonbase where the four major Tao colleges gathered, the disciples from the four major Tao colleges looked at each other and familiarized themselves with one another as ethereal Tao college arrived. The four sect lord also gathered, chatting with each other softly, accompanied by the core formation cultivators from each of their Tao colleges. According to the tradition of the four major Tao colleges, every time the mystic lunar realm was opened, the sect lords from each of the colleges would arrive personally. That was to prevent any accidents from happening. Therefore, there were at least 5 core formation cultivators who came along as guardians. The overall vibe of the area was one that was relatively pressuring. That was especially so as the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges weren't particularly acquainted with one another. Though having met each other in previous instances, they couldn't be considered strangers either. That was even more so for the senior disciples. After meeting each other, they exchanged greetings, with some of them gathering in groups while some stood alone by themselves. As they observed the surroundings, they noticed the vortex's teleportation portal, and their eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. For Wang Baol, as a Federation seedling, more people knew about him than the number of people he actually knew. At the same time, amongst the disciples from the 3 other major Tao colleges, he noticed some familiar faces. Be it Li, the black-faced youth from the Spirit Breath Village, or other people, they all carried an awful expression the moment they saw Wang Baol. Some of them gritted their teeth with hatred, but that couldn't stop the sense of familiarity arising in Wang Baol's heart. Sometimes, I feel that the 4 major Tao colleges are relatives to one another. Even though we do not live together, we still meet often. Wang Baol sighed with emotion as he looked at Shui Yifan, who was standing beside him. As he spoke, he even raised his hand to greet people from White Deer Tao College. Shui Yifan nodded his head. In reality, they weren't the only ones with such a thought. There were many others from the 3 other major Tao colleges that felt the same way. That was exactly the reason why the 4 major Tao colleges were known collectively as an alliance, and the formation of an alliance was also the outcome that the Tao colleges were trying to create and achieve. As the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges sized each other up and interacted with each other, time passed. The sect lords from each of the Tao colleges also finished greeting and communicating matters. Finally, the sect lord from White Deer Tao College began making an announcement, just before the disciples were scheduled to enter the mystic lunar realm. The sect lord from White Deer Tao College was an elder that carried a sage-like vibe. His eyes seemed to encompass the galaxy, and he always carried a smile on his face, making him seem like an extremely amiable person. However, only those who understood his character would know that White Deer Tao College's sect lord was extremely ill-tempered and would unleash his wrath once something didn't go his way. He merely cleared his throat, but that was sufficient to make all the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges, including cultivators from White Deer Tao College and its branch college, instantly fall silent as they focused their attention on him. The cultivators from Holy River Tao College and Ethereal Tao College were confused, but followed suit and remained silent. Wang Baol blinked his eyes several times, and as he looked at the sect lord from Ethereal Tao College, a croaky, dull voice arrived upon his ears. I want to emphasize this once again. Even though there are occasional conflicts between the 4 major Tao colleges, they are all healthy competition, and its goal is to ensure that we can advance forward without stopping. If any of you have misinterpreted the relationship shared between the 4 major Tao colleges and think that we are battling each other till death, that would be a great mistake. Internally, the 4 major Tao colleges advance forward by upholding ourselves strictly, while externally, the 4 major Tao colleges are the 4 lineages of a sect. Therefore, unity forms the basis of our survival in the Spirit Inception era. All of you, remember that regardless of whether you're here or outside, and regardless of the situation, there should be no internal conflict and no killing of each other. In reality, all of you belong to the same clan. If any of you were to be so vicious as to kill your fellow brothers, the 4 major Tao colleges would be ruthless in executing you. You have to believe that even one incident like this that affects the unity of the 4 major Tao college would be taken with all seriousness. Listening to White Deer Tao College elders' words, the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges all fell silent, but they were experiencing a torrent of emotions internally. As cultivators who were at the 5th level or had perfected the true breath realm, they were already well aware of the relationship shared by the 4 major Tao College as described by the Elder. Furthermore, in its cultivation of disciples, each Tao College had integrated information like that into the disciples' curriculum. However, that was the first time that the message was sent out loud and clear by a sect lord from the 4 major Tao Colleges. That meant there should never be battles and killings happening between them while they were within the mystic lunar realm. To them, that meant a release from the stress of having to stay alert and cautious of each other, which was something they instinctively felt they had to do. As if sensing the different thoughts running through the minds of the disciples from the various Tao Colleges, the sect lord from White Deer Tao College smiled as he began speaking again. I will give all of you 5 minutes to get to know each other. After that, the mystic realm is declared open. The moment the White Deer Tao College sect lord finished his words, he turned his attention away and made arrangements to give out survival jade slips. The jade slip was crystal clear with a jade green color. Wang Baol held it in his hand to feel it and realized that it encompassed a similar force as that of the nearby vortex. It was as if once crushed, it could influence the arrival of the array formation. Thinking about the use of the item, Wang Baol hurriedly kept it safely. While the process of distributing the jade slips was going on, the disciples from the 4 major Tao Colleges started to interact more with each other, riding on the foundational relationships they shared with each other previously. Very soon, the disciples from the 4 major Tao Colleges began to mingle with each other, greeting and chatting with each other. As a Federation seedling and a relatively famous person, numerous disciples from the other Tao Colleges naturally flocked to Wang Baol in an attempt to get acquainted with him. Wang Baol was passionate towards the cultivators who had approached him with kindness and initiative. As they got to know each other through casual conversations, they also exchanged information regarding the mystic lunar realm. Slowly, a cultivator from Holy River Tao College caught the attention and curiosity of Wang Baol. That person was a young man who appeared calm throughout. He was not a Federation seedling, and Wang Baol had never seen him before in the Spirit Breath Village. However, there were a lot of people crowding around her. Even a beauty like Li Yi couldn't compete with the youth. Who's that? Wang Baol asked a new cultivator friend from Holy River Tao College curiously. That person is a senior disciple from our Tao College. Her name is Ling, and even though she isn't a spirit body, her natural intuition towards the spirits far exceeds others. To a certain extent, her senses are sharper than those spirit bodies. According to the words of our sect lord, she would definitely shine in the search for fragments on the mystic lunar realm. The cultivator from Holy River Tao College explained to Wang Baol, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. She's so impressive? Wang Baol blinked his eyes several times, as he thought about whether he should get acquainted with her. As the distribution of the survival jade slips concluded, the sect lord from White Deer Tao College cleared his throat, causing everyone who was just getting to know each other to fall silent as they looked towards the elder. As for how to establish the foundation, all of you should be clear that this requires at least 20 unique fragments. Exactly how many of the fragments are required would be made more clear after you have entered and found the first fragments. The method to find the fragments is simple. All you have to do is to activate the most basic cultivation technique that you have learned before, the Qi fostering art. The mystic lunar realm is different from Earth. Spirit Qi spreads within a smaller area and isn't present everywhere. Therefore, only areas with the fragments would give off spirit Qi. Use the technique of refining spirit stones to absorb the surrounding spirit Qi in order to gauge how concentrated it is within the mystic lunar realm. This will allow you to find usable fragments that can be used to reach foundation establishment. As the White Deer Tao College sect lord finished his sentence, he paused, looking at the thousands of disciples before him and smiled. Finally, I wish all of you the best of luck. The mystic realm is hereby open. He raised his right hand and waved. Instantly, the teleportation portal of the vortex roared loudly, churning at high speed, and a blinding glow erupted from within. Wang Baol was shaken, and the others were also filled with anticipation. The excitement in their eyes was undeniable. The instant the vortex teleportation portal opened, they all rushed out, charging towards the vortex. Amongst the crowd, Wang Beol also leaped, with positivity in his eyes and anticipation towards his cultivation reaching foundation establishment stage. Together with the rest of the people, he stepped into the vortex and disappeared. At the same time, the instant where the thousands of cultivators from the 4 major Dao colleges stepped into the vortex teleportation portal and entered the mystic lunar realm, the different factions of the Federation on the moon base camp also gathered and sent their disciples into their respective vortex teleportation portals. At the base camp entrance of one of the major sects of the Federation, the Galactic Dusk sect, a sect that shared a different kind of relationship with the disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges, there was a chilling silence. Thousands of disciples from the Galactic Dusk sect all carried a chill in their eyes as they walked towards the vortex teleportation portal in silence. There was also a distance between each of them as if they didn't want others to come near them. An evil vibe emanated from their bodies and was accentuated by the chilly look contained in their eyes. They appeared indifferent towards life, and the coldness deep within their pupils made every single one of them seem like they were out to kill. They were the other faction of the Federation, the Galactic Dusk sect, which was in the process of being recognized. The Galactic Dusk sect was different from the one in the eyes of the commoners of the Federation, one that emphasized tradition and customs, one that was mysterious and carried a sense of antiquity. The real Galactic Dusk sect was an extremely cruel, competitive, goal-oriented sect. To a certain extent, calling it a demonic sect wouldn't be considered an exaggeration. The Galactic Dusk sect disciples amongst the Federation seedlings were specially selected to be those who were lacking in murderous intent and evilness. After all, the selection process of the Federation seedlings would be broadcast throughout the Federation, and there was a need to put in the effort to uphold its image. In reality, the Galactic Dusk sect disciples chosen to become Federation seedlings were also outstanding, but were less so compared to the real elites of the Galactic Dusk sect. The elites amongst them didn't have to be made known to the entire world. Amongst the crowds, there were 2 individuals who were the elites of the Galactic Dusk sect. Even though they were nestled within the crowds, they still attracted other people's attention. It was as if they carried a unique vibe that allowed them to be identified easily, even amongst the crowd. The duo comprised of a male and a female. The male was a skinny youth with a chilly look in his eyes. There was a scar on his face, and a black bandage on his right hand, with waves of black auras emerging continuously from the bandage. As the aura surrounded him, it made the youth appear even more ruthless and vicious, his rebelliousness accentuated. The female was exactly the opposite of the male. She was extremely beautiful, elegant, and pure, like a white lotus flower. She was dressed in a long white skirt, her beauty extremely pure. However, for someone who had survived within the Galactic Dusk sect and had reached the top, she was definitely not a weakling. No one dared to come within 30 feet of her, and cautiousness was apparent in the gaze of the people surrounding her. It appeared that the level of threat posed by the female was difficult to gauge. That was especially so as she would occasionally reveal an alluring gaze in her eyes. However, if one took a closer look, one could sense ruthlessness behind that attractive appearance. At the same time, in the other base camp of the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, one of the 2 sects of the Federation, a different scenario was playing out. Compared to that of the Galactic Dusk sect, disciples from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect were mostly physically advanced individuals. The goal of the entire sect was to reach one's physical limits. Their cultivation also revolved around the principle of going back to the basics. That was especially so as there were more female disciples than male disciples within the sect. Therefore, in the eyes of the other faction, females outnumbered males, and all the female disciples were ill-tempered, even more so than the males. Other than those 2 sects, there was also the 5-generation Sky Clan that were being teleported into the vortex on the moon base camp. The 5-generation Sky Clan could be considered the most dated alliance of 5 family clans. The fact that they addressed themselves as a Sky Clan implied the pride and value they place on their own bloodline. The Zhua family was one of the ruling families of the 5-generation Sky Clan. In the alliance of the large ancient Sky Clan, there were 5 ruling families, each with different surnames, encompassing both Western and Eastern forces. At the same time, There were even more families that depended on the 5 ruling families, making them a force that couldn't be disregarded, one whose traditions were more deep-rooted than any other. To a certain degree, the 17-member Senate shared many similarities with the 5-generation Sky Clan. One could even say that if the 17-member Senate were to be given enough time such that the family clans within them could progress through generations without facing the danger of being eliminated, they could perhaps form a huge family clan like that of the 5-generation Sky Clan. Therefore, they shared a close relationship. For instance, their base camps on the moon weren't far away from each other. In the base camp of the 17-member Senate, Li Xiu and the sons of other senators, as well as a large number of escorts, were stepping into the vortex teleportation portal as they headed to the mystic lunar realm. It could be said that every unit within the Federation would participate every time the mystic lunar realm was opened. Naturally, there were no exceptions during the current opening. Even the Trillionaris Corporation sent out some clansmen to gain some luck. However, the Trillionaris Corporation was different from the other factions. Even though they had sent people to the mystic lunar realm previously, it was all for show. The people they had sent were all relatives or relatives of relatives, as people who belonged to the clan line would never appear. That was because, to them, as long as it was a matter that could be solved using money, there was no need to fight for it with their lives. However, it was somewhat different for once. Within the large and luxurious base camp of the Trillionaris Corporation, a youth dressed in a checkered shirt, bermudas, and wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, was lying on a large chair in front of the vortex teleportation portal, snoring as he napped. Surrounding him were 30-odd scantily dressed women. All of them looked sweet and beautiful, and all had a high level of cultivation. They were chatting while some were holding up an umbrella for him, some were giving him a massage, and some were peeling fruit for him. Even though he had fallen asleep, they didn't stop indulging him. At the same time, surrounding the large chair were 10 impressive cultivators who were acting as his bodyguards. As they guarded him, there were also 2 70-feet-tall apes who were squatting on both sides of the chair. Even closer to the periphery, on the 2 sides of the vortex teleportation portal, were a few elders from Trillionaris Corporation who were all core formation cultivators, looking helplessly at the snoring youth. They then turned to look at each other, sighing from the bottom of their hearts. What is young master thinking about? Isn't it enough for him to train back home? Why is he here as someone of foundation establishment cultivation? After all, the old master gave him a complete artifact. Young master has made a bet with someone that he wouldn't depend on the family clan, and would reach the foundation establishment stage based on his own abilities. Therefore, he came here while the old master is in seclusion. Isn't that creating a nuisance? Quick! Alert the other parties. This honorable person. Nothing bad must happen to him here. The elder shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't know how to persuade the youth otherwise. After all, the youth was one of the 2 remaining successors of the Trillionaris Corporation. To Trillionaris Corporation, which was completely controlled by the other family clans, even though he was merely at the True Breath realm, his level of cultivation could be ignored as he was of such high status and supported richly by material resources. As the elders fretted over the matter, the young master of the Trillionaris Corporation lying on the chair sneezed, waking up dazedly. When he raised his right hand, the women beside him all gathered around, helping him up. The youth yawned as he asked the people around him whether it was time for the mystic realm to open. After receiving confirmation, the youth grew energetic as he pointed forward with his right finger. Let's move out. The moment he commanded, 2 large wolves roared as they raised the chair. With the women and bodyguards gathering around him, the crowd advanced towards the vortex. As the various factions of the Federation gathered on the moon and entered the mystic lunar realm, a bright glow shimmered from within a basin on the moon's bright side. Tens of thousands of disciples from the 4 major Tao realms gradually appeared. Very soon, as the area came into view, sounds of discussion and rapid breathing spread in all directions. Wang Baol, who was within the crowds, also took a quick look in all directions. After noticing that he had left the base camp, he looked towards the black sky and the desert-like yellow-colored ground, experiencing the suppressive force coming from the mystic lunar realm as his heart beat faster and faster. Before long, after familiarizing themselves with the environment, there were some people from the 4 major Dao colleges who chose to leave. Some of them left in crowds of 3 to 5, while some left alone. Of the remaining people, the senior disciples who had discussed and sought the views of each other decided to move in unison in their search for fragments. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion was also amongst them. Wang Bail thought about it and discussed with Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming before deciding not to make a move first. Rather, they chose to join forces with the masses, searching for the fragments together for a while, before deciding whether to separate from them based on the circumstances. As such, the hundreds of people from the 4 major Dao colleges left the basin and headed into the distance in strength and vigor after making their decisions. The crowd of several hundred were exploring the wilderness of the moon's bright side. The black skies didn't seem to be affecting the glow. In the areas surrounding them, plants could occasionally be seen surfacing. That was because the appearance of the spirit qi transformed the moon, making it habitable. The only issue was that there was such a strong suppressive force that affected everyone, including Wang Baol, who had such great physical strength. After advancing for approximately half an hour, some physically weaker female cultivators were out of breath and had slowed down despite having reached the peak of true breath realm. Activate the qi fostering art and sense the changes in the surrounding spirit qi in order to locate the fragments. However, the fragments that can be used for foundation establishment are unique, and therefore have to be chosen from many different fragments. Wang Baol looked at the female cultivators who had slowed down as he muttered to himself. He tried to activate the qi fostering art but was unable to sense any spirit qi. There is no spirit qi here. Wang Baol scratched his head. As he looked towards Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming, he realized that they didn't sense it either. As for Huang Shan, Wang Baol had secretly observed him several times and discovered that, from the beginning, he had remained silent and didn't seem dangerous. That calmed Wang Baol down slightly, though he was still cautious. The spirit qi on the moon was unevenly distributed. There were numerous areas without any spirit qi, and that was where the people from the 4 major Dao colleges found themselves. Therefore, no matter how hard they tried to activate the qi fostering art, it was futile. Wang Baol was somewhat frustrated, and after thinking about it, he decided to try and adjust his devouring seed. Time to wake up. This fella has been disobedient ever since it was fed. It seems like I shouldn't let it get its fill in the future, Wang Baol thought as he woke the devouring seed, attempting to activate it. However, the devouring seed didn't have much of a reaction. Wang Baol slapped his tummy in frustration and was about to begin nagging when, for some unknown reason, the devouring seed began moving after being slapped. Wang Baol's eyes lit up, hurriedly slapping his tummy several more times. He realized that the devouring seed moved several times again. That made Wang Baol pleasantly surprised, as he began to slap his tummy continuously. Seeing what Wang Baol was doing, Zhui Yifan and Zhui Yifan were confused. The other disciples from the Dao colleges either noticed Wang Baol or turned their attention to him in bewilderment after hearing the sound. Soon, many people began to notice Wang Baol slapping his tummy continuously. They were incredulous but didn't think much about it. Li Yi, who was amongst them, looked at Wang Baol condescendingly and with annoyance, sneering. Huang Shan also took a look, but quickly retracted his gaze and didn't react. Without caring about how others were viewing him, Wang Baol was extremely delighted. As he slapped his body, the devouring seed within his body seemed to be slapped awake, slowly activating and picking up speed. After a brief moment, the skin under Wang Baol's shirt had turned red, and that was when the devouring seed was finally activated. As it activated, a suction force was produced. In his exhilaration, Wang Baol hurriedly controlled the suction force, maintaining it below the limits of detection by the others. Even though it was under slight control, the devouring seed was instinctively sensitive to spirit qi. Therefore, with it activated, it was significantly more efficient at detecting the spirit qi compared to Wang Baol when he was using the qi fostering art. Very quickly, Wang Baol was able to detect some spirit qi spreading from the northwest direction with the help of the devouring seed's suction force. The spirit qi was weak and would be impossible to detect if one were to depend on the qi fostering art. Wang Baol looked excitedly in the northwest direction. And at that moment, I have found one. It's in the northwest direction. Amongst the crowd, a voice that carried a hint of hubris emerged. Wang Baol was shocked as he turned around to take a look. Immediately, he saw Shiling, the disciple from Holy River Dao College who was naturally more sensitive to spirit chi than anyone else, with her hands crossed and her jaw raised, gloating with delight as she announced to the people beside her. It has been found? She's no doubt a natural at sensing spirit chi. I have tried for a whole hour and didn't even detect anything. Shiling's discovery instantly caught the attention of the crowd. Soon, everyone was dashing towards the location mentioned by Shiling. Along the way, Wang Baol felt frustrated as he traveled with the crowd. Before long, they had reached a piece of barren land in the northwest direction. He could distinctively sense that there were hints of spirit chi spreading out on the barren land. Apparently, Shiling could detect it as well. As she led the crowd with the wind in her hair, the masses began digging. Gradually, after excavating tens of feet into the ground, a fragment the size of a fingernail was found. As soon as the fragment emerged, a thick cloud of spirit chi was given off, evoking everyone's desire. However, since Shiling discovered it and competition for the fragments within the 4 major Dao colleges wasn't allowed, the only thing they could do was watch the fragment be taken away before their eyes. Despite that, even though the spirit chi of the fragment was strong, it wasn't one suited for foundation establishment. Rest assured, everyone. As long as I, Shiling, am around, it won't be a problem for each of you to obtain a fragment. Shiling announced as she grabbed the fragment in her embrace and flung her sleeves. Her words filled everyone with anticipation as they crowded around her and continued their search forward. Wang Baol watched everything from the sidelines, feeling indignant and extremely disgusted by her. I don't believe that my devouring seed would lose to the spirit chi sensor. Wang Baol stared as he activated the devouring seed and began his search again. Time flew by, and after 5 minutes, while the crowd was still searching, Wang Baol trembled internally as he sensed a surge of spirit chi. In his delight, he was about to exclaim out loud when Shiling managed to be a step faster again. With pride and delight in her voice, she announced, I found another one. It's right in front, 1,000 feet away. Wang Baol trembled, standing in shock as he stared at the crowd, dashing towards the location after hearing those words. Very quickly, another fragment was found. However, it was a pity that it was still not the required fragment for foundation establishment. Wang Baol felt a strong sense of exhilaration from everything that was happening. She's my nemesis? Wang Baol inhaled deeply, looking at Shiling, who was gloating with pride as she flung her sleeves. Watching her, Wang Baol grew more indignant. What weird habit is that? Flinging her sleeves? Wang Baol sneered, thinking about whether he should leave the group and search on his own. However, he felt that if he left, it would show that he was less competent than Shiling. With that thought, Wang Baol felt that he shouldn't concede defeat. Therefore, he increased the suction force of the devouring seed, focusing all his attention on searching for the spirit chi, with the goal of being faster than Shiling in finding the fragments to prove his capabilities. The only issue was, the idea was good, but things didn't go according to the way Wang Baol had planned. Soon, when he sensed the fragment for the 3rd time, I found it again, huh? Wang Baol inhaled, gritting his teeth and continued his search, until the 4th one. It's in the southeast direction. There are so many here. The 5th one is 300 feet away. Right there. The 6th one is right there, in the area approximately 1,000 feet in front. As Shiling announced continuously, the crowd was surprised by how sensitive Shiling was to the spirit chi. There were even a few female cultivators whose eyes lit up with passion when they looked towards Shiling. However, it seemed like the number of fragments suitable for foundation establishment were few and far between. Even though Shiling managed to find many fragments, none of them were suited for foundation establishment. Even though they couldn't be used for foundation establishment, the fragments were still extremely valuable. Could this fellow be a reincarnation of a radar? For the first time, Wang Baol felt helpless. Seeing Ling delightfully fling her sleeves every time she found a fragment made Wang Baol sigh deeply. Forget it. It's not that I am weaker than her. I need to keep a low profile. After all, Huangshan seems a little weird, and I shouldn't attract too much attention. It's better if I go solo. Wang Baol took in a deep breath, filling himself with determination. He was about to notify Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming when suddenly, his devouring seed immediately sensed a concentrated wave of spirit qi charging towards it. I found it! Wang Baol shouted loudly instinctively. However, as he shouted, Ling, as well as everyone else, exclaimed at the same time while trembling. I found it too! It's such a concentrated wave of spirit qi. Right in front. As the crowd squealed in delight, everyone soon discovered that the wave of spirit qi was more prominent than any they had sensed before. It seemed to be right ahead, where there appeared to be a huge reservoir of spirit qi emanating in all directions, filling the entire area. It instantly fired everyone up. Immediately, they all dashed forward. Even Wang Baol suppressed his annoyance as he picked up speed with the others. Soon, when they managed to get a clear look at what was ahead, they all held their breaths and were soon hyperventilating. Wang Baol was also shocked into a daze. Right in front of them was a basin with hundreds of fragments that weren't buried deep in the ground, but scattered all over the surface. It was as if a huge fragment once existed there before breaking apart and scattering its fragments in the entire area. It made the spirit qi extremely concentrated. The nearer one was to it, the more concentrated it was. Gosh! Right here. Remnants of the fragments? How is this possible? Such an obvious trace of the fragments, and no one has discovered it before. Looking at the hundreds of fragments on the ground of the basin ahead and feeling the astounding spirit qi there, one could feel their internal cultivation circulate more quickly with every single breath. But as disciples hailing from the 4 great Tao colleges and the cream of the crop in their respective Tao colleges, they could all control themselves. They also had their own abilities to judge and analyze an issue. The appearance of the fragment ruins was too eerie. As a result, although the people had desire in their hearts, none of them went closer because of that desire. But seeing such a fragment basin right in front of them and giving up because of their safety considerations was impossible for them. Hence, many people within the disciples of the 4 great Tao colleges started a discussion quickly. Afterwards, the traps and beast tamers cultivators released some beasts and robots for scouting purposes. Among them, Huangshan also released a robot. The robot was built not for beauty but for functionality. It looked similar to a puppet, yet different from one. As the robots and beasts slowly approached the basin, Wang Baol and the others watched cautiously. Not long after, the robots and beasts entered the basin. Seeing how the beasts and robots entered the basin successfully and even started to collect the fragments on the ground, everyone got fired up. Even Wang Baol quickened his breathing. Just as he was considering whether to use his devouring seed to vacuum up the fragments, there was a sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded from the ground. The earth trembled and rose and fell like waves on the ocean. As the people became shocked and stunned, a vortex suddenly appeared beneath the foot of a robot. A huge worm with a 5-foot-thick dark purple body suddenly charged out from within the vortex. The moment the worm appeared, it opened its mouth to reveal rows of sharp fangs and swallowed the robot whole. It didn't return into the vortex, choosing instead to remain there. The worm turned its head, seemingly looking at the people from the 4 great Tao colleges. As the worm stopped, its appearance appeared more clearly in the eyes of everyone. The worm had no eyes and no nose. One could even accurately say that the worm had no head. It only had a huge mouth. The worm had a 5-foot-thick body, with the portion of its body exposed on the ground more than 300 feet long. Coupled with the countless fist-sized lumps spread throughout the worm's body, the beast sent shivers down everyone's spine. Moon goo! Someone among the crowd shouted. The huge worm was a moon goo. Any moon goo had a cultivation at the 3rd or 4th level of the true breath realm. Wang Baol took a deep breath and retreated immediately. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming did the same. As for the other disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges, most of them made the split-second decision to retreat and try to leave. That was despite a large majority of them feeling indignation in their hearts. That was because, when each Tao college introduced the moon goo while sending their disciples to the moon, they all heavily emphasized one sentence: the moon goo lived in groups. The reaction speed of everyone was already pretty fast, but they were a step too late. Suddenly, the earth rumbled continuously, and vortexes appeared one after another in their surroundings. Many humongous moon goo charged out of the vortexes. Looking ahead, there were thousands of moon goo. In fact, the ground further away continued to tremble, and one could see a countless number of moon goo bolting towards them. "It's a trap!" as anxious exclamation was heard from the crowd, and Wang Baol felt his scalp going numb. Right at that moment, the fragment ruins behind him started to warp and quickly disappeared like a painting washed away by the sea. That place was a mirage. However, compared with traditional illusory mirages, the climate on the moon showed reality. Putting it another way, the fragment basin in front of everyone was real. The moon is way too eerie. Wang Baol felt his hair stand on end. Much of his previous understanding of the moon was gathered from the resources he was given and what people told him. Only then did he truly understand how eerie and horrifying the mystic lunar realm was. Charge out of here. The cultivators from the 4 great Tao colleges who came were all at least at the 5th level of the true breath realm. Some of them had even reached the perfected stage of the true breath realm. Although they were frightened, they weren't in a frenzy. They all gathered together and charged out towards a single direction. At the same time, the many moon goo surrounding them emitted a strange sound as though they were crying. The sounds shot towards everyone from all directions. Some moon goo even sprayed out a black liquid. The black liquid was extremely smelly and immediately corroded the ground when it touched it. One could imagine how it would corrode their blood and bones if it came into contact with them, instantly turning them into goo. The scene made everyone even more terrified. They immediately took out their numinous treasure and other items, fighting the moon goo while charging out. Instantly, loud rumbles echoed around the surroundings. Wang Baol was among those who fought, and when he attacked, lightning surrounded his body. He killed a moon goo rushing towards him in one hit and bolted forward without stopping. There was a cultivator from the White Deer Branch College a distance away. His face turned pale, and he had a look of shock and terror. He tried to retreat, but it was too late for him, and a moon goo sprayed his body with a black liquid. As he screamed in pain, one could see his body quickly being corroded away, and his face became a blurred mess. The bones of one of his arms were also quickly melting away. However, he didn't die immediately and crushed his survival jade slip with his other hand while screaming in pain. The moment his jade slip was crushed, a sphere of light covered his body. As the sphere of light covered him, a long line extended from it. He soared across the heavens like a rainbow, as if he was sending a signal for help into the array formation on the mystic lunar realm. The rainbow was traveling very quickly and was about to disappear. But, right at that moment, the earth started trembling at a greater frequency than before. As though mountains were collapsing, loud rumbles filled the air within the mystic lunar realm like multiple thunderclaps. No matter where one was on the moon, they could feel the ground trembling in unison in the mystic lunar realm. Those affected included not only disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges but also cultivators from the other factions. All of them could feel the ground trembling from wherever they were. Not waiting for them to shout, a weird change happened in the sky of the mystic lunar realm. The originally pitch-black sky started glowing blood red. As the red light spread, one could faintly see wood grains appear out of thin air and spread rapidly throughout the heavens. In a few seconds, Wang Baol and the other disciples of the 4 great Tao colleges couldn't see the boundaries of the wood grains. They had spread to cover the entire mystic lunar realm. The wood grains formed a huge seal to cover the array formation already put in place on the mystic lunar realm. Like a parasite, while controlling and sealing the original array formation, the wood grains also cut off all SOS signals sent from within it. As loud rumbles spread throughout the entire mystic lunar realm, they also isolated it from the outside world. That caused everyone within the mystic lunar realm to lose their external assistance. It caused all the core formation realm cultivators of the different factions to be obstructed by the array formation. Temporarily, they were unable to enter the mystic lunar realm. Outside of the mystic lunar realm, in the bases of the various factions, the core formation realm cultivators were all shocked. Some tried entering the mystic lunar realm but were bounced back by the array formation. They were unable to step even an inch into the mystic lunar realm. Oh no! Contact the Federation on Earth immediately. Tell the President that a shocking turn of events has happened in the mystic lunar realm. The sect lords of all 4 great Tao colleges were shocked and anxious, and the Senate, 5-generation Sky Clan, and the 2 great sects all went into a frenzy. Compared to them, the most frenzied faction was definitely the Trillionaris Corporation. They even considered blowing up their own base to try blasting open a small hole in the array formation to no avail. Young Master is in there. The various elders of the Trillionaris Corporation were already very shocked and in a frenzy. As they thought about the consequences of the situation, their breathing hastened, and they became extremely anxious. As the outside world was shocked and anxious, the cultivators of the various factions, as well as the disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges within the mystic lunar realm, were equally stunned. As for the disciple who crushed his jade slip, the protective screen surrounding his body disappeared. As he despaired, what was left of his body was devoured by a moon goo. Wang Bail's expression became solemn as he saw his companions die. Seeing the wood grains in the sky and the countless moon goo surrounding him, his breathing hastened. A strong sense of danger crashed over him like tidal waves. Something serious has happened,